But that's the third time I went to prison. Wait, are we recording? Oh, shit.
Only the third time. Chapter 38. A Reverie of the Onyx. The reuniting of a circle in the Shadowlands can be quite the cerebral experience. You have already traveled across miles of desolated lands and streets, constantly being crushed by the six great maelstrom, stirring the tempest into a violent wellspring for the specters of oblivion. Reuniting can feel magnificent when compared to the cold, pressed horrors dwelling inside the filth of the nebulous underworld. At this point in our ghost story, we are placed in the last remaining piece of land that survived the subterranean collapse of California. Lombus Island, heavily occupied by Grandmother Anna and her spider-associated folk. Much has been revealed in the past couple of hours that has generated waves of change in our fullest narrative. The current date is November 27th, approximately 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning. Constant duskfall and faint light covering the land and the caves of Lombus. Move us to the scene. So, Peter McGregor will unbuckle and unfasten the baldric and vambrances inside his long black coat. These vestments appear to have several small throwing knives encompassed within the fabric, ready to be gripped and tossed with utmost haste. Peter will remove his death mask with a somewhat sigh of relief. Let me activate him on roll 20, now that he has taken his death mask off. So, allowing his long dark brown hair to cascade around his careworn face, he examines you and your entire circle, as if seeing you with brand new vision outside of any assumptions that he once held when meeting you for the first time. He will lift out his small handbook of prophecies for a few passing seconds, gives it a second thought as if trying to speak off the records, and places it back into his coat comfortably. He will then turn and face you with earnest expression. Queen Ananasa, one of the first original Celestine spirits created by the original Weaver. 400 million years of molding and shaping the insect species of our planet Earth. Grandmother of the Ananasi. Oh, the werespiders of our occult-draped world. In many cultures, considered the original oracle and designer of fate eternal. The legends say that she was once a prisoner kept in Malpheus, communicating to her children through microscopic cracks in her self-protected cacophony. Nice to see that she's no longer imprisoned and is walking freely in the Skinlands. This formulates a large series of questions indeed. Peter leans against the nearby cavern wall, his mind taking off in various curiosities. Currently, he's also settled inside the makeshift infirmary of sorts is Starlet, the accompanying escort who seems to provide guarded travel across the island of Lombic. Earl Fenwick seems to be gathering his own limited belongings together, even though he has no idea where he's going to be traveling towards next. What would everyone like to do? But all rush at once.
I'm trying to remember. There was something we were going to do before we went to Iceland, wasn't there?
Are we going to England?
No.
Well, we got... So there's Iceland as an option. We got a letter between Junko and Sister Margaret. So, and then we've got a sunstone of Kella Sunwar.
Yep. Since Bronson is not with us today, I'm going to activate the items that you have, so you can see them one more time. You have a bone that belongs to Kirigiri back in Japan. You have what appears to be a small letter that says, "Dearest Kirigiri, meet me at the field of wild celery. Bring a worthy sentinel to stand by your side. It is time for us to finally set aside our differences and decide which torch burns the brightest. M." And then the last thing that you've acquired is a sunstone. So, as you were examining these three very important and essential items, good old Peter will take a look at them as well, as if just trying to study them. Well, if you were to go to Iceland, where would you start? Reykjavik, correct?
Yes.
So where in Reykjavik?
I honestly haven't the vaguest.
Yeah. It seems like you would need the assistance of perhaps some other oracles who had this place laid out for you and had it in mind. Plus, you do not have a, I'm looking at your fetters here. You don't appear to have anything that is associated with Iceland that hasn't been given to you yet. So you would also need to acquire that from one of the oracles. That's how you are able to find your way and know which way to go.
Well, the only oracle we have here, excuse me, is Earl Fenwick. And did we get paper before we were very swiftly encouraged to leave Asakusa?
We did not, no.
We were kind of rushed out of there. It would have been difficult to say, you need to get out of here before the god of destruction comes to destroy you. And it's like, yeah, I get that. Hold on. Do you have any paper?
Yeah.
So, I think we were in a rush, so we didn't complete that. I think, so if we need an oracle, we know of two oracles. The one we've disappointed. And whoever this M is in the letter,
Also, Grandmother Anasazi, sh- Peter did mention that she may have been the original Oracle. But I don't know if she would be willing to help us. And if she was willing to help us, I'm assuming it would not be at no cost.
Correct. Most likely, a god or goddess of her nature would want a major boon in return. And I don't think your circle wants to be in the place of owing great boons to gods and goddesses. Especially after what happened in Japan.
You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You said Starlet is in the room, and she's a guard, yes?
Yep, she waves.
I will look over to Starlet and say, I assume that you have been with Grandmother Anna for perhaps enough time to know many things. I don't suppose you would happen to have any suggestions? We are in need of an oracle, and even though we have access to one right here, the necessary materials he needs are paper, and unfortunately we were not able to acquire that. If you have any suggestions, I would love to hear it.
I might be able to grant you some paper.
Oh.
But I have no techniques of bringing it to the Shadowlands or whatever it is that you call it, the other side of the Umbra.
I don't have.
Well, I'm in the Skinlands. At least from how I remember how you people speak. I'm in the Skinlands, but the paper will also be in the Skinlands. I can't, transport that over to the land of the dead, where you are currently residing. The spirit world.
I see.
Yeah.
This, with your assistance, it may actually be accomplishable. However, I know that the paper that must be brought over needs to have significant emotional attachment, I believe, or significant, just a emotional significance to be brought over.
Well, leave that to me. I'll figure that one out.
Okay. Is there anything we can do for you on this side while you are looking for that?
Nope. Just leave it to me. I can figure this out.
I appreciate that so much.
Yeah. So go into the hallway, and you'll hear her gasp, kind of, for a moment. And it sounds like she's walking very, very carefully, with caution, as if she saw a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say, Nicole?
I was going to say Arwen is just going to nervously skip over to Josie and be like, that was a really good idea.
Well,
High five! And then put her hand out.
Josie will just kind of look over at her, kind of confused, but go ahead and put her hand up.
Okay.
To receive this high five.
Sounds good. So, we'll obviously become a little bit more comfortable with this once we've done it a couple times, but Nicole, I need you to roll 3 dice for me. 3d10. Difficulty 6.
All right. Oh, snap. Try that again.
How'd you do?
1 success.
1 success, okay. And then Jay, I need you to... Let me see. Do you want to make a willpower test, Jay?
Is
Against
this
us?
me spending a willpower, or is this rolling willpower?
You'd be rolling your willpower.
I will roll my willpower.
Okay. Roll your willpower, your total willpower. Difficulty 7.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I forgot to mark on my printed sheet what my current. I'm assuming temporary willpower. Let's see.
Yes.
That's just 2 marked off and not 2 left, right?
Correct. So you want to roll the number of dice of your unspent
Yes.
willpower.
I always get that mixed up. So,
No worries.
You said 7? Oh shit.
Yep, difficulty 7.
Can't explode 10s though, can I?
You cannot, no.
Oh, well. The good news is even with 2 10s and 2 1s, I still got 1 success.
Okay. So, I know this sounds strange because it's your own thorn, but you will not be receiving any angst
Damn.
from this high five.
I say
As
damn.
weird as that sounds, I know.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
So-
am I missing something?
Maybe. You might be.
Okay.
So, as everyone notices, Arwen will high five Josie, and they will just kind of have this awkward exchange. Nicole, Arwen will notice that there was definitely a little bit of like static electricity that kind of like went across the two of you when you high-fived one another. But yeah, it's something that you just kind of notice in passing. It doesn't really mean anything to you.
Okay.
But you feel like your shadow's up to something.
Good to
because
know.
because I didn't fail anyway, and I do have 3 dots in Castigate, will I be able to tell what's going on as Josie?
I need you to roll your intelligence and awareness to decipher that. Intelligence and awareness.
60-10. All right. 60-10. Difficulty 6.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 2 successes.
Okay. The most that you will be able to ascertain from the awkwardness of the high five, you definitely know that she is not in catharsis, but you couldn't help but notice that when she high-fived you, it felt like it was more than just her, as if her shadow is also high-fiving you at the same time. So there's this sense that the shadow is trying to perhaps reach out to others using Arwen as a vessel.
I'm gonna look at her and say, I think there's something weird going on with your shadow. Not sure what it is, but
I don't
interesting.
know what you're talking about. I feel just as I normally do.
I'm sure you do, but I'm just letting you know. I think there's something interesting going on with your shadow. You might want to keep an eye on that.
Peter
Okay.
will, yeah.
Oh, good.
Peter McGregor will look to everyone and say, well, I was just looking through my book, and it appears that the direction that your circle goes next has been deciphered. So allow me to read this to you out loud, for Lady Fate has permitted it. And I'm going to put it in the chat since it is a little complicated. One moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also trying to remove all the pronunciations that I gave myself so that I could speak proper Greek to you. Not that you guys want a lesson in Greek.
It's all Greek to me.
There you go. All right. Almost there. Okay. So, according to my book of prophecies, Kue akos oikos epip pilion, house of the Lord that is floating. Opoipo fote e kie opogs si non dode, which means where fire and ice meet. Te ko kile in es spas men ia. Bones will be broken. Da ida dake ya te. The torch continues to burn. So says the book. Does this mean anything to anyone?
That sounds remarkably like the which torch burns the brightest line in that note.
Well, Arwen is our torchbearer, isn't she?
So she is.
Mm-hmm. But according to the letter that you showed me, the torchbearer who is meant to meet this quote-unquote M is supposed to be Kirigiri, not Arwen. So
But
that might complicate things.
does not Arwen have Kirigiri's memories?
He does.
I also think fire and ice meeting. That sounds like, because isn't Iceland volcanic?
I think it is.
And it's also Iceland. So that's like, I don't know House of the Lord that is floating, but the torch reminded me of that letter, and fire and ice made me think of a volcanic region that is also cold.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I am not revealing the locations of my contemporaries. No offense, but the heretics have burned down the Isle of Eurydice, which indicates to me that your circle making a significant dent in the progress of Charon's restoration is obviously bringing attention to yourself. So, unearthing the oracles who have protected decades of trust would be unwise of me at this point in time. So, I'm afraid Iceland will have to wait.
Does this letter have anything to do with Iceland?
I don't think so. It says the what does it say? Field of...
Oh, I'm talking about the Book of Prophecies.
Oh! He looks in his book and he says, it says here that you were supposed to go to Iceland a long time ago.
Well, we went a lot of other places. First.
This is true too.
So then,
The letter mentions a place called the Field of Wild Celery. Does anybody know what that is?
well, wild celery is sort of like a vegetable. That is.
Okay. I see.
I haven't a clue where that would be. wild celery, I believe, is fairly common.
Where do they grow the most? Like maybe it's a place known for growing celery? Like where does most celery come from? Really?
Grocery store.
So if somebody wants to, they can actually
Oh, that
do
got me a snort.
they can do a intelligence.
Can I check Google? No.
I would prefer that you don't.
No, I'm saying in game. Do we have Google yet in the 1990? No.
No, in 1994, Google is not the most usable search engine. Plus, you don't have a laptop in front of you.
So I'm sorry. It's
Intelligence plus.
I'm sorry, I heard two people. What?
Intelligence plus.
I think we were saying the same thing. And sorry, I'll shut up.
Okay. I will accept a intelligence and enigmas roll. I will also allow science. So science or enigmas would be a proper roll for this.
I'm not good at either of those.
I have 1 dot in both. I was thinking maybe medicine, and I have 1 dot in that. I have 2 dots in occult, but I don't think that's going to help.
Occult will not help you here. No.
I
Nicole,
didn't pay attention in school, so I don't have either.
Nicole, what did you say?
I have 1 dot in enigmas. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if 2 players have enigmas, you can one of them can assist the other.
I do have 4 dots in intelligence, so it is going to be able to explode any 10s.
Okay.
Nicole, did you also have 4 dots in intelligence?
I do.
Okay.
What
Since
if
we can both roll.
Oh, look at everyone is so smart in this group. Jeez. Intelligence isn't everything.
Maybe you do your roll in enigmas, and I'll do a roll in science.
I was going to ask, is that okay, Myles, for us to do 2 separate rolls?
You can do 2 separate rolls, yeah. Would you like to do that?
You learn different things, right?
You learn different things, yes. The results will be different.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
That's fine.
So I'll let you roll enigmas, and I'll roll my science. So 5d10 for me. Exploding 10s. Oh, shit.
All right.
Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6. We'll start with Jay. How many successes did you get?
Well, I got 2 successes, but one of them was a 10.
Okay. And then you were associated with science, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Nicole, how did you do?
1 success.
You said 1 success?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. So, you will remember, we'll start with Jay, because this will be information that kind of combines as you go along. Jay will remember that there was an old name in Europe called Pendlebury, which was used to describe like a manor, or sometimes people would call it a village of sorts. They would use this word. But then Pendlebury was changed to a different word. That word was something that meant a field of wild celery. This is where Nicole will come in, and she will remember, Arwen will remember, that when she was maybe just enjoying herself with some of the mysteries and puzzles that she would read about in her books, that a field of wild celery had a word that was Agecroft. And I'll put that in the chat for everybody. Agecroft defines a field of wild celery. It is also, combining this with Jay's intelligence, a location that you can find. And I'm going to give you a description of what you remember from this place. So, The two of you talk about Agecroft. And the thing that jumps out the most to you when you think about it is a place called the Agecroft Cemetery and Crematorium. It is a public cemetery located in Pendlebury, Salford, in Greater Manchester. So, with that in mind, you guys look at each other and say, well, that's where the quote-unquote M wants to meet us, is that location. This Agecroft Cemetery and Crematorium. Very fitting for a Wraith.
Sorry, you said Pendlebury, Manchester?
Yes, Pendlebury, Greater Manchester. I'll put that in the chat too for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you guys now have a location. A very specific location.
Salford. Very.
Arwen will look at Josie only, and say, I guess this is where we should go?
Honestly, that seems like the best option we've got so far. The only other thing I can think of is maybe waiting until Starlet comes back. Wait, she's right there and still here.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I was scrolled all the way down for some reason, and I just now noticed she was back.
In her hands, she has what appears to be a book. And as she flips through the pages in front of everybody, you'll see that all the pages are currently empty. This book looks like it's going to be used for writing down perhaps some important history, or maybe a journal that someone was going to use to maybe record something scientific or somewhat of spiritual experiments and whatnot. But we will never know because the pages are empty and it has never been used. So she hands the book to one of you, but then at the same time she remembers that's right, it's in the Skinlands. So she kind of pulls it back again and says, I guess if you have a method to getting into the Shadowlands, this book is yours.
All right.
Is there anything like electronic in this room that I could use to destroy the book?
You look around. There does appear to be a lamp that is running on electricity.
Okay, so would it be possible for me to gremlinize the lamp and get it to like fall over onto the book and start burning it? Is that an action I could take? And then the follow-up action is, do you mind if I break your lamp?
I would. So Starlet will look to you and say, actually, I do mind if you break that lamp, because, and she gestures to the other man who is in the room. My colleague there uses that to study with and needs it, especially at night.
Well, then that means the lamp will come across too. Don't you have other lamps?
She seems to be glaring at Oliver at this point, like kind of looking at him like, what are you? I don't understand.
Well,
why do you need a lamp so badly?
To destroy the book.
Arwen is going, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Arwen is going to, and she's next to Oliver, grab his hand and kind of shake it to get his attention, and then look at him to say, why don't you just tell her to just burn it somewhere with some fire if they have it?
Okay. Rob.
Yeah. Also, excuse me, I think of anyone in this game, I'm the expert at destroying books Thank you very much.
Yeah, we know. We definitely know.
Nicole, Nicole, I need you to roll 3d10.
Wait, you were gonna have me roll something, right?
After this.
Oh, okay.
If you decide to use a willpower roll, you'll be rolling your unspent willpower against this.
2 successes.
All right. Rob, take your unspent willpower and roll that. Difficulty
Okay.
7. Difficulty 7.
Hold on, let me pull up my character. How much unspent? I have 2 unspent.
Yep, so you want to roll 2 successes.
I can do this.
Difficulty 7.
I can't do this.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm sorry.
No. No successes.
No successes. Okay. Well, the good news, Nicole, is that you've just lost 2 points of angst.
Hey, I'm happy now.
The bad news is, Rob, you just got 2 points of angst.
Oh, snap. Sorry.
I'm gonna kind of like take my hand back, like
Okay.
something surprised me and seem kind of distracted, I guess. Something.
Yeah,
But I'm not gonna like say anything. I'm gonna kind of keep it to myself.
certainly. So,
Aren't you going to take my advice, Oliver? Tell her. Use fire.
If she destroys the book, will it necessarily come across?
probably not. No.
It needs to be us.
She looks at you and she says, "Plus, I kind of know what's going on right now, so burning the book would just kind of deflate the whole thing." Now, something you should know is that I did not tell my colleague that I was going to be burning this book. So if you happen to find a way to burn this book, it will be very devastating for him, causing the effect that you probably want.
Well, that's good, actually.
Yes. So she just places it slowly on the floor. I leave that up to you and your creativity. By the way, who are the creepy people in the hallway? Are they friends of yours?
Harwood will look at Oliver and be like, there's creepy people in the hallway?
Out of
Yeah.
curiosity, do I remember them coming in? Because it's been a California trip since I've played Wraith. I don't remember. Like, if I stepped out of the hall, would I be like, oh yeah, I remember these people coming in?
Yeah, that's Gren or Ren, depending on which name Myles remembers it being. Alabaster, the Arterius of Frost, and I'll say I wouldn't call them friends. I'd call them allies of convenience. So trust them about as far as you can throw them.
Okay. I am revealing Gren Alabaster on Roll20 for you guys to remind you of what he looks like.
Oh, Gren? G-R-E-N? Okay.
Gren, Gren, yep.
Okay. Ah, that's right. Oliver's new contact. Arwen saw him in a vision, but we don't know that yet. Okay.
The record, I was not expecting Peter McGregor to look like a soap opera star.
I know, right?
And you wonder why he wears a death mask the entire time.
And then... wasn't there also this person further down the hall?
Yeah, who is that guy?
That's the what's his name with the deer head mask? Did I write that down? I mean, I probably did.
My notes. Deerhead mask.
I wrote it down, but I technically don't know who it is. But I know who it is. Nicole knows, Arwen does not.
That makes sense.
I don't know if I can actually answer.
Yeah. Otherwise, you guys can do a straight up intelligence roll, and it may come to you.
Hold on, I have this somewhere.
I don't think I wrote this one down.
Gesture.
Yes.
Oh,
Gesture.
With a G.
My problem isn't having the notes; it's finding it in my notes.
This is gesture with a G.
Oh, with a G.
He's from Ikebukuro.
Yep.
Okay,
And right now he appears to be smoking a relic cigarette in his mouth.
Oh no! Wait, I don't know that. Do we know? Well, are we? We don't know yet if he's associated with the heretics, or we do.
You have no idea. He just seems to be someone who's drifting along with you and your circle.
Okay. Jester the Haunter, mysterious drifter from Ikebukuro. That'll be my description.
So Starlet will look to you in your circle. So they are friends of yours then? Or do I need to ask them to leave?
They're friends enough. I mean, they're not as close in our circle, so I would be more careful around them than you would around us, but they aren't enemies.
Are you familiar with the Japanese concept of nakama?
Oh, no. Sorry.
Not you. Starlet. I'll ask Starlet if she is familiar with the Japanese concept of nakama.
No. What is that?
Oh, the Japanese have tomodachi, which are friends that we know, and nakama is just a group of people that are all working towards the same goal. I would not call them friends. I would call them nakama. We are all headed for the same goal.
Oh. I guess that makes sense. Well, as long as you guys vouch for them, then I'll allow them to be here.
No, he just walked up the hallway like that.
You do see, as the door is still open to this room, you will see Alabaster making his way up to the north.
I'm going to, is this a wall right here, this white part, or is this just decorative?
It is a wall.
Okay. Where is
But the door is open. The door is right by where Starlet is. So.
Okay. Well, I will assume that I see Alabaster walking by, and I'll peek my head out the door, and I'll look up and see Alabaster and Jester, and I'll say, "Hey, we've just vouched for you for now. Behave yourself. This is going to be on us if you don't behave yourself."
Okay. Outside the pearly white glow hallways is the appearance of Grand Alabaster, who is a curious sight to behold. He is still sporting his formal crimson red suit and tie matching his over-elaborated scarlet hair. He gazes upon these caverns with his small relic spectacles beaming with interest. Gloved hands are tucked behind him as if trying not to disturb anything that he is unfamiliar with. Oh, what a fascinating place you have found here! Not at all like the skyscrapers and warehouses that I'm more accustomed to. I wonder how much time it took these inhabitants to create such a sophisticated home. At the same exact time, it smells like war is billowing up from the cracks of these caves. The preparations for Coldheart should be underway just as muchly. As you wish. I won't touch a thing. Thank you for vouching for me. He seems to say this very cheerfully and keeps walking.
Where are you going?
I'm checking this place out. It's not every day that you get to walk into an elaborate maze like this.
Myles, what's in the next room? It's the Oracle, right?
It is actually, yes, you are correct. The Oracle. Queen
Alabaster,
Ananasa. Yes. He turns around.
Oh.
Yes.
Please stay with the group if you are going to be vouched by us. I understand that you are somewhat powerful, probably rather powerful, but I would rather be able to state that you are trying to think of the words, basically say, be able to... Sorry, my brain decided to 404.
Oh, you flatter me. You flatter me.
I would rather you stay with the group, both for my sake and yours. More for my sake, admittedly, but perhaps it would be fine if you asked a guard to accompany you. That way, I at least know where to find you.
I see what you mean. Rob or Jay, please roll your charisma, and I will allow empathy, expression, intimidation, or leadership.
I've got 2 empathy, and basically, yeah, so I'm going to do 2 empathy and charisma, so 60-10.
Yeah, 5 leadership and 4 charisma.
Okay.
Oh.
If you want to roll separately, you can do that too.
Let's roll separately, because I think yours is going to do way better than mine, but I still think it's best to have 2 exploding 10s.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness I get to explode that. Difficulty level 6?
Yes.
Well, I have 4 successes
All
for
right.
empathy.
1 success.
Okay. Let me roll for our good friend Gren. You said 4 successes?
For
Jay?
empathy, yes.
All right. Okay. Gren will kind of tilt his head towards Josie and say, "Ha ha ha! You flatter me, you flatter me. I'll tell you what. Why doesn't the team leader tell me what to do?" And he looks between the two of you. That's right. I think the team leader should tell me what to do. That way it's a little bit more official.
I'll
What'd you say?
shrug. I'll just shrug and look at Oliver.
That I'll say, it's best not to wander around. This is somebody's home, and there are people here who could get quite offended.
He does not seem affected by what Oliver has said, but is more amused and decides to kind of go along with it. Kind of pats Oliver on the shoulder and says, like, well, if that's what the team leader wants, then I will abide. Good show, good show. By the way, Rob, 6 successes on my end.
Okay, I figured.
He just kind of like leans against one of the walls and just kind of continues looking around curiously. It seems like he is pretending to obey the two of you for now, but only because he finds it amusing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Starlit will look to Arwen. Well, you have your book. You have your paper. Do you and your circle need time to think about this before I escort you out?
Before I answer out of game,
Mhm.
just to clarify, we said any wraith, right?
Correct. Any wraith.
Okay, good. I can just talk to this lady. All right. Arwen will turn to her and be like, "Well, yeah, we got the book. We'll figure something out. Yeah, I don't know.
I have an idea. This is your shadow speaking.
No, I'm not super excited about all your ideas, but I'm listening.
You know, I could teach you how to embody.
Darn it, I've always wanted to learn embody.
Oh, it's... I'm pulling up Pact of Doom details because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Mhm.
Let's see.
While this is happening,
Mhm.
you'll notice that Peter McGregor is changing into his more comfortable and familiar attire, including his death mask that you all seem to recognize. And the Earl, Fenwick, will also be getting out from his quote-unquote prison that he was confined in, even though they treated him very, very well. He was not treated like a prisoner. He was just kind of kept here.
Alright. Pact of Doom, where'd you go?
Oliver's shadow will stir within. You know, you haven't really asked any of your friends if they could cause a little bit of destruction on the other side. That's yeah, that's Oliver's shadow, by the way, that speaks to him.
Oh, yeah. I thought you brought up Earl Fenwick, and I thought you said that was, so I was thinking that Earl Fenwick said that.
No worries. So
Talking about Gren and all them.
Well, yeah. Remember, Starlet thinks that they're your friends. That's what I was trying to point out. What's wrong?
We need to destroy the book.
Yeah. You're not scared, are you?
Okay, Myles.
Yes.
Is there... my thought is... Can I motivate Gren Alabaster? Like, if I said, hey, want to destroy something?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I'm going to come out in the hallway.
He seems to be a very chaotic character.
Look to kind of walk across from Gren and lean on the wall across from him.
Okay.
And see
Oliver Berg! Oh. My contact number has been sent to the gift that I have placed with you. Write to me as often as you desire. The more information exchanged between us, the more clarity our separate goals will shimmer brightly. Oliver will feel his pager start to buzz, and you will, when you look down at it, you will get a new digital message that is ascribed on the small screen.
Okay.
On the small screen, and I'm going to put that in the chat for you to see. And of course, my cat is guarding the keyboard, so I can't type as quickly.
Character, do I need to know what his pager number is, or is that it just assume I'll know whose pager number is what? Because I'm wondering...
Rob, if you go to your inventory, or at least your breakdown for your character, click on two-way pager, and scroll down, and it'll say...
it shows.
Yep, those are your contacts right now.
Okay, good. So, okay, this is going to be kind of like a persuasion, or... Hold on, let me look up my character sheet here. It's not really a leadership thing, because I'm not telling him what to do. I'm trying to persuade him. So maybe more of a...
Charisma?
Diplomacy with charisma.
Okay.
I'm going to say... Well, first I'm going to ask him, can you affect things in the Skinlands?
I just might, yes. It's very important for someone like me to do that.
And then I'm going to say in a very sort of like, chipper and entertaining sort of way to tap into his more chaotic side, say, well, how would you like to destroy something for me? And then, or no, I'm not going to say for me. I'm like, how would you like to destroy something? Because I don't want to say for me like I'm commanding him. And then I'm going to make a charisma and diplomacy roll to like, make him say, oh yeah, this is something interesting to do. I've been sitting here all day. Like make it sound like something he can do that's fun and interesting and not like something he's going to want to charge us for. If that makes sense.
It does, yeah. Go ahead and make the roll. Go ahead and make the roll, and I will roll for Gren.
And then I'll say, well, and I'm not to Gren, to a certain voice in my head. This was your suggestions, so I'm wondering if you'd like to help me make it, help me carry it out.
Well, after your amazing performance of leadership earlier, you got it, dude. Let's go. See how much I'm willing to offer you. Let's go 5. Go all out. 5. I'm thirsty.
So that's 12 dice in all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, making the roll now. Difficulty 6?
Difficulty 6. I've already rolled for Gren Alabaster.
5, 6. Wait a minute, hold on.
So,
Wait, no, this doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it is 5. I don't know. It looked like the count was off. 5 successes.
Side note, Rob, when you rolled your dice on the board, my cat reacted to it and started following them.
Oh.
So it kind of made me laugh. So your 5 successes beats my 1. And he'll look at you and say, it depends on what that something is.
It's a book.
Ooh.
Let me show you. And then I'll kind of gesture into this room.
Gestures down the hallway.
You son of a... You know what I meant. Gesture, whenever someone makes a hand gesture, gesture's like, oh, they're talking to me.
You wanted to start a conversation, right?
And then I'll point to the book on the ground and say, we're hoping to bring that over to this side.
Ah, very good, very good. I will be using a specific power on this. Such a small, dainty thing. But if it must burn, then it must burn.
And then he just inhabits the lamp and breaks it anyway. We're like, son of a bitch!
And Starlet's like, damn it. Oh, that's great. So in this moment, you will notice that Gren will reach down with his gloved hand and pick up the book in his hand. He seems to be using a power of sorts. The other individual who is in the room will look very strangely at this, as if, seeing putting in the air is a little peculiar, but then he keeps reminding himself that's right, there are ghosts in this room, right? Cheekishly starts to grip a hold of it, and you'll start to see the book crumble in his hands. And it starts to warp and twist and break down. And before you know it, he'll actually light it on fire. And it'll start to burn in the Skinlands. This will cause both of the individuals in the Skinlands to kind of jump up as if, like, spooked. But then they'll notice that the book has completely disappeared and vanished from the Skinlands. It no longer is there. And Grand Alabaster will take the book and place it in his pocket. That seems like a fair enough trade, wouldn't you say? And you'll notice that Earl Fenwick is just like, And
Josie's sitting there, just like pinching her nose, like, God damn it.
Gren will put his hands behind his back.
Well, no, before he leaves, I'm going to say,
Sure.
well, no, we actually needed that book.
Well, I am with your circle, so whenever you need it, let me know.
We need it now.
Oh. What are we doing? Are we headed somewhere? A new adventure, I hope.
Yes, but we need the book for the maps.
The book's integral to us being able to carry out our plans, which would assist your plan.
I like the way that you weave this. That works for me. So who needs the paper?
Earl Fenwick, if you please.
I'm not familiar with that person. Is that the one with the rabbit head?
And I'll gesture towards.
Gesture will come down the hallway.
Fuck. I will make a hand motion and towards Earl and say he would need the papers.
Arwen Shadow pipes up saying, Arwen, take the paper from his hand. Shake his hand.
No, I'm good. This dude, I need to talk to Oliver before I say anything to this man.
Grand Alabaster will pull out the book from his coat and hand it over to Earl Fenwick. Well, it appears that you're part of the circle too. Earl Fenwick kind of winces when he says this. He's like, yes, so glad to be on board. After Gren has relinquished the book, he will put his hands back behind his back again and start walking towards the hallway. Seems to have a tune on his head. Before he leaves, he'll look over to Oliver and say, by the way, did you recognize the message that I paged you?
Hold on, let me scroll up. Are you asking me if I got the message?
You did get the message. He was asking you if you recognized the statement that he sent you.
What do I have to roll to understand that statement?
It can be your wits and enigmas. I'll also accept science.
Okay, I'll just do enigmas and wits.
And wits. Okay, sounds good.
Willpower do I have?
I believe you have 2 points of willpower left.
Might have chances to regain it. I'm going to spend a point of willpower on this.
Okay. Go ahead and re-roll up to 3 dice.
Okay, 1 success.
Okay. You will recognize this statement that he has written to you is from a famous poem. The poet was named Ella Wilcox. Unfortunately, you don't remember the poem word for word, but you do remember the author of the poem and basically who wrote it.
Something tied to what we did previously.
No.
Okay, well that was a waste of willpower.
So, do you recognize the statement that I sent you?
Ah, yes. Ella Wilcox. And I'll put on my monocle. Quite the poet.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. You are smarter than you look. Not the best leader, but smart. The poem goes, laugh, and the world laughs with you. Weep, and you weep alone. For the sad old earth must borrow its mirth, but has trouble enough of its own. Sing, and the hills will answer. Sigh, it is lost on the air. The echoes bound to a joyful sound, but shrink from voicing care. He gives a little bow from his performance.
Oh, clap.
Thank you. Let me know if you need more books burned.
Will do.
Fahrenheit 433. And he just starts to hum to himself as he walks down the hallway.
I'm just gonna go back to Earl Fenwick and say, so sorry about all that. What are the chances we could get you to find us a map? Or draw us a map?
I think that is very doable. Might I do it somewhere besides this place?
You know, that is A-okay with me.
Good. I've been kind of cooped up here for several days, and I kind of want to leave.
Entirely understandable. I will look to Starlet and be like, it seems my friend here would prefer to be elsewhere, which is understandable. Do you have any recommendations as to where we should go? Starlet.
Oh,
Starlet.
Yeah. Starlet will look to you and say, like, back to your ship?
Fair enough. I didn't know if there was any other place you wanted us to be, so I will go ahead and head back to our ship.
Okay.
But before we leave, Arwen's gonna look at Oliver and be like, "Hey, you know that's the guy who like helped kidnap you?" No,
Yeah.
You had like your sexy time or whatever.
Yes.
You're just okay with that?
I'm not okay with that, but circumstances being what they are, the motivations that led to him doing that are different than they are now, and we have bigger fish to fry.
A lot of things happened when I was gone, did they?
Well, I mean, I think our mission remains the same, and it seems he has his own designs against Coldheart, and at this point, anyone we can get on our side for this would be a big help. I'm not saying I'm best friends with him or that I really approve of his way of doing things. I'm just trying to find the best path forward.
Oliver gets a message on his pager, by the way.
There's no way he could hear that, but I'll read the message. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, because Arwen has no idea what it says. She's just gonna be like, "Oh, what about this other person that you mentioned? They also kidnap you?"
Who?
I don't know. I don't know who the other person is. I haven't seen him yet.
You mean Gesture?
Yeah.
No, Gesture's from Ikebukuro. We met him. He kind of helped us get back into the bar on our way out of town and has been tagging along ever since. I believe you might have seen him on the streets when we were heading to where we needed to go from Ikebukuro.
Okay. He didn't explain like why he wants to stick around. It just seems weird that all of a sudden there's like random people that's like, hey, let's join our circle. You know, it doesn't seem. It's kind of fishy, don't you think?
Refresh my memory. Like what he helped us in his payment was to tag along.
He picked up your mask of killing, for lack of a better description, when Bronson had dropped it on the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, not Bronson. Josie
dropped
Bronson
it,
picked it up.
Bronson's trying to get it.
Bronson picked the mask up.
Yes, so Bronson picked up the mask that Josie had dropped. Jester came over and said, for silence, and not telling anyone that you have that particular item, how about I join you? And everyone agreed. He also paid the way for your bouncer fee.
Well, he paid our bouncer fee, and he agreed to stay silent over a particular item we have that was dropped. So, no, I don't fully trust him, but that was part of the bargain, and we're sort of kind of hitting the end game and pressed for any help we can get. We're kind of desperate, at this point, I think.
Okay. She'll just start walking away.
And I'll kind of maybe as she's walking away and sort of cock my head like.
Okay. Everyone seems to be going down the hallway. Everyone will notice that as your escort is bringing you further down, Gren will turn to Jester and squeeze his cheek on his right side and will pat his face a couple times and say, "Smile, my boy. You know you're not fully dressed if you're not wearing one." And continues walking. Gren will wait until Alabaster has taken a few paces away from him and give him the middle finger.
I'm assuming that
hold
I'm
on. You said
walking
Gren will wait until Alabaster has taken a few paces from him.
Oh, sorry.
Jester.
Jester will wait until Gren has taken a few paces away from him and give him the middle finger.
Oh, I thought Gren split into two people and then flicked himself off. No.
I will be side-eyeing.
So many NPCs.
I'll be side-eyeing Grin when he does that to Jester, and then smile real big when Jester gives him the middle finger.
Okay. Does anyone say anything to Jester as they're walking down the hallway from him?
Nope.
Yes.
All right, what does Oliver say to Jester?
You coming along?
Yeah. In due time.
What does that mean?
So, Jester stands before you, lifting his cowboy light hat up a smidge to get a better view of the surroundings. He is wearing a loose, dark paisley bandana across his left eye, a red scarf wrapped warmly around his neck, and an outfit and vestment similar to that of a bartender or casino dealer. He appears to be pulling out a new relic cigarette and lighting it up with the snap of his finger.
Okay.
Well, what an interesting place your circle has found here. Figured I'd take a moment and look around.
Well, you should know that though these people you see here, it doesn't really belong to us. So I wouldn't call it a place we've found. And the people who own it seem to want us out of here. And I should warn you, though they may be in the Skinlands, they are quite adept at working on this side. And I don't think you want to be wandering around here too much. It might be best if we just went. And then I'll I'm going to sort of hint that if he wants to stay behind, he's not just this. He's not going to have free for all because, I mean, if I know correctly, Anasazi are pretty good at dealing with the spirit world.
Okay.
So he's kind of putting himself at danger. Like, if you stay here, you're going to get messed up. I guess this would be intimidation slightly.
Okay.
I'm going to, while he's saying that to
Jester.
Rin, I'm going, not Jester, Rin. While he's saying that to Jester, I'm going to follow alongside Starlet and murmur to her, if he stays here when we leave, I no longer claim him as Nakama. And I recommend, if he stays here, to escort him out and let Grandmother Anna know of his presence. He is rather powerful and rather a chaotic being.
She nods her head in understanding. Jester will look to Oliver.
Can I make my roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Five successes.
Okay. Just as Oliver is about to put his foot down to insist, Jester will start walking down the hallway with his lit cigarette and just kind of looks and says, Fine. You're the boss.
I'll take that for what it is. It's not worth, if he's doing what needs to be done, then I consider that a success. So let's continue out.
Okay.
He can smoke his cigarette and be the Fonz all he wants, as long as he's doing it on our boat.
Okay.
That said, I'm going to kind of keep a pace so I'm the last person walking out.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll reiterate to Starlet that applies to both Alabaster and Jester, but let her know that Rin Alabaster is the greater chaotic threat. If they don't leave with us.
Okay. See, Starlet kind of like looks at you like, what? Why are you with these people?
That's why I claimed them.
They sound dangerous.
I thought you were going to say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I say that's why I claim them as nakama, not friends.
When I said I was going to keep a pace, so I was the last person out, I thought you were going to say, I want you to know that if Oliver doesn't leave, he's no longer nakama.
No, not Oliver. Oliver's fine, but specifically this little asshole, this little chaos gremlin. I don't trust him much more further than I can throw him, but for the time being, our goals align.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
So we need to run one more important scene.
Everyone roll initiative.
So we will be going back into a very familiar looking area where the Ananasi have set up it's like a ritualistic looking room. While you are walking down the stairs, Jester will look to Arwen and Oliver and say, This place reminds me of my infanthood. Confined, structured, and indoctrinated. Simply sickening. He just mutters that as if speaking only to himself and absent of an audience, which just happens to be yourself included.
And where was that?
Hmm?
And where
Oh,
was that?
I come from a place that embraces both the living labyrinth and the very pillars of oblivion. More importantly than where I come from is what I admire around me. As a former Doomslayer, I can tell you with honesty, the further I am from the labyrinth, the less fascinated I become. I'll put that in the chat, by the way.
So he's the Doomslayer, like in Doom? Sorry. Do we know what a Doomslayer is?
If you have the occult, you can make a roll.
Well, did everyone hear that?
It seems like he was muttering that to you and Arwen.
Okay.
Because you seem to be walking down a different set of stairs than everybody else.
Well, I don't have the occult, so I don't know what
I do, but Arwen's not interacting with him. She's just listening. Like, can I make the roll?
Yes, you may.
Okay, that's intelligence and occult.
Yes.
I also, after this, I do have something else to say to him before we leave this scene. So
Sure.
1 success.
One success. You will remember from when you were learning to become a wraith that your mentor had mentioned that Doomslayers were legionnaires from the hierarchy who were sent to the labyrinth of oblivion to fight off specters and attack them in their own home. So Doomslayers are basically the SWAT team that is sent to Oblivion to take out as many specters as they can. You recall that there was something about their mannerisms and what kind of happens to them the longer they spend in the labyrinth, but that part kind of escapes your mind of what that was.
Okay, and this is Gesture that's talking to us?
Yeah, Gesture is
Okay.
the one who said he was a Doomslayer when Oliver asked him, where was that? Rob,
Okay.
you said you wanted to state something to him?
maybe it's not at all anymore. But I'm going to state you mention order, yet bring up being close to the labyrinth. I wouldn't think the two have much to do with each other.
You're mentioning the...
Well, he said something about what is the place. I kind of asked about the place he grew up in, and then he mentioned initially he mentioned order environment, and then he's saying talking about the labyrinth and oblivion, and I'm just going to kind of make an observation that you mentioned extreme order, yet I wouldn't think the labyrinth or oblivion would have much of that.
Well, when I was an infant, I was raised in whatever it is, Stygia, the hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
So very confined, very structured, very indoctrinated. The labyrinth is far different, though. One of the reasons why I became a Doomslayer.
Okay. So a Doomslayer is with the hierarchy.
Correct.
Okay. Well, what made you stop being a Doomslayer?
Is this an interview?
No, but I figured I'm interested in your past, and I figured if you were bringing it up, I might as well ask and express interest.
He kind of leans into Oliver at this point. And he says, you ever meet those people in the Skidlands who enjoy collecting butterflies and bugs in a glass frame with needles sticking through their abdomens? That was me. And he keeps walking.
Kind of nod and think on that. Considering he seems like the exact opposite of the kind of person who would do that now. Wait, I thought we were going the other way.
You are not going to the Queen Ananasa. You are
Oh, wait,
leaving...
this is a statue.
This is a statue.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. So as we go into the room that has a giant statue looking like a spider, with a large, glowing, crystallized form in the center of it, Gren will take a moment and stare at it with admiration. He seems to be reaching his gloved hand out towards it, as if trying to touch it. So this is it. This is what they're all so interested in. Simply admirable.
Reminds me of my childhood. No, I'm sorry. I'm like, look, if you want to talk about your childhood, just talk about it. No, I'm just kidding.
Since Josie and Oliver have made their way over to Gren, you will get a glimpse inside of that crystal form, and you will see what appears to be an archangel that is frozen in motion and can't move.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
And Gren just stands there, almost like trying to place his hand, but can't, of the form that is the archangel inside the crystal. Such a thing. Such a beautiful thing. Can stir up so many emotions. And he starts to walk away from it. Seems to be conniving something in his mind. He'll notice both Oliver and Josie standing there. Josie, was it?
Yes.
Names seem to slip by me like a streamline sometimes. But honestly, not yours. I admire a young wraith who knows how to conjure up some chaos when the seas are far too calm. Especially during a rough storm. I'd be very interested in seeing what you are capable of against the Shadow Eaten.
Out of character, Shadow Eaten is the specters, right?
Correct.
Well, I'm certain you'll find out soon enough if you are joining us. Are you joining us?
For the time being, yes.
I see. And I see that this entity has caught your attention.
Oh, yes.
Do I
This is
presume that? Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, this is the very thing that destroyed California. This is the very thing that basically sunk his entire family down into the depths.
Fabulous.
How does that make you feel, Oliver?
What does it look like in there?
Inside the crystal?
Yeah.
It looks like...
Peaceful, trapped, suffering.
He seems to be kind of like...
Is this like an amber thing with the bug caught inside?
Yes.
Except for it's archangel and red, whatever it is.
Correct. He seems perplexed.
Flex.
Mm-hmm. The archangel seems perplexed.
I guess I'll just respond with, I think I'm happier seeing him trapped in there than out here and wandering about.
So, Josie, the wildlings love a whirlwind of chaos just as much as we do.
Yes, I do prefer to exist while causing chaos. And a chaos of my own choosing rather than the destruction of an archangel.
I think you'll find that destroying such a thing is not easy to do, which is probably why the Queen has encapsulated him the way that she has. However, I can name a couple of people who would really like to get this archangel out of its crystal form right now. In fact, I could probably name an entire assembly of people who would love to get it out of its prison.
I am certain that you do. I don't suppose you are feeling up to naming names?
Oliver, do you know what wildlings are?
Do I? I don't think I do.
No, probably not.
Roll intelligence.
Wildlings are the spirits of primordial chaos and natural disorder. Does it surprise you that wraiths are so strongly attached to the chaotic energies surrounding and binding the Shadowlands and the Skinlands alike?
No.
Gren will cups one of his clawed hands in front of you with a calm demeanor, causing a decent-sized fireball to appear above his hand, spiraling and twisting with pandemonium and blazing with the surrounding particles of heat. Wildfire, Gren says simply to you, is what keeps our specters at bay, and our nightmares more interesting for others. With a snap of his finger, the flame above his hand extinguishes and becomes a figment of smoke and cinders. Josie, if you're ever interested, and get the strong sense that you are interested, perhaps we can undergo an exchange that will benefit your circle. Especially when it comes down to funeral rites.
Oh. Well, you do seem rather a chaotic fellow, and I do appreciate that.
Of course,
I'm not sure what you would want from me, seeing as you are quite powerful, but I'm interested to hear what you want and what you're offering.
As I mentioned earlier, I'd just be very interested to see what you are capable against the Shadow Eden.
Ah, well.
Like I said, you've got a funeral coming up before you know it, and he pats Oliver on the shoulder as he walks by and says that.
We've lost Oliver once before. I would really rather not do it again. He keeps losing our things, and I'll just kind of nudge Oliver with my shoulder to show that I'm just teasing him.
How does Oliver react to what Gren has said?
In what regards?
Saying that...
Implying that you're going to die soon.
Applying that you're going to die soon, and also that Josie would have to be the one who destroys you.
Is he an oracle that I know of?
Not to your knowledge.
Well, then, in that case, I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt. I think what she says is a good point. I've been destroyed before, and I assume if it happens, it'll be for a good reason.
Okay.
I guess I would say I don't really. Oliver maybe kind of just lets it wash over him because he doesn't really have time right now to ruminate on whether or not he's going to die in the future.
Okay. Gren will walk up to Arwen, extends a hand to shake her hand. Arwen! Fellow Mnemos and Torchbearer.
Fellow Mnemos.
I'll shake his hand.
Okay. Roll 3d10 for me.
I'm alright with this.
I know, right? I gotta roll my willpower.
1 success.
You said 1 success?
Yes.
Okay. You will not transfer any angst to Gren.
Darn.
And he kind of strangely enough, as he shakes your hand, he actually looks down at your hands as if noticing something, but kind of grins with it and goes along with it. So glad we've had a chance to converse. When you are prepared, and I don't believe you are quite yet, I will be more than happy to transfer my memories of Charon to your hallowed collection. I will not... Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I will not hand such a valuable myriad of knowledge to a Mnemos until they are willing to sacrifice a part of themselves. Just as I have done to become the gaunt that I am today.
Did you sacrifice your sanity?
Gren will carefully unbutton the dress jacket sleeve and curl back the garment that is decorated on his very dainty limbs. The rightmost arm that he shows you appears to be that of a completely different being. It possesses a foreign skin color that does not match Gren's pale white body frame. There are various meticulous sigils carved into the arm, glowing with dark energy and malicious power. The arm is very toned and fairly muscular, even though it appears to be sewn on and attached with brightly blood-colored pins, grafting the limb to Gren's skinny frame of a body. This here, for example, is the flux arm of an alchemist in Prague during the 1945 bombing raids. And over here now, he will unbutton his other arm and expose that to you with the pulling up the sleeve. It is his left arm that he reveals that appears to be a beautiful tanned color with seemingly perfect muscle tone and a splash of tinted freckles. Again, this is grafted and sewn onto Gren's pale skinny body. A gift and a blessing from a masker from a 1988 Borsellino demonstration. Plastique on the highways, etc., etc. My point being, dearest Arwen, is that there is very little left of myself that hasn't been bound and moliated to create the paragon that you see before you. I can barely recall what I used to look like before I began the Arcanos implant process. It has made me very powerful and prolonged my afterlife beyond the regular threshold. So, darling, if you wish to obtain my memories of Charon, willingly, I wish to see you reconstruct yourself in this manner. That way I am ensured of your protection of such a rare indulgence. I want there to be insurance wrapped tightly around those memories. If you can accomplish this small trifle, then consider the exchange mutual. I do not recommend any alternative. And he releases your hand, and you get like a cold shiver down your spine.
Myles, does it remind me of when I went through my destructive harrowing?
In what way?
No. Just the way that his body is put together. Similar to what I saw.
It is strangely very foreshadowing. It seems to be like almost like your harrowing was like a foreshadowing of this exchange.
Okay.
As if it was like kind of warning you of some of the costs that come.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Does Arwen say anything to Gren after he's offered this?
No, she'll just give a nod of acknowledgement at this point.
Okay. Circle will make its way back to the Naglfar, which I will move us over. And everyone will be happy to know that I have actually made a lower deck. It's only taken a few months, but if you ever want to go down to the lower deck to visit Sato, I have that map ready as well. But we will start off at the upper level of the Naglfar with your captain, Hector Morris. The first mate still seems to be intact. Lichard seems to be on board as well. Doesn't really trust the island as much as you guys do. And for the first time ever, Earl Fenwick looks like he's been freed. And then he stands on the boat going, oh god. I don't know which I prefer. Grand Alabaster will board the boat as well. And so will Jester, who seems to be all the way at the front of the ship and wants to have the best view. Hector Morris will look to the circle. So, where to?
What was the... Pendlebury, Salford, Greater Manchester.
Oh, very specific.
Yes.
I'm guessing there's a specific spot that I'm looking for out there?
Agecroft.
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 Yes. Something about a field of wild celery.
Okay. With this mentioned, your ferryman will activate his Argos and start to branch his powers out into the ship itself, allowing it to take direction. You'll feel the winds start to blow in the sails, and they will raise the anchor and start to make their way. Oliver's shadow will slightly cackle and say, wow, I can't believe you spared that lamp, man. Good for you. Good for you. Just to answer your question, Jay, out loud, there will be. Yes, there will be. I need everybody to roll 1d20 for me. My favorite part of the ship.
I'm to activate my leash.
Well, Nicole, you want to spend a willpower?
Yeah. We're going for extremes.
Nicole, do you want to roll blow a willpower for that?
I mean, I kind of don't because I'm very low on willpower.
Yes, you are. I don't know if you want to keep that botch though,
I know.
especially when traveling across the sunless sea.
I know. Okay. Yeah, I guess
All right.
so.
All right. You may re-roll that d20. Okay, that's better. So thankfully, with 2 critical successes and 1 really good success, the trip will actually not be as dangerous as we thought it would be. However, Jay, would you like to activate something while we are traveling?
You know what? Not this time.
Okay.
This was entirely too hysterical.
It would be very mean-spirited to punish the players after such great dice rolls, right?
Exactly, yes.
I understand. All right. So right now you guys have a ton of NPCs on the Naglfar. Does anyone wish to interact with anyone? It looks like the Earl Fenwick has started drawing his maps for you. But if anyone wants to interact with any of the NPCs on the upper floor or lower floor, you may do so at this time. Let me know. Or you can interact with each other too. This is a good opportunity to get your get some pathos back if you want to Roleplay a little.
That's a good idea, because I could use some pathos. So, actually looking at my sheet real quick.
Certainly. Rob, it looks like you are about to push Jester off the ship.
Yes.
Okay.
Roll initiative. No.
So, Rob, as you are going over to Jester, what was there something that you were going to say to him, or were you just going to observe him?
I was gonna walk up next to him and kind of strike up a conversation.
Certainly. He seems to be singing a song to himself. So, as you're walking up, you kind of like listen to the lyrics of his song, and it's sing a song of sixpence, pocket full of rye, 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was open, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king? And he looks over to you. Ah, see you again.
Do I recognize that song?
Yeah, it's a nursery rhyme.
Yeah, but where's it from?
It's like an English nursery rhyme from like the 13th century.
I'll say nice rhyme.
Oh, thanks. I can't say that I can take credit for writing it.
Does it hold any special meaning for you?
It might have special meaning for you.
How do you figure?
Not everyone who calls themselves an oracle is the only oracle that exists here in the Shadowlands. I hope you've realized that by now.
Well, it seems there's multiple oracles,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not.
Obviously. What can I do for you, Oliver?
I don't know. We haven't talked a lot since you joined our team, and I'd like to get to know you more.
Well, what would you like to know about me?
I guess, wait, maybe, I don't know. Where are you from? You from Ikebukuro originally?
I'm from Stygia. Did you forget that?
Wait, no, Jester didn't say he was from Stygia.
Yes, he did.
Gren said he's from Stygia.
No, Gren is not from Stygia.
Oh, Jester had that conversation in the room.
Yes, he did.
Okay, well then I'll stop. I'm not gonna. I'll take etiquette on that just because.
Okay.
Then I'll say. So, what brought you to Ikebukuro?
Let me ask you a question, Oliver.
Sure, go ahead.
Since I was able to hear you in your circle in the hallway talking about me, I couldn't help but hear you mention the word heretic, and wondering if I was a part of the heretics.
When did I say that, Myles? I don't remember saying he might be a heretic.
It was toward the beginning of games when you were asking, is that guy associated with the heretics or not?
I thought I asked it because it was more of a metagame question. Do we know he's with the heretics? Because
Gotcha.
I know he's with the heretics, but from the previous game session, but I don't remember if he revealed it at any point in this game session.
Okay. I take that back then. We will...
This is a conversation of etiquettes.
I know. So he will etiquette that, and he'll look to you and say, well, there's not much to tell. I used to be a Doomslayer, now I'm not. I'd like to go back to Stygia sometime. There's a place that I'd like to visit when I get a chance.
So who do you run with lately, then, since leaving your job as a Doomslayer? Seems like a big life change.
Well, I go where the money goes. I figured that whoever has the most profitable and most powerful vision, the more money in my pocket there seems to be.
So you wouldn't really call yourself an inherent of anyone?
No, not necessarily.
Yet you see profit in us.
I do, yes.
Well, that's encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really used to that. I
Well, take it as a compliment then.
think I will.
Just checking in with the other players. Nicole or Jay, was there anyone that you wanted to speak to or interact with on the ship?
Before that,
Yeah.
right as you'd started doing Oliver's scene, I realized, that whole empathy thing where I rolled pretty well, relying on someone and being relied on. Could I roll for that for Pathos for that previous scene, since Grin actually, I was able to rely on Grin to actually follow through with what he said?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll 3d10 for me.
Hooray! 1 second here. Roll 3d10. Ooh, difficulty 6, right?
Correct.
2 successes.
All right. You will gain 2 pathos back.
Hooray! All right, and so, Arwen, did you have anything you wanted to do? Because I kind of have an idea, but I could fine-tune my words better.
I wanted to have 2 conversations. One with Ren, but then also one with the Circle. But Oliver ran away, so I can't.
Do you want to speak to Gren first?
Unless Josie, did you have something you needed to say to me first, or?
No, your shadow's saying, "Shake all their hands."
I'm touching nobody. I'm interacting and touching no one.
Like,
They're
hey
all
guys, let's play
right.
tag.
That's a good idea, actually.
Oh my god.
All right, I'll let you do your thing so I can fine-tune my thoughts a little bit better.
Patty cake.
Okay.
Patty cake. No.
Hello.
Hi.
What can I do for you?
I wanted to talk to you now that we have some time more about that Arcanos implant process that you wanted me to go through.
Of course. I'm so glad that you've taken an interest in it.
Well, I wanted to get more information about it first.
Certainly. What would you like to know?
Well, for one, where would I even go to get that done?
I'd be more than happy to perform the procedure myself. I've conducted it on my own body several times. And I dare say you'll never find another masker who has the skills and proficiency that I do.
How, and no offense, but how can I know for sure you actually have Carolyn's memories? We were never told about you, so I don't really know if you have them or not.
You'll hear a voice speak in the back of your head. It sounds like Gren's voice, and his mouth is obviously shut when he speaks to you this way. If you hadn't heard of me, that means that I'm doing my job really well.
Am I able to respond back without using any pathos?
You may respond back, yes, and you can speak in your mind, or you can just speak out loud.
I will speak in my mind and say, but it could also mean that you're lying.
Say that again, Nicole, I missed it.
She says in her mind, but that could also mean that you're lying.
Now that you mention it, I guess I could have taken the body parts of a Mnemos and attached it to myself, allowing me to use their powers, as it were. What can I do to prove myself to you?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
It's something that I'll have to think of, but just the idea of doing this implant process seems pretty high when I don't know for sure that I'll actually get what I need.
If it helps encourage you towards taking the process more seriously, you should know that, and I'm trying to find the book that actually has this, and I may have to look for it on my own time, but yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to look it up on my own. So he will pull out of his pocket what appears to be a small pin. The pins that were attached to his arm when he had showed his fake arms to you. And he says, I will say, if this is a little bit of an encourager, that once these pins have attached the Arcanos implant onto your body, these small little pins are capable of soaking up all the angst in you when the time comes. Nothing permanent, I should say, but extremely useful. So basically he's telling you that in order for the Arcanos implant to take place on your body, it has to be fused with these small blood-looking pins. And once they're attached to you, you have a tendency to basically soak up the angst into the pin and use it for other purposes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to practice with this one? Maybe wear it around a little bit and see what it's like? That way we can get to know each other a little better.
Let's hold off on that for right now. But
He
I
seems
am
to-
considering
yeah.
it.
He seems to be looking at your earlobe as if like trying to see a nice place where he can kind of like install this pin into your body so that you can experience the niceties. But he refrains. He doesn't do anything forceful. Just kind of looks at you and says, well, let me know when you change your mind.
Will do.
Mm-hmm. Jay, you may make that roll, yes.
Excellent.
Mhm.
I will wait till we're, off the ship. But
Of course.
regardless, I do have 3 things I wanted to do. Arwen, were you done? Or Nicole, were you done?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. So I have 3 things I wanted to talk to, or 3 people I wanted to talk to. First, I wanted to make my way over to Hector Morris and, give my regards and say hello, how are you, etc. Small talk.
Certainly.
Because that's what you do when you're on a ship.
Of course.
And then also inquire if he had or if he knew anyone that had paper for sale.
Mm.
I'm
He looks
guessing
to you
not.
and-
Good.
Yeah, he looks to you and says, no, unfortunately, hasn't come up.
Well, I don't suppose you know about writing implements?
I think you can talk to Sato about that.
Oh, that's right, Sato. I was, actually out of character. Jay remembers that Jay wanted to ask Sato about seeing if or ask him about the, repairing the bow since I have that, and I couldn't remember what he said last time, so
Okay.
I'll add that to the last of my list.
Okay.
But then I will just be like, thanks for your time, and be like, it was good to see you again, and I'm going to go fuck off and talk to other people now.
You do that. And he just focuses back on the steering of the ship.
Alright, and then I'm assuming that by this point, Jester is done talking to Oliver.
Yeah, you can join the 2 of them if you want to.
So what I wanted to ask Jester,
Mhm.
I was like, so I noticed that scene back there where Grin decided to pinch your cheek like he was a granny. It kind of implies that you've maybe been around each other for quite a while. Is there
No.
anything you can tell me about Grin Alabaster?
Gren, he's just an interesting guy who appeared in a slightly boring portion of my Shadowland life. There's always fireworks lighting up wherever that guy travels. I just want to be there when they finally explode and show off their true colors.
Okay. Well, that is fair enough. He does seem rather chaotic. Do you happen to know what Arcanos he is familiar with?
He is a Nemoi that specializes in Mnemosis. As he has shown you with his arms, he is capable of a Arcanos art that was long lost and is forbidden by the hierarchy called Flux. I'll put that in the chat for everybody.
Interesting.
He, as he's shown you with his other arm, he is also capable of molliation. Likes doing surgery.
I noticed that.
And from the other times that I've spent with him, I have seen him do things along the lines of Phantasm and Pandemonium. And he has this other art. I haven't confirmed it 100% because it's another one of those forbidden arts by the hierarchy. But sometimes when he speaks to people, he seems to know exactly what they want and what they need. And if it isn't, and if he misses the marker, then he makes them want it. Sound familiar to you?
It does, but I can't remember why. I'm going to very briefly look at my book because I don't think it is.
Hey.
What's up?
Does Oliver say anything, by the way, when he says this? Rob, are you?
Sorry, what was it? Come again.
Did Oliver say anything when Gesture spoke about the Arcanos that he has seen Gren use?
No, I'm just kind of listen.
Okay.
You're referring to Flux?
No, the other one.
He had mentioned that Gren has a power in which he seems to know what people want and what they need, and if he misses the marker, if that is not what they want, then he makes them want it.
No, I'm not going to say anything to that. I am just going to keep that information myself, and eventually maybe use that against him.
Okay.
Myles?
Good to know. Yes.
As her shadow, am I allowed to give information that I know? Or hint at information that I know?
You are, yes.
In that case, Josie, doesn't it sound like something Oliver does? I was going to say this before you mentioned it, Rob. That's what I made a little comment there.
No, I think it's good timing, actually.
Then I'm just gonna kind of side-eye Oliver. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut for now, though, because I'm just like,
yeah.
This is not my secret to tell, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah, Jester will look to the two of you and say, but the good news is it's a forbidden art, so none of us would be capable of something like that.
I'm gonna look at Josie and say, yeah, it's probably quite rare.
I'm just going to be like all deadpan.
While I'm responding to Gesture, I'm looking at Josie to say that, to sort of respond to the side eye, but also talk to Gesture.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like, apparently not rare enough, and I'm hoping that my words are to be implied that that's about Grin and not Oliver. But I appreciate that information. It sounds
absolutely.
like Grin is... I was wondering if Grin had pandemonium personally, since that is something I am strongly affiliated with myself. And I wasn't sure what exactly he was offering, but since you tell me he does have pandemonium, that does sound like he would be a contact worth having, if a rather volatile contact.
Yeah, he's talking about wildfire.
Extremely volatile.
So, if he decides to be an asshole about it, you can always ask me, and I can share that knowledge with you.
Oh, do you also practice the arts of pandemonium?
Yeah, I'm a haunter just like any other. There's nothing special about my methodologies, but I do appreciate a pretty artifact. More than some ingots and turning gears. The more plasmatic, the better.
Plasmatic artifacts.
Mm-hmm. Or just artifacts in general. Makes for good trade.
I'm, in game, I'm putting on my thinking face, and out of the game, I am looking at my inventory sheet.
That's fine.
I don't think I have any plasmatic items, but I will certainly keep that in mind.
Please do.
Hold on, I'm gonna add Jester has pandemonium.
So Jester will look over to Oliver and say, so, as you know, a nice shiny coin will go a long way as far as hiring me for some work. You guys are a little short-handed right now. Maybe I can come along with you on your next trip.
Checking my inventory that it does not have Obelai.
I will ask, what is your going rate, by the way, for your assistance on our travels?
Well, let's see how lucky you are. Pulls out a six-sided die and rolls it. 1 second. Well, you just happen to be lucky today. My going rate is 4 Obelai.
4 Obelai. And is this per trip?
Yeah.
You know what? I will happily hand over 4 of my Obelai for you to join us.
Sounds like a deal. You won't regret it.
Is there a place on the ship where I could talk to Josie without anyone else overhearing?
There's Sato's lower level.
Okay. Well, I'll wait until we start to walk away, but I'll kind of say... that's what I want to kind of get...
I was going to mention to you guys, it looks like Arwen wants to have a conversation with the two of you somewhere private.
Well, I want to get Josie somewhere private before we bring Arwen in.
Okay.
Don't worry, I've got that covered.
So sad.
I'll be like, Jester, since you are joining us, I will talk to you on land. For now, I've got some business to take care of, and I was hoping to talk to Sato about writing instruments and his going rate for repair. So,
sounds good.
Did you need anything from me before I head over?
Just hold on to my offer if you decide to change your mind.
Change my mind about
learning wildfire.
Oh, wildfire! Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely keeping that in my back pocket. But since you're joining us, I think I'm going to hold off on that until a later time after I've taken care of my other business.
Sounds like a plan. No worries. And he starts walking out to the
And just dies. No.
yeah, and he does have his left and his right arm out to balance himself, but you can tell that he's going to be perfectly fine just the way he is. And he just wants to feel the wind.
I'm going to go wrestle with a kraken.
Oh, I see you want to play wrestling, and just jumps in the water.
All right, well, I'm going to head down to Sato.
Okay.
I'll follow Josie down to Sato.
Okay.
Arwen is going to see them walking away. Like, she was gonna like put her hand out and kind of like wave to them, but when she sees them leave without her, she's gonna kind of look sad. And then
Okay.
look
Gren will move his face in front of you as if, like, you know, wondering if you were distracted by something, and it's just like, well, that was very impolite of you. We're having a conversation.
Do I see this happening? Because I was walking towards, I hadn't actually gone down yet. And I'm assuming I'm looking around, you know.
Yeah. You can tell that Arwen is having a conversation with Grand Alabaster, but she is kind of giving you this look of like, I need to get out of this somehow.
Okay.
Kind of like that look someone gives you at a party to say, like, can we go?
All right, well then I will tell Oliver, say, hey, can you go down to Sato and I'll meet you there in a minute? I'm gonna get Arwen.
We need to talk for a second.
Just us?
Yes.
Okay, then I will look up to Arwen and hold up 2 fingers and mouth 2 minutes.
Okay. Nicole, do you respond to that?
She will still look sad. And she will look at Ren and say, I want the pin.
What about the pin?
Do it. I want the pin. And she just motions to her ear.
Fantastic! He walks over to one of the barrels that's on the ship and just kind of like pats it with his hand. Go ahead and put your face down on this barrel. We'll get this going.
You know what? She's gonna do it.
All right. So Arwen will place her ear onto the barrel. Alabaster will pull out the pin that he had motioned at earlier. You don't feel anything because you are a wraith and you don't feel pain, but you do get this kind of sensory experience when he drives the pin into your ear as a new piercing along your ear. Jay.
Yes?
I need you to make a roll for me.
Oh no.
When this happens, yeah. 1 second.
Initiative roll.
We're going into combat.
The Kraken.
No. Yeah.
The soul.
The Kraken is very, very interested in you guys. I need you to roll 4d10 for me.
Okay. Oh, I am so sorry.
How'd you do?
I'm assuming difficulty level 6 and I don't get to explode 10s?
You do not get to explode 10s. No.
I can get 3 successes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Sorry, Arwen.
Actually, I'm more sorry for you. You will lose 3 points of angst.
Oh.
And it will actually be transferred into this pin the moment that it strikes her corpus.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Once the angst has been transferred into the pin, Alabaster will use his Moliate skills to seal the wound, the aggravated damage that he had done to your ear. That way we don't have to worry about, rolling for damage or anything. But he immediately heals your ear using his Moliate. And you now have this blood pin earring in your ear that seems to be holding 3 points of angst inside of it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Rob and Nicole, if you want to run your scene right now, go for it.
Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob and Jay. Rob and Jay, thank you.
All right, so assuming that we just go down there before we get, or right as we enter, or go downstairs, but before we hit up Sato,
Yeah.
I will say, "What's up? What did you need to talk to me about?"
Have you personally noticed anything off with Arwen?
Arwen?
Yes.
Aside from her shadow being a little, perhaps close to the surface, she's not, shoot, what's the word? Not castigate. Myles, what's the word where the Wraith takes over?
She is not in catharsis.
Yes, she's not in catharsis, but her shadow's pretty close to the surface, and something's up with that, but not necessarily her herself, and she's still not in catharsis. I can tell you that much, at least.
So Myles, quick question. I understand. Yes. Do I understand that she gave me angst?
She attempted to give you angst.
Oh, she succeeded. I got angst.
Oh, yes. You do feel that your shadow became stronger when she did that. Yes.
Okay, well then I'll say to Josie, well, when I interacted with her back when we were in the, with Earl Fenwick and everyone in the room, she passed on some, angst, or, some sort of, I'm trying to think of a non-meta way to say this. I guess that would be. She passed on some feeling of anxiety or angst to me when we interacted that I think attached itself to me from her and strengthened my shadow. And I'm not saying she is doing this maliciously. In fact, I don't believe she is. But I just wanted to let you know that having experienced a destruction harrowing, it does change something significant about you. And there's no telling what could be affecting her, or what it is that could have attached herself that's causing her to do this. I was curious to see if you had experienced the same thing, but also to let you know it's a possibility that it may occur to you.
In fact, when she touched me, it felt like that was possibly something that was being tried, was to give me angst, but I couldn't say for sure since it didn't happen, but it's certainly something that could have been tried and simply failed.
So, again, I'm not saying that she's, turned into some kind of Oblivion specter that's going to turn against the group, but I just wanted to give you a heads up so that I wasn't the only one just keeping an eye on her behavior to see what her mental state is at. We might
Understood.
need to, help or be supportive of her, since coming out of a destruction harrowing is quite a traumatic thing that can alter how we behave for a time. It certainly was for me. But just to let you know, that this occurred and to keep an eye out.
I will certainly keep an eye on her, but pragmatically speaking, she hasn't done much more than temporarily, given us, or tried to, in my case, give us some angst. That seems perhaps a little unpleasant, but ultimately not so bad, perhaps. I'm not going to say it's good by any means, but of all of the things that could have happened, she hasn't turned on us, and certainly will be keeping an eye on her for anything worse. But I think for now, is there anything that we can do to help, or is this simply a watch and react as needed?
I think it's the second. I just think it's important that we're sort of on the same page here. So
understood.
If we that we can best deal with however we need to assist the situation with her coming out of a destruction harrowing.
All right. Well, I will certainly keep an eye on that, and perhaps you could speak to her one-on-one, since you have both experienced this destruction harrowing, and frankly, I have not. So you would be the best person to talk to her about that.
Mm-hmm. Rob, how much willpower do you have left?
1 point.
I need you to roll 1d10 for me.
Oh no.
Am I going to go to catharsis?
Nope.
You're immediately thrown into a destruction airway. What's the difficulty? 10?
Difficulty is 7.
1 success.
All right. As you guys are concluding your conversation with each other, Rob will say the following. I'm going to put it in the chat, but I'm going to have Rob say it out loud. Whenever you're ready, Rob.
Going to become a specter soon, you know.
Is she? How do you know
How do I-
this?
Rob,
do
Rob, you have no idea why you just said that.
So then can I immediately... I see, without metagaming, I just blurted something out without knowing why I said it.
Yes, you
So
did.
if she says, is she, could I be like surprised and be like,
Yep.
no, I don't know. Why? Sorry, I don't know why I blurted that out. Is that a right way to react to it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's kind of what I'll say. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I just thought that. That was a weird thing for me to say.
As someone with 3 dots in Castigate, how familiar am I with the tricks that, not specters, that shadows can play on their wraiths?
How many dots of occult do you have?
I have 2 dots in the cult.
Okay. Do you want to roll that with your intelligence?
I certainly will.
Please do.
60-10, not 50-60-10. Ooh, that would be fun, though. Well, I got 1 success if the difficulty level is 6.
Okay. For some reason, you remember when you were studying the ways of shadows and what they do to thwart their psyches. You remember the word Freudian slip come up, but you don't remember what it means. But it just seems to kind of like pop up in your head, like, was that a Freudian slip? But again, you don't know what that could mean.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
I will just tuck that in my back pocket as I should look that up later whenever I happen to have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And do I? Trying to remember if I know anybody with Castigate on this ship besides myself. Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing probably not, but I might ask Hector Morris real quick before I leave. But
yeah.
Anyway, so I'm just going to be like, all right, well, I really do want to talk to Sato, so do you want to go rescue Arwen, or do you want to come with me? I'm saying this to Oliver.
Oh. You know what? I don't have anything to talk with Sato about, so I'll go hook up or rescue Arwen.
Okay.
Okay. Then
I will go downstairs, or I will finish going to Sato and let Oliver rescue Arwen.
Sounds good. Arwen seems to be having a one-sided conversation with Ren Alabaster, and Ren Alabaster is just entertaining himself. So that's how you make churn butter. Everyone's forgotten this very simplistic and practical skill.
Oh,
so I'm just gonna.
I don't understand why anyone would forget that. She says really, really sadly.
Did you know that people used to pick apples from trees for fun? Let me tell you all about it.
Oh no, no, it's okay.
It's called apple picking. Oh, hey, Oliver.
I was going to say, I'm just going to choke out Gran Alabama. No.
Check it out, Oliver.
Hey.
I stabbed Arwen.
Did you now?
I did.
That's quite an alarming thing to say without context.
You'll see some plasm kind of like coming off of Arwen's ear.
Arwen gives a thumbs up and says, I asked him to do it.
Okay.
Yes, she asked me to stab her.
Well, it's good to see everyone's getting to know each other.
Would you like a piercing too?
No, not at this time. I think I'm fine.
Okay. It seems like he was putting his hand in his pocket to pick something out, but then he removed his hand immediately. Oh, okay.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to borrow Arwen for a minute. We've got sort of a team session or discussion planning that needs to occur. So we'll talk to you in a bit.
Well, I'm part of the circle, so maybe I should be part of that conversation too.
Well, it's more just boring stuff about planning for the next, what's coming up, and maybe we'll talk later. But
I'm sure you'll want to be in charge of all the wheat that we're gonna need.
Rob, roll 1d10 for me.
10.
Okay. Roll one more time.
You're just gonna make me roll until I fail. 4.
Okay. 1 second. I want you to say the following.
You can join us if you really want to, though.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. For the
and I'm gonna look at Arwen wide-eyed, like.
And Arwen just looks right back at him with wide eyes.
like kind of a why did I do that? But
and he goes down.
And I'm gonna look at Arwen and be like, I don't know why I just said that.
Are you okay?
I was gonna ask you the same, but now I'm not so sure. I know. Josie's gonna be pissed when Alabaster shows up. I mean, I'm not sure. I guess. Well, I was going to collect you to come downstairs with Josie and me to talk, because she's talking with Sato right now. But I guess now she's talking with Sato and Gren about apples.
Yeah, at least it's not about butter.
Are you doing okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. Because, I mean, I'm not going to pretend I know what your experiences were, but I have experienced something similar, and if you want to talk about what happened or share anything, I'm willing to listen.
Arwen is going to look at Oliver.
Okay.
Then it kind of looks like she looks over his shoulder.
Okay.
And then says with a really weak laugh, and I have to get a new first mate. Can't even remember the name of that guy. And then she'll just keep walking towards going downstairs to Sato and Josie.
Did you catch that, Rob?
We're going to have to get a new first mate. I can't even really remember the name of that guy.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what she said.
Okay. I'm incredibly perplexed now. I'm going to write that down. Hold on.
Sounds good. I'm going to take us to the lower deck. Get some players in here.
I'm so tiny. I've shrunken.
I know. I got to fix that. I'm just trying to get everyone on the board first. I see you running away, Jay.
Well, I actually have a pseudo plan. Assuming that, what's his face shows up before these two do.
He will. Sure. He absolutely will.
Well, I meant in game. Or on the screen, rather.
It looks like you have a moment to speak with Sato, the artificer, before Gren shows up. But you can definitely hear some footsteps behind you.
Okay. I'll just be like, Sato, hello, how are you?
Oh, hello, hi. Oh, you startled me there for a moment.
I did not mean to. You are looking well.
Thank you. I've been very busy doing my work, and it's been brought to my attention that we might be departing again.
Ah, yes. This time we are heading to Pendlebury, Salford, Greater Manchester.
Oh.
To,
I haven't been there in a very long time.
Oh, you have been there.
Absolutely. I was a traveler in my younger age.
I see. Is there anything you can tell me about Agecroft?
Agecroft. Cemetery and crematorium.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, the thing that caught my eye the most there was a clock tower that has a church on top of it.
Oh, a clock tower with a church on top rather than a church with a clock tower on top.
Correct. It's quite the opposite.
Huh. I'm going to write that down real quick.
Yeah.
Clock.
It really fascinated me when I first saw it.
I will have to keep my eye out and see if it is still there. That seems rather interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm assuming I can hear this footsteps behind me, and I'll look around, and I guess I'll see Grin. I'm like,
surprise!
And I'll move over and say, Sato, and hoping he hears the tone in my voice, saying, this is Grin Alabaster.
Oh, we know each other quite well actually, don't we? And Sato and Gren will just, handshake each other very politely, as if they've known each other for a long time.
I see.
Yeah, so I've commissioned Sato for things in the past before.
Oh, you have?
Yes. In order to have an army, you have to feed an army. That's what they say, right?
You commissioned Sato to feed your army?
Well, and he kind of traces his fingers on one of the swords nearby.
Aha. You were feeding them, I suppose, other people? Well, other race, rather?
Well, every weapon is made out of wraiths after all.
Aha. Wait, out of character, did I know that he was using Soul Steel?
Sato?
Yes.
Yes, you kind of got the impression that he does use it, yes.
Okay. Because I couldn't remember one way or the other. It was like, well, there is that, I suppose. Regardless, I came down here, aside from giving him my regards and checking in with him, Sato, I think I recall in the past you may have had writing instruments available for purchase. I don't suppose you happen to have additional spares?
I do. You can borrow them if you want to. I just need them back before you leave.
Ah, I see. I will keep that in mind. We are actually good for now, but I will let Earl Fenwick know. Are you acquainted with Earl Fenwick?
I don't think I remember anyone like that, no.
He is currently traveling with us. He is an oracle, and he is whom we are acquiring writing instruments for. In fact, our pal here, Grin, helped us acquire paper to make the maps, and occasionally we need a writing instrument to make the maps. So I will let him know that you have a writing instrument down here in case he needs additionals. Aside from that, I believe we spoke prior regarding a broken warbow that I have, and
yes.
Forgive me, I could not recall. What was the price that you quoted me for repairing this bow?
It's changes depending on the materials that I have. And do you show him the bow again?
With a kind of a side eye to Grin, I'm assuming he looks his usual chaotic self.
Yes.
I will just go ahead and show him the Heretic Warbow.
Okay. Heretic Warbow! Very good.
It was found. It seemed to be discarded due to it being breaking, but we weren't sure if perhaps it would be useful, so I decided to see if it could be fixed, and if so, what the price would be.
a good thing I'm not Jockalypse right now. Otherwise, I'd be very, very angry at you.
Oh, I'm certain that you would be, but so far you've seemed not malevolent towards our circle.
Sato will look at your warbow and say, with the materials that I currently have, they'll cost you 25.
25, I see.
And I will be removing the sigil.
That was to be expected. I believe you would have to do that, as that is what was, yes. You know what? I'm checking.
It will no longer be fireproof afterwards.
Right. Let's see. I have 71. You know, it occurs to me that perhaps a bow without arrows is useless.
Huh.
Do you happen to have arrows as well?
Sato looks to you and says, yeah, I actually do sell arrows. That's part of my motif here.
I see. What would the cost be for some arrows for this?
1 oboli will get you 1 arrow.
I see. You know, I would like to confer with my circle to see if they think it is worth it, since of course we have limited gold, and I'm certain that I will be seeing you multiple times in the future. So it's not if, but when.
Gren will look at Josie before she leaves and says, may I take a look at that war bow of yours?
You know what? If you promise to give it back, I will be happy to let you look at it.
I promise to give it back.
I appreciate that. And then I'll go ahead and hand him the bow and hope that he decides to give it back sooner rather than 3 months from now.
Okay. The moment that you hand it to him, he makes his way over to one of the tables that's nearby, and he seems to be pulling out some materials from his pocket, and it looks like he's starting to repair the bow for you.
Oh, interesting. I'll look over at Sato and say, I am sorry. I hope you don't mind. I did not know he would do that.
No, he does that all the time, actually. It's fascinating to see a young man such as him be so interested in weaponry.
He is quite the interesting creature. Do you know much about him, since it seems you know him better than I do, apparently?
Walks really close to Coldheart. Always seems to have a scheme or a plot in his head. That's why we usually kind of keep things small talk between each other. I'm not really a fan of schemers.
I fully understand this. Right now he seems to be, well, useful is one word to put it, but
docile would be another word.
What was that?
Sato will say docile would be another word.
At the moment, yes. I fully anticipate this one to be extremely chaotic, extremely volatile, but for the time being, he seems to be aligned with our goals, and I am assuming that one day our goals will not align, and I very much hope that that day is both far in the future and less explosive than I suspect it will be.
Okay. Josie will notice the rest of her circle come into the compartment, and we'll see them at the entrance.
Can I have a conversation with my shadow while we're walking down here?
You certainly may.
Do I know enough about shadows to suspect that he has something to do with my weird blurting stuff out?
You certainly may.
Okay. Then I'll say, are you enjoying yourself?
Absolutely I am.
Are you done?
as long as you keep fucking up, then I'm just going to keep benefiting from it, so...
Well, I'll just say you're really heading towards us having an adversarial relationship right now.
Oh,
I think you've had your fun, but if you really want me to agree with any of your suggestions in the future, then maybe you should tone it down a little now. You've had 2 chances to have your fun, so maybe. Are you going to continue?
No, I'm going to take a little break. I think you and your new circle need to talk.
Okay. That's all I want to say.
Okay. So the circle will reconvene with each other.
Sato.
We're all like messed up in the head. Our whole group.
Absolutely. Sato, I believe you've met Oliver and Arwen.
I have, yes.
And then I will just
turn
to them. Did you have business with Sato or myself?
I think we were all just heading down here to reconvene.
Well, if you have something you want to talk to me without Grin's interference, he's currently otherwise occupied, but I don't suspect that will last overly long, so if you want to say something without him for the time being, now's a good time.
Well, I'll just say with... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Sato looks to your circle and says, I can keep him occupied if you guys needed to speak privately with each other.
I'm not sure how private it needs to be, but I certainly appreciate your keeping him busy if you don't mind.
Of course. Good opportunity for us to catch up.
I appreciate that so much.
I'll say with a questioning tone, I invited him to come down here, sort of to throw out the hint that this is another one of those blurting events.
I see.
Now, Oliver, you can't take all the credit for yourself, your shadow says.
I mean, if you want to publicly take the credit, you're welcome to it. I just figured, you wouldn't want to be thrown out front and center like that.
Do I hear Oliver saying this, or is he only not speaking out loud, but only in his mind?
It's always interior monologue when you're talking with your shadow. Unless you just decide to stand in an open room and be like, "Hey, Shadow, I need dice," and everyone else is like, "What the fuck?"
Well, I mean, you could be having that conversation out loud, your half, so that I would be getting a hint. But
well, your shadow would know if you were doing that, and he'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?"
Yeah. Well, there's that. Regardless, I see. Well, so far, no harm, no foul. He might actually be fixing that broken heretic warbow that I had. And Sato even has arrows that I can use for it. So we might actually have more weaponry in the near future.
Nice. More things for me to lose.
Right.
Nicole, roll 3d10 for me.
Just too many.
Okay.
How'd you do?
I got 1 success if it's a difficulty of 6.
Yep. You will gain 1 pathos back.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
It's like Arwen suddenly blurts out, "Hey, Gren, come over here." It's like, wait, why did I say that? I don't want to give my Myles shadow any fucking ideas.
You know
no,
what?
You don't.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, so I think. Do we want to get? How much do we need to get Arwen up to speed on what's happened since she left the group? Because it's based on our conversations back in the base. It sounds like you have a lot of questions as to who we're running with these days and what's happened since.
You know what? Arwen, ask away.
And Arwen will kind of look back to see Ren over there, but won't interact with them, but kind of just looks back and then looks at Oliver and Josie and goes, I mean, just wanted to be sure that, like, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, it looks like she kind of wrings her hands together and looks down at her feet. She'll go, "Are you guys replacing me with another Nemoi?"
What, that Grin? Of course not. He is here because he wants to be. He is chaos personified. For the time being, he is useful to us, and for the time being, our goals align. But you have seen, as chaotic as he is, one day his goals will not align with ours, and he will explode. And no, he is useful, but not remotely stable, and he is temporarily part of the circle.
He's not part of the circle.
I'm let me rephrase. He's temporarily, and I start using my finger quotes, part of the circle with a significant look.
Okay.
I'm quotation mark part of the circle, with my body kind of turned so that Grin can't really see. So even if he hears us, hopefully he won't see the quote mark fingers saying part of the circle temporarily. But he knows that we do not fully trust him, and one day he will not be with our circle anymore. You are here permanently. This is... He is a temporary solution for a big problem. And you know what? Let me put it this way. You are always going to be part of us. He is not.
Okay. I mean, that's definitely reassuring. I mean, it was really confusing because I get back because there's 2 new people and one's in the Moy, and then all of a sudden you guys are talking by yourselves, and I'm just thinking, oh man, you guys really don't want me part of here, but you know, I could be better. I even got a piercing done by him. See, look. And then she shows her ear.
Myles,
yes.
Is it possible to roll my pathos again, empathy, relying on someone and being relied upon, because the thing I was rolling on earlier was the previous scene, and this is this scene.
Yeah, give me a second so I can pull up your sheet.
Yeah, I was like, you know, that makes a good thing for good argument for empathy roll for passion.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a 3d10 for me.
Perfect. Hey, I got 3 pathos back.
Okay, works for me.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does that fit my building a new family hopeful passion, sort of reaffirming that someone in the group is needed around still and still part of it?
Yes. Let me pull your sheet up.
Oh yes, I've got full pathos.
Rob, I want you to roll 4d10 for me.
Is it always 6 or 7 on pathos rolls?
6.
Okay. Can I explode 10? No, just joking.
No, yeah.
I do have 4. No. 2 successes.
Okay. You will get 2 pathos back.
Nice. Now that we got our pathos, you're out of the group, Arwen. No, I'm just.
Damn.
I was gonna say if you were to do that, your shadow gets to roll some dice.
Yeah, he's like, well, now I'm
just
getting
starts
angst.
crying.
Oh.
Cough. Try to role play for your willpower. Cough. Anyway.
So here's what I'm gonna do.
That wouldn't work in this.
Since Nicole is getting caught up with what she missed when she was in her harrowing, And she probably has some information that she wants to share with the circle that might be vital. Let's take a quick water break, and it'll give Nicole a chance to think of what she wants to share with the group. It'll also give a chance for the group to think about what they want to share with Arwen, because obviously she doesn't know what happened in Japan.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Okie dokie.
Sounds good.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So we are still on the lower hull of the Naglfar. The circle has taken a moment to speak with each other privately while Gren Alabaster is working on repairing something with his hands. And Sato is keeping him company in conversation so that he is well distracted. So who would like to begin?
I'll let Oliver go first because my mouth is full of food.
Well, I guess the moment you left us is when we were at or I'll say the moment where you had departed, we were at the table with Kirigiri. And I don't know how much you remember of that, but you sort of, and Myles, I'm trying to remember back, she disintegrated or just disappeared?
He disintegrated.
You had disintegrated in front of us, and I mean, I had assumed you were going through a similar harrowing as to what I had. So after that point, we were kind of, I guess, devastated by how the turn the events had taken. And Kirigiri had said we should sort of get out of the town as quickly as possible. And Myles, correct me if I'm wrong. Or did she say that before?
She had said it immediately after the exchange was done, because she had heard from your circle about what had happened between Benimaru and the circle outside of the pagoda, and she suggested that it would be a great idea if you left before he came back.
So we got out of town as quickly as we could, because at that point the situation had turned unsalvageable and there was no way for us to stop what was coming. We went to back to Ikebukuro. We were heading back to the bar. I wanted to make sure. One of the last things Alabaster had said to me before we left was mentioning that he would be paying Iniko a visit, sort of implying in retribution for me having escaped and the whole situation that had occurred. So we were heading back to the bar to kind of get ahead of that and see if he could get out of town. On the way to the bar, that's when we ran into Jester. Josie, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, a mask or an object we were carrying had fallen out of Josie's pack, which was
The thing we needed to kill somebody.
Yeah, I'll sort of describe the mask because we've all seen it before. And I believe Bronson had come behind and sort of scooped up the mask, hopefully before anyone saw, because it was a rather sort of risky or nigh prohibited artifact that had a dark history. That's when Gesture saw the item and sort of bargained that he sort of wanted to tag along, and him keeping quiet was sort of part of that deal. We got to the bar. We, of course, didn't have any Mon, because, well, I'm usually broke. But was it Gesture paid our way into the bar. And then after that, we sort of made our way down to the lower area of the bar where by the time we got there, Gren Alabaster was already in the bar. He'd already paid a visit. He already had Inico sort of under his thumb and sort of enslaved again. And a sort of conversation ensued. I mean, back when we were originally talking with Alabaster at the pagoda, he had mentioned having a proposition. But when the sort of Benimaru came and I went outside, he took it as an opportunity to sort of skip out on that. Well, I was still interested in hearing the proposition because at least more information is always better than less. And it seems Alabaster has his own agenda and motives aside from what Coldheart wants. So even though he's an Arterius of Frost, he seems to have no concern over Coldheart achieving his plans. And while under normal circumstances I would find him to be a person whose goals do not at all mesh up with my own, as things are getting closer to Coldheart coming, and as, you know, they're making moves, Oscar or Jocalypse, or however you want to refer to him, is starting to make moves to intercept and stop us. I guess as a group, we were between me and Josie, we were willing to take the risk of having a contact like Alabaster, who both has sort of in-depth information about Coldheart that he can pass on to us, and also seems to have his own agenda. I think in the long term, we're probably not going to like what that agenda is. But in the short term, if there's someone with a degree of power who's willing to oppose Coldheart, then I think that is a useful contact to have right now. Trying to think where that leaves us off. So, over the course, oh, Jesus Christ, did that come by text?
That was your pager going off.
Oh boy, I'll kind of just show it to the group and then put my pager away. I'll say, well, he can't hear us because he's being distracted by Sato, right?
Yeah,
that was my assumption. I wouldn't
yeah.
have this conversation in earshot of him.
Correct.
Okay, so at that, I'll say, so a conversation ensued. We kind of bargained both to get him as a contact and also to try to get Inico out of trouble as much as we can. As sort of, I established a relationship with them as a valuable contact as well. And didn't want to sort of leave them in a bind. So after connecting with sort of making an agreement of sorts with Gren, that's when we got on a boat to head back to Lambic is the name of the town where the spider people are, right? That was Lambic. We made
Lombus.
Lombus, thank you. We made our way back to Lombus on the ship. Actually, we ran into one of Jocalypse's minions on the way back, specifically the one who took a hammer I had previously, and we managed to overcome him and send him on a destruction harrowing. Despite my best efforts to accidentally knock the first mate overboard, almost. But so yeah, we defeated him. I got this weapon back. We made it back to Fuck. Now that you've written Lambic is a beer, I can't remember. Lambus.
Lambus.
Now that we made it back to Lambus, I believe that's where we met up with you. Unless, I don't know, Josie, am I missing anything?
I think that's pretty much it.
Pretty good summary.
I mean, it is a pretty good summary. I know... Wait, did you already go over the, how we got the hammer? And how we sunk the other ship?
Well, not in detail. How did we do that?
Pandemonium, and then a fucking grenade, because somehow a shadow had a good idea.
Oh yeah. Well, Bronson, or Josie had it was you, not him, that did Pandemonium, correct?
Yes,
yeah,
I was the Pandemonium.
Well, Josie managed to quite effectively disable the ship with her abilities, with her chaotic abilities. I don't know if my character knows the name of Pandemonium. And Bronson quite riskily decided to teleport over to the ship and drop a grenade on it. That apparently pissed off the captain of the ship, who was our minion of Jocalypse, who we got our hammer back from. Let's see.
Hold on.
So yeah,
Oliver,
Josie disabled the ship.
Myles, why?
Rob has a pager right now.
And yeah, Arwen's about to comment that she keeps hearing it go off, like it's just buzzing over and over again.
And I'm like, so Josie effectively disabled the ship. Bronson effectively blew up the ship, and I almost accidentally murdered the first mate. So we all had a contribution to that battle. So yeah, I think that's where we leave off. So to go back to your previous question, we are certainly not replacing you as a Mnemos, because I don't even think I knew he was a Mnemos before we got back here, did I?
You had a knowledge that someone was using Mnemosis when you guys when you were ascending the pagoda.
Okay, and I assumed it was the weird mushroom head lady.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so long story short, we certainly don't trust him. He's not a part of our, inner circle or family, as it were, as you are. And he's about to fucking send me another.
Which makes me think he's listening in on this conversation.
He's totally not.
Ah, what a troll.
Well, that's a relief. Arwen just kind of scratches the back of her head. Like, yeah, I mean, I was really worried. And it probably has to do with the fact that Peter kind of told me that I could be abandoned like at the drop of a hat. So when I come back and see all this going on, it kind of reinforced that.
Your shadow's gonna pipe up. Yeah, all those other reasons too. Little Miss
She will not respond to her shadow. So then, I guess what happened with me after my harrowing, I kind of woke up, quote unquote, in this public library that I really enjoyed going to all the time in New Jersey. And apparently they were trying to destroy my letter, which is the public library. Well, they're like damaging it So some heretics were doing that in order to try to find me, since it turns out that all of the heretics are basically out to get all of us. Because how do we phrase it? So the Stygia is supposed to be controlled by Death Lords, right? Ever since Charon disappeared. Well, apparently there are no Death Lords left. They're all just killed off. So the heretics have basically been controlling the capital for years, with nobody knowing it. And so we kind of have to worry about every single legionnaire on the street because they're probably a heretic, which reminds me, and she looks at Oliver, you know how, what's his name? Esther said that he's a Doomslayer. So I do remember that Doomslayers, well, I just wrote it down and I kind of forgot already, are legionnaires from the hierarchy that used to fight off specters. So there is kind of a good chance that he's a heretic that may want to kill us. So just be careful on that. Anywho, so when I was in the library, Peter did come to help. That's when he explained the whole thing with Stygia and how we have to be fearful of the hierarchy. Apparently, they have tried bringing back Charon over 300 times. And so we seem to be the most successful group, which is probably why the hierarchy is going to try and murder us all. But
that's terrifying at all.
Yeah, right? So, and it doesn't help when Peter says, oh yeah, you know, just because you guys are doing well doesn't mean we won't abandon you guys to find somebody else. Because that's basically what they kind of did with all the other 300 attempts. If it didn't look like it was going well, they kind of just let them, you know, sink and fall and moved on to the next one. So that can still happen to us. So kind of Peter, a little iffy too. Not really, because he was helpful. But you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it.
Sounds like Peter is just a more polished version of our friend over there, who, for the moment, our goals align, and when they do not, we will be on our own. But honestly, I wouldn't worry about Peter. We will be here. We are the Circle. Should you?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say, I think we're basically everyone's pawns right now.
We are, but if we stick together, we'll be okay.
It seems like it. Well, it's good to know, you know.
Perhaps one day. Yes, perhaps one day we will have survived long enough that we can remove ourselves as pawns and live our lives in peace. But for now, the best plan is to stick together as best we can. Use those that use us as... That's... Well, it's much harder to fight than go along. So may as well just use them just as much as they use us. And we'll be okay.
That's true. Oh, but speaking of being pawns, another person wants us to be a pawn. And Arwen pulls out a piece of paper out of her, back. It says, I met this lady, her name is Cowrie. Oh. And she gave me her number, but I didn't have a pager, but turns out, looks like Oliver does. And she
Imagine that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Anyway.
She helped me get to LA so I can meet you guys, you know, with Grandma Anna. But she did mention that you're going to be doing something pretty soon. And hopefully, she was wondering if maybe I wanted to join in. So, they wanted to stage something larger to, retake the capital. I guess these renegades to do that. Yeah. So, there is that.
Yeah, I know Cowrie.
Oh,
in a past life, she hated me. No, I didn't actually say that.
In a past life, she was my contact. So this was great.
Yeah.
Same.
This is
Yeah.
true.
She's with the same group I am.
Oh, well, do you already have her number? If you don't, here you go. She just hands it over.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if I'd have her number since I never had a pager before.
Oh, that's true.
This is true.
Myles, add her number to the sheet. Operator.
Operator.
555. Your mom. Anyway.
See, if I was ever an operator in the Matrix, I'd be that really nasty sounding one who's like, operator.
So
All right.
I'm gonna be like, okay, Arwen, you mentioned the part about Jester being a, what was it again? This is Jay forgetting. Doomslayer. Say that one more time because I'm writing it down this time. Jester's Doomslayer, and what was that?
So they're legionnaires from the hierarchy. They used to fight off specters. Or like the black ops of like the army or whatever. Since the legionnaires are basically all heretics, there's a good chance he's a heretic.
Gotcha.
Legionnaires knowingly heretics, though.
Well, because capital is being controlled by the heretics.
But do they know that they're being controlled?
What I mean is they may support heretics inadvertently by supporting their leaders, but that doesn't necessarily mean they know they're supporting heretics. So if they actually met a heretic openly, they might not necessarily,
Murder
be okay with that. So they don't understand they're being manipulated, or are you saying most legionnaires are actually in on it and in it of themselves are probably fully heretics?
Peter wasn't that specific. He just basically told me I need to be careful when I walk on the street.
Okay.
You
I
know,
suppose
Just fear basically any legionnaire that I see.
it won't make much of a difference if whether they're fully heretic or not if they're told we're the enemy, because legionnaires, most people in the hierarchy tend not to do much thinking for themselves. That's my inner renegade speaking right there.
Are either of you particularly good at beating around the bush and maybe getting that information from him? Because I can just straight up ask, but this seems like perhaps a more delicate matter.
From whom? What are you referring to?
From Jester?
Asking Jester how he feels about heretics and if he knows he is being essentially controlled by heretics.
Jester
Or
isn't a
rather, if he, not actively, if he knows the word on the street about if the Doomslayers know now that they're being controlled.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that necessarily needs beating around the bush, but I will say, having spoken to him, he seems to be rather more of a mercenary fellow than an adherent to the heretics. If he's working with the heretics, or anyone, it would seem because it either interests him or he's getting paid.
That's fair. But seeing as he previously was a Doomslayer, I assumed that he would have contacts himself and might actually know at least what's going on, even if he's not being paid to, or even if he's not, part of them now. But regardless, maybe I'll just ask since he's no longer with them anyway. But
yeah, there's a good chance maybe he'll have contacts, but it also seems there's a good chance maybe if he... Doomslayer doesn't strike me as the kind of job you walk away from on good terms. So
there is that.
Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, one other thing. Oh,
hello.
Wait, he's here.
Hi, new friend.
I heard one more thing, and I just couldn't help but come on over. Here you go. Hands the warbow to Josie.
Oh, does it still have the sigil?
Yes, it does.
And it's fixed?
Mm-hmm.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome.
How did you manage that when Sato couldn't fix it without taking the seal off?
Sato is, a bit of a stickler when it comes to those things. He wants to erase all traces, as it were.
Ah, well, that is fine.
Yeah. I, on the other hand, don't really care.
Well, that is fair as well. Well, this means that I should definitely buy arrows, and I appreciate your fixing that.
Absolutely.
So what are you up to now?
Well, I wanted to hear what Arwen was going to say. She said one more thing.
Oh, I wanted to mention the new piercing that I got from you, and I was hoping you would help me explain what it does, since I kind of didn't get to ask you like all of the properties of this new piercing anyway. So
you would think that Myles would have been able to find the page in his book that has it, which is really funny. That's going to take me a little bit of time, so I'm going to side note that one. But when the time comes, I will inform you of what it does and what its effects are. But in the meanwhile, you can roleplay with it as it were, as an accessory of choice. Yes, I am giving out free piercings if anyone wants a new piercing.
Does it come with a lesson in in molliation so that we can fix it?
Well, I mean, if you would like that, that might actually cost you something.
It was a thought.
Yes.
But it probably will cost me more than I am willing to pay at this time. But it seems like you have attached yourself to us for a while. So if you don't mind, I'll keep that in my back pocket and maybe come back to you when I am willing to pay the price.
Sounds like a good idea. Now that I'm part of your circle, I have a feeling that we're going to become great friends.
We are certainly going to be something, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? Let me go ahead and purchase some arrows from Sato. Okay. And, let's see. I was also going to ask Grin about Pandemonium, but I'll just be like, I do want to ask you about Pandemonium. Jester mentioned you are widely talented, and I did notice that you have some interesting Pandemonium skills. I'd love to ask you about that, but
yes,
if you don't mind,
I've dabbled in Pandemonium back in my younger days. Why, back in the First World War, it was important for everyone to have a little bit of Pandemonium.
Oh, that far back?
Yes.
I see. Well, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is get arrows from Sato, and then how about if I meet you back up top, and we can talk more then?
Sounds acceptable.
All right, unless you would prefer to stay here and
nope.
Work with Sato. Okie dokie.
Bye.
Thanks for the fixing. I'll go ahead and talk to Sato. Mm-hmm. So, this is interesting. I apologize that I wasn't able to give you my business, but now I can buy more arrows.
I can give you 10 arrows for 10 obli.
Sold.
Yeah. And he actually will procure you a quiver to go with the arrows too.
Appreciate it.
Yes. To make up for the cost, of course.
Of course. Was there something else? Oh, since our friend here is gone, I have acquired something, and I was just curious on your thoughts on it. Would you be willing to look at it and just tell me if there's a way to improve it in the future?
Certainly. What is the object you speak of?
I will pull out the Stygian steel nail bat.
Oh, wow. That is a very crude-looking weapon you've got there.
It is. It's certainly not my style, but when weaponry is sparse, you take what you find.
I guess so. This is definitely a weapon from a very desperate person.
It absolutely is. I was wondering if there is something you could do to improve it, perhaps make it more effective while also making it less ugly.
And he kind of like stares at it for a while and he's like, no, I would probably just melt that entire thing.
That is fair. That is something I don't want to use, but
at least
if I'm desperate.
At least you'd get the Stygian steel back.
There is that, but you know what? If I need something that needs Stygian steel to improve something else, then I will keep that in mind.
Okay.
And I'll look at the other two and like, did you have anything you wanted to ask Sato? Have any weapons you wanted to have repaired?
Looking only at Josie, I will. I got nothing.
Okay.
Nope.
Are you like deliberately avoiding Oliver, or is that not noticeable from where we're at?
I wasn't sure if Sato was still like looking at us, so I was really ignoring Sato, not Oliver.
Gotcha.
Sato appears to have gotten back to his work and is just clanging out some metals.
Okay.
And Alabasters thankfully disappeared.
I will be like, so your earring, do you know anything what happened when he put it in, or did your shadow react? Because your shadow's been a little Oliver and I both noticed that something interesting is going on with your shadow, and I'm one dot in science. I'm scientifically minded. If your shadow reacted to your earring.
Well, sort of. I mean, the earring kind of just took away some anxiety, which was nice. I guess it just holds it there. I don't know what it does. It was kind of a panic decision out of my sense of abandonment.
So I apologize. And then your shadow is just gonna kind of giggle kind of a lot. But Josie is like, oh, I'm so sorry. But it seems like nothing bad has happened, I hope. I'm checking Castigate to see if there's anything that tells me about angst in objects and not wraiths. Let's see. Bulwark, that's a shield. Soul Sight. Oh, well. Soul Sight, those with Castigate can examine another wraith and see the shadow on their soul. I'm assuming that does not work with objects.
Nope.
Alright, just checking. Coax doesn't work. Dark Secrets. Not gonna help. Purify. By focusing her will, the wraith may directly attack the power of another wraith's shadow. I'm gonna guess the way this is worded, I can't use Purify to attack, quote-unquote, attack the earring. To try to purify it.
There's a possibility that you could. You'd have to experiment, of course, but
I will experiment on that later. But
I actually like my earring. I like my earring.
Well, yes. You said it was storing angst in the earring, yes?
Yeah. I feel lighter, so I think.
Right, but if
Myles, I feel
yes.
Like okay, cool. So I feel lighter, so I feel like it's a good thing, right?
Oh, right. No, I'm saying perhaps if the angst is taken out of you and put into the earring, what if I purified the earring and just removed it altogether? Would that bypass the need to inflict the corporal damage, but anyway. Corpus, thank you. But that's a question for a later time. So, all right. I've got my arrows. I've got a fixed bow. I've got an opinion. So the only thing left is to go up top and talk to, dang it, Grin. One of these days I'm going to remember Grin and Jester, but I keep having to refer to my book. Anyway, or not my notebook. So I'm going to go ahead and...
Ren. Is it Gren? Or
it's Gren.
It's Gren? I keep calling him Ren. Okay.
I had written it down as Ren initially, but I updated it. It says Grin in the second season NPCs.
Myles also may have made a mistake and called him Ren a few times.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. It happens.
No, it doesn't. That's unforgivable.
I'll just remember the two new people are the G people. Gren, Jester.
Gesture.
All right. So I'm going to go upstairs and find Gren and ask him about Pandemonium. See if he's got more skills than just wildfire.
Okay.
I'm going to go upstairs and see if Arwen gets any new piercings when we leave her alone in the base now.
That's so emo. I'm abandoned. I'm going to get a piercing now.
That's basically what happened. Hey, she's a teenager, technically.
Oh my god, she is a teenager.
She's only 19.
In the 90s.
All right, where is... There he is. All right. He got massive.
Yes, he did.
Grin, hello again.
Greetings.
So, our good friend Jester told me that what you showed us earlier was wildfire, and that it might be Pandemonium. Is that something you can teach me?
It is.
Is there any chance you have more tricks up your sleeve you can teach me for Pandemonium?
Oh, it's quite possible I can. But let's start with the wildfire. How much are you willing to pay me to teach you?
What are you asking for?
1 second. GM needs to make a roll. I'd be willing to sell it for 35 oblai.
Jesus. Ah, that is quite a bit. That very much eats into our funds. I am going to keep that in mind. I'm going to write down 35 oblai.
Yeah. It's a very useful skill. Not many people have it.
Can you tell me more about this wildfire?
Yes. It was invented around World War I. And it basically helps you channel the energy of the wildling spirits around you. It is totally antithetical to the entropy that the Shadow Eaten ultimately represent. Hunters who directly manifest these wildling spirits can use it to inflict terrible wounds on the specters. The appearance of this art was early in the Fourth Great Maelstrom, and it causes a considerable reassessment of Arcanos and all of its practitioners. When this art is activated, your entire form will seem to be burning with a pallid, multicolor flame. But then you'll start getting used to that, and it'll start going away.
I see.
You need to be very charismatic to make the wildlings run around with you.
As it turns out, I am quite charismatic. Out of character. Is this like actual fire or is this illusion fire?
It is actual fire.
Oh shit! That's fucking useful for. Wait, does it only affect the? not the Skinlands. Does it also affect the Skinlands, or does it only affect
It affects
where we're at
both.
now?
It affects both.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to turn to Oliver and Arwen. I'm going to be like, so remember when he burned that book? I'm pretty sure that was wildfire. We do only have I only have 61 oboli right now, and he's asking for 35. But if I had had that, I could have burned the book myself, and we could acquire paper in the future. Much easier.
Wait, are you saying we have 60 and he's asking for 35?
I'm saying I have 61, he's asking for 35. It's definitely going to take a dent in our finances.
I mean, but do you think it's good for the group as a whole?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, then I think it's a good purchase.
You know what? I'm going to take a few minutes to think about this. Let me take a short walk and think about this. And I am going to take a short walk, but I'm also going to walk first this way.
He went right through me.
Oh, no!
Damage.
And then I'm also going to walk all the way back, and then I'm also going to stop at Jester. And
push him off the mass.
I am not.
Wait, before you go to Gesture, as your shadow, may I use Honey Tongue?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is Honey Tongue?
I'm going to pull that up.
Feel something sticky in your ear. No.
Ew. Oh.
You just got a wet willy from your shadow. No.
Oh God, that's Wet Willy is bad enough, but have it sticky too. God.
Let's see here. I'm just pulling it up in my book. Hopefully it's in the core book. Make it easy on myself. If it isn't, then that is okay too.
You should have this all memorized. Jeez.
I know.
I have the little image you sent me if you want me to send it to you.
Yeah, if
you
you
could
could.
read it.
That'd be great if you could.
Okay. Let me see if I can put this in the Discord. Oops.
Now that you mention it, I might know which book that's in. Dum 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 dum. Oh, here it is.
Oh, because I think you were faster than me. But
I did.
I just put it in there.
I found it. I found it in the book. All right. So you'll be spending a point of angst.
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So I can activate your shadow guide sheet and take a look at your stats. All right. That'll be 1 point of angst. Nicole, please roll 6d10 for me.
That is, I believe, 3 successes.
Okay. Jay, what is your manipulation plus subterfuge?
3, 4, 5. I have 5.
Okay. So Nicole, the difficulty was 5.
Oh, then that's 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
All right. Okay. What would you like to say to your psyche?
I would like to say,
Mhm.
spend all the money, learn everything you can.
I'm gonna use his willpower to.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah. I'm.
Gonna spend a willpower.
Yeah, because
That's a good idea.
that's very compelling thing, but also.
All right. The willpower will be spent to help thwart and shake off the thorn that has been struck on you. Nice
She's
job,
trying to
Nicole.
So,
what good is money if you're dead?
yeah,
And you
right?
need to learn as much as you need to know. You need to learn everything. Help the circle.
Well,
So-
secret tale. I was just going over here to ask him if he would sell it to me for cheaper.
Ah. So you go over to Jester, who's standing on the front mast of the ship. He looks very surprised, actually, that you came all the way out on the mast with them, and he's just kind of staring at you, perplexed, like, "Whoa, aren't you a brave one?"
Well, it helps that one of my compatriots has gone into the sea before and came out unharmed, but regardless, you mentioned before that if Grin was a butthole about pandemonium to ask you,
Yes.
I don't think he's being a butthole, but he is asking a particular sum of money to teach me wildfire. I'm quite interested in learning wildfire, but I thought I would ask you, perhaps, if you had any interest in teaching me for money, and if so, what you would ask.
I'm not interested in teaching you for money, but I am going to be... You've already paid me money to join you on your little adventure coming up in Manchester, so you've already got me there. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really carry weapons like you guys do. He kind of smirks at the amount of weaponry that you and your circle seem to have with you. But if you were to give me one of those, I could better protect myself, and that might encourage me to teach you.
I see.
The wildfire, yeah.
Oh, that actually works in my favor, I believe. Do you happen to have a preferred fighting style?
I like punching people in the face.
Well, this is gonna sound silly, but I do have this Stygian steel nail bat that is much like punching people in the face, but worse.
Hey, that would be perfect, actually. May I take this as our exchange? Oh, wonderful.
I would be happy to make that exchange, yes.
Excellent. So, while you were out on the mast with Mr. Jester, he is going to reach his arm out to the... Sorry, Myles is looking for the book. He's going to reach his arm out to the sunless sea out afar. And he'll look to you and say, "All right, I need you to copy exactly as I do, okay?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jay, I now need you to roll your charisma plus pandemonium, difficulty 8.
Oh, jeez. 7. Hey, Shadow, you want to help?
I don't know. When I tried to help you before, you wouldn't let me do it.
Oh, well, now's the opportunity to help.
Let's see.
Hey, Oliver.
3.
3?
Oliver.
I will take it.
What's up?
Now would be a good opportunity for you to find out what's really going on with Arwen.
How do you mean?
I think you and I both know that she's struggling with something internally.
Does he want me to talk about it?
Fuck.
Why not?
Woo.
How'd you do, Jay?
I'm re-rolling my 110, which I'm
All right.
need. You said difficulty 8?
Difficulty 8, and it looks like your shadow just got 2 points of
2.
angst.
Yep. And, well, Can I use a willpower to reroll 3 of my not crits?
Yes, non-success dice. Correct.
Yes. I'm gonna reroll 3 of my dice for a willpower because damn it, I want this. It's fucking useful. Ha! One more.
All right. So how many successes total do you have?
I got a whole 1 success.
All right. 1 success is enough.
Woo!
So I will describe to you what happens. I just need to mark your sheet really quick. All right. So as you are outstretching your arm along with Jester, you will start to feel the energy and the wind around you start to kind of react and start to build up with the pandemonium within you. And it will start to whip both of you around very violently, but you'll be able to keep your footing along here on the ship. And you will see this very bright, powerful flame start to ignite from your hand. And it will start to cause a large glow in yourself. And it almost looks like you are like surrounded by this glowing fire, as it were. And Jester will follow the same with his own as well. Let me see if this costs you anything, because that is important to know. Right. It does. Oh, it costs you 3 pathos and a point of willpower.
Oh God! All right.
Yep. So once you've lost the 3 points of pathos and a willpower, your body is surrounded by this glowing flame. Jester will look to you after you have successfully manifested this wildfire all around your body. And he will say, "Heads up!" And he will attempt to punch you. While this is happening, Nicole and Rob, are you guys doing anything on the boat?
I think wasn't his shadow talking to him for a second?
Yeah. The shadow's done. Just wanted to give him an idea.
Okay. I mean, I'll head up and say, so how are things going?
Arwen?
Yeah, to Arwen.
Oh. Fine.
Okay.
Keep
Good.
asking me that.
Oh, I did. You're right. Good. Just as a pat on the head. I don't know. I think I figure I already communicated that if she wanted to talk about it, she could. So I'm like, did we give her gear back?
Yeah, I got that back.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
you did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Arwen will just, look at Oliver a little strangely.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'll look off to his shoulder and go, "If you bring me some crayons, maybe we can make a deal, Oliver."
I'll look over my shoulder.
Nothing.
Wasn't that what Fenwick asked for?
It's possible.
But he never said anything about the first mate. I'll look at her and I'll be like, why did you say that?
Why would I say what?
About the crayons. What do you mean about bringing you crayons?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh? Okay. I don't know. Maybe it could be... Maybe I thought I heard something.
Mm.
You didn't say anything just now?
No.
That's weird.
Are you sure you're okay?
No, never.
Still pat him on the shoulder and start walking over so she can see what Josie is doing.
Okay, Josie is about to roll her dexterity plus dodge.
Thank God I bought a dodge a while back. It's still piss poor, but you know what? 4d10 is better than 3, so... All right, rolling my dodge. I hope difficulty is 6 or above. Or 6 or...
Yeah.
Well, I still got 1 success.
1 success. Okay. So, you will take 1 step backwards the moment he tries to punch at you. He will make contact with, I'm guessing you probably have your hands up to protect yourself in case he punches. The moment that he hits you with his jab, 1 second.
I'm thankful he doesn't use the steel bat.
Actually.
Oh.
You'll feel this burning sensation the moment that he has punched you in the arms and have flown back. As you're standing there, you'll kind of look at your arms, and they are charred. You have taken 4 points of aggravated damage from the punch.
Oh, yay.
All right, your turn. Come on. Show me what you got, kid. And he puts his hands up, ready to box.
All right.
It'll be your dexterity plus brawl if you want to attempt to hit him. Or you could... I thought it would be funnier if you just pull out one of your weapons and just slash him.
I was actually thinking it might be funnier if I walk up to him and just kind of slap him across the face with my burning hand.
Okay, you can do that. It'll still be brawl, but, you know, if that's what you'd like to do. Dexterity plus brawl.
All right. Because I'm more annoyed because I know it. I'm assuming this is part of the training, but, you know.
Yeah.
I still have no brawl. Give me 1 second. Do I have anything else? I do have 2 dots in melee, though. Does that help at all?
Well, you'd have to pull out a weapon.
Oh, well, damn. Guess I'm taking a dot in brawl eventually, but not right now. So
Okay.
roll 3d10.
Mm-hmm.
I get no successes. I whiff him.
Okay.
And yeah, I try to slap, and I'm assuming I just whiff completely.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be what happens. He will move his body and kind of arc himself so that you completely miss him. And he's going to jab you.
Let's see. Do I have something?
I will allow you to roll your dexterity and dodge if you want to get off the mast.
I do want to get off the mast, in fact.
Okay.
So 4d10.
I go for it.
4d10. Oh, thank God. 2 successes, assuming difficulty 6.
Okay. Yes. When he notices that you are basically kind of like going back onto the ship, he changes his tactic and he will actually just kind of kick you with his foot. Which, you know, you will go flying back onto the ship where you want to off of the mast, but you do get like a swift kick in your gut. 1 second.
Annoying.
Let's see how much damage I do. You will only take 2 aggravated damage this time. So this is what everyone sees. It looks like there's a bit of a sparring match going on between Jester and Josie. And after Jester has taught her how to activate her wildfire, he is now engaging her in some kind of punching match. And it looks like he has landed 2 critical hits on her, causing 6 points of aggravated damage to her corpus. While he's standing up on the mast and is making his way towards Josie, Nicole and Rob, you can interact with the scene if you want to. He'll just look at Josie and say, "You want to keep going, or you give up?"
I'm going to try something real quick.
Okay.
I am going to try... Let's see. Let me check my pathos, because, LOL, I just used a bunch. Gotta pull up the right thing, in fact. I've got enough. I am going to use my... Dang it, what's it called? 2 seconds. I have the thingy. It is the stretching reality.
Ah.
I want to make it easier to hit him by making him not be able to move forward, backward, or anywhere else.
Yeah. You want to kind of throw him off a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Please roll your manipulation plus pandemonium.
3 plus 3 is 6. Rolls 60, 10.
Yeah. Does Oliver and Arwen react to this at all?
Don't we kind of know that she's training?
You get a sense that this is part of her training, yes.
So then I don't think I'm going to react unless she expresses that she's being threatened.
Okay.
Yeah, Arwen's just going to watch because she hasn't seen a sparring match in a while. She's fascinated.
Difficulty is a 5.
Oh, well, shit.
You're on a ghost ship.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I still only got 1, 2, 3 successes.
Okay. I am making a note of that right now. He starts to kind of like lose balance a little bit. And it is a little bit perplexed. He's like, whoa. All right. Now this is getting interesting.
And, let's see. So I will walk up and I'll, tentatively put a hand forward to see if he reacts to my hand, booping him on the nose. Does he react to me booping him on the nose?
He just kind of watches you. He's kind of... can't really make heads or tails if you're walking towards him or away from him.
Then I'm just gonna fucking slap him real hard.
Okay. You don't need to roll for that. But I need you to roll your strength, though.
Okay.
I do... Yeah, when you make contact.
Roll 3d10.
Oh my god, Rob.
Dang it! Well, that would have been so nice if it weren't for the 1, so I got no successes. So he's gonna sit there and giggle at me.
Well, you give him a good smack, and he says, "Oh, that's the spirit. That's the spirit." And he actually powers down and drops his wildfire. Looks to you, and basically kind of holds out his hand and says, "All right. Training's over, kid."
Well, thanks, but also I don't suppose you know Moliate, so that maybe you can repair some of this damage you've done?
Well, that's what I was going to take you over to our good friend Gren. Gren is the Moliate of Moliators, whatever they call those guys. Maskers?
Yep. I had a feeling. He did mention that he's got Moliate, but I figured I would ask you first, since your terms are generally more pleasing for me, but I guess you gotta...
He's part of the circle. I think he'd be willing to heal you for no cost to him.
Or at least little cost to him, but... alright. Well, so what was the point of that training? Just try to get you to get some damage from my punches, or just show me how it works?
I wanted to show you how it works, but I also wanted to show you how lethal and dangerous it can be to harm others with it. So it comes with a toll if you decide to use it for combat purposes.
I see. And if I didn't want to flare up myself, but just burn, say, a piece of paper, could I do that at a smaller scale?
You certainly can.
And still cost the same regardless of whether I'm suiting up for battle or if I am just burning a single piece of paper?
Still costs the same.
Well, that's inconvenient, but I appreciate the information. All right. Did you want to join me, or were you going to enjoy the waves?
I'm going to enjoy the waves, and I'm going to enjoy these water waves down here, too.
I see.
And he kind of like looks over at Gren. Got another one for you. And he starts walking back out onto the edge of the ship.
I'm just going
Gren will look to you. Oh, my dear.
Boy.
What have you done to yourself?
Oh, I honestly didn't do much except for decided to take, dang it, Jester up on his previous offer. And this leaves me more funds to ask you for different things.
Wow.
But he also mentioned you are a masker and would be able to assist me in fixing this damage that he caused while training me.
Oh, what a ruffian. I can't believe he would treat you that way. I'll tell you what. I will happily fix and patch up those horrible inflicted burns that he's given you if you were to dance with me. And he holds out his hand as if to say, like, why don't you dance with me?
Well, knowing, out of character, knowing that I'm going to regret this, I will go ahead and put my hand in his, and I will let you lead.
All right. So for the rest of the players, they will see Gren and Josie perform this very simplistic looking 3-step dance. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Foxtrot. And and he will just kind of like sing a little tune to himself as he does so. Puts his hand to your side while he's also holding your hand with his own. And you will start to feel your body mend itself as you are dancing with them.
Ah, he's generating pathos with dancing, isn't he?
It might be. It's possible.
And well, then, you know what?
Yeah. When he's done singing his song, he will relinquish you from the dance. And he'll kind of give you like a small little dip. And then lift you up afterwards and say like, very good. You're a good dancer.
Wait, thank you.
I must say.
My people were very sociable, and I was taught from a young age to dance. So I've had no dancing partner in some time. It was fun.
Fantastic, yes. I dare say that you must have been raised from some good people, if that was the case.
They were definitely quite interesting.
The moment that the dance has concluded, you will hear the first mate shout out, "Land ho!" And when you take a glimpse off to the northern part of the Sunless Sea, you'll actually see what appears to be Manchester coming into view.
Oh, that was faster than anticipated.
Mm-hmm. So, right now we are going to take a dinner break, and when we come back, we will be in Manchester, and I will have a map ready for the circle to use, and the results may surprise you.
Before we do, can I roll for Victorious Survive Another Day?
Yes, you may, actually.
Hooray! Because, I got one pathos back, so. All right. Now we can go for dinner.
Okay. How many successes did you get?
Just one.
Just one. Okay. Yeah. Rob and Nicole, when you get back, you'll notice that you will have a willpower back on your character sheet.
Oh, yay!
Just a heads up.
Yay!
All right, guys. Let me turn our good friend, Mr. Craig, off. Oh my god, that cat, Rob. It keeps throwing me off. Every time I see it, I'm just like, what the? Yeah, now you're recording. All right. So, bringing us back to where we were at. Oh,
Now I can hear people.
okay. So, going back to where we were, the first mate had declared land ho, and you had reached what appears to be the Agecroft Cemetery and Crematory. There are a decent number of living people, or as we call the quick, that are dwelling here. Before you depart from the Naglfar, Captain Hector Morris will give Oliver his number to page him using his pager. And you will also receive a map from your good friend Earl. However, it is not what you expected it to look like. And I'm putting that on the screen for everybody. Rob, this will be under your maps if you ever need to look at it again. It appears to be part of the cemetery. When the circle looks at him with a confused stare, he says, I'll tell you what, I did everything in my power to visualize and connect with the clock tower that you had mentioned. And unfortunately, very similar to what happened to Bangladesh, someone has set something up to prevent me from peeking in and being able to take maps. So unfortunately, when you get to the clock tower, that's going to be all you guys. You'll be figuring that out from the inside. But I was able to at least get a glimpse of what the graveyard looks like. So if you ever visit by there, you know what that looks like. I would circle anything of importance, such as items or relics or artifacts or fetters, but this is what really confused me. Everything that was out in the vicinity for the public was either smashed up or destroyed. So any relics or artifacts were simply destroyed. And so there was nothing for me to circle because none of it would have been relevant or important to you, given that it's just broken pieces of former things. So, but I still think that would be something very important for you to know going there too, in case you're trying to figure the place out. But yeah, apologies for the singular map, which is funny because when you look at the map, it looks like he's torn several pages out of the book and kind of almost like pasted them together using some kind of rubber glue that he probably received from Sato. But it's basically what appears to be like 10 pieces of paper combined together to make this map for you guys, since he doesn't have any larger pieces of poster paper or parchment. So yeah, he hands you this kind of folded up map. And he says, good luck. I hope everything goes well and you find your Mnemos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, the ship is currently docked outside of the Agecroft area. There's a large looming gate that currently has its metal doors open at the moment. Could I have one of the players please give me an investigation roll with their perception? I only need one.
I have 2 dots in investigation and 4 in perception, so that's exploding 10s, 6d10. Anybody got better?
I have one more than that, with
Then
also
you-
with exploding 10.
You go right ahead.
Oh, are we allowed to assist?
You are allowed to assist, yeah.
Oh, then yeah. Then I
I'll
will
assist.
totally. I will also assist.
Okay. Two successes. You really shouldn't have me roll.
So, a couple things of interest that kind of peaks for the circle. One is that right outside of the Agecroft cemetery is a piece of equipment. It appears to be a crane of sorts that can both raise and lower itself. It looks like it goes up to 100 feet off the air if it needs to. Oh, Greg. I'll try him one more time.
To be honest, none of us can hear you, Myles. We've been sitting in silence for like the past 30, like, I guess it would be 8 minutes or so. We've just been using context clues to respond to you. I can't hear you right now.
Nice. So there's a crane. It's simple machine. It looks like you can raise up the crane so that you can reach higher places. The current use of the crane is being used for the trees that are leading up to the cemetery. It looks like there is some, I don't know what you call them, hedgers or people who are clipping the branches of trees nearby so that they can create a clearance for trucks. And right now they are currently using the crane, but it looks like they are going to have a lunch break sooner or later. Another thing that you guys notice is that the clock tower has a sign outside of it that says, please do not enter. Structure is faded and weathered and might collapse. And it also has like a small little piece of information that indicates that any access to the chapel has been blocked off due to damages. So there was obviously some kind of accident. It could have been an earthquake or something that caused the access to the chapel at the top level to be covered up. So it for people in the Skinlands, they are not able to access the chapel. Ghosts and wraiths might have a different experience, but it will be a struggle trying to get to the chapel. So, something just to keep in mind. Where do we want to go now that we are at the cemetery? Do we want to go straight to the clock tower? You are joined by Gesture, by the way. He was hired to help, so he will be joining your group.
So there's no one but the Quick in the cemetery right now?
Yep, nobody but the Quick. There are no wraiths here, only the Quick. And some people are there to pay memoriam to family members. A majority of the people there are people who work there, so they're employees.
So you said... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
You said
I thought,
Gesture...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Gesture will be joining the group, yes.
Yes, but you didn't say Grin. Did Grin decide to join us, or did he stay on the ship?
He stays on the ship.
He's an ally, or he's a contact, not an ally.
Oh, gotcha. That's fine. That's better than fine. Thank God. He's chaos. I did not say... Oh, fuck me.
Wait, who's chaos? I'm sorry.
That was totally Gren, by the way.
Yeah, that was Gren.
Yep, he reached through the threshold and knocked something over.
Yeah, knocked my tomato sauce-laden knife over the edge of my desk. So now I've got tomato all over. Hooray!
Do you want to take a couple minutes?
No, I've got tissues. That's gonna be adequate. I'm just annoyed.
No worries. But Rob, you were gonna say something earlier too, and I cut you off.
Oh, I don't know. I was just gonna make an observation or ask Arwen. Since they were destroyed, I'm wondering if there's a good chance the same people were here as you had mentioned looking for your fetters.
But yeah, that's a good thought. I vaguely had
Oh.
that thought, but then my knife fell.
Most likely not, because they were heretics in New Jersey.
I mean this
think
literal
there's-
same people, but I mean like maybe it's the same group of people trying to destroy everything.
Myles, would I know?
If you decide to go to the graveyard and investigate the broken, tattered pieces of whatever was described to you, you can do so, and then that would require a separate roll.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. Let me move our scene over to the graveyard. So, when you guys enter the graveyard, let me replace one of the characters with Mr. Gren. I'm sorry, Mr. Now I got Gren on the mind. Mr. Jester. So when you guys arrive at the cemetery, it looks almost like a storm blew through here, and the gates are down on the ground. There's warning signs up, plastic yellow tape saying "warning, warning, don't, no trespassing, dangerous, dangerous." But it looks like a storm just kind of like blew through this particular gravesite, and some of the graves have actually been disturbed too, which is very, very peculiar. When you arrive, you will take notice that these are war graves, so graves for people who served in the war. And yeah, there just seems to be like a dark, ominous feeling coming here. And you're a wraith, which is kind of strange considering this, should feel at home for someone like you. But yeah, you approach the gravesite. There does appear to be some, as I mentioned before, artifacts and pieces of relics that are destroyed. If anyone wants to examine those, I'll allow them.
I would love
Well,
to
thank you.
examine destroyed relics.
I'll
I'll
assist.
assist if I can.
Of course you may. Everyone walks into the graveyard, and the first location of interest is going to be right here. I'm going to sonar it.
Teleportation.
As the group is examining what was over here, there appears to be what was once a great sword. So a large great sword has been shattered into what appears to be 9 different pieces. There is some melting that appears around the blade itself, as if someone had used tremendous heat to melt parts of it, but it looks absolutely dilapidated and can't be salvaged. So even if you if you were to pick up a piece of it, it would start to crumble in your hands from being destroyed, so far gone. All that is left is these shards, basically.
Well, it wasn't a heretic blade, I would guess, if it got destroyed by heat.
That is a good observation, yes.
And I assume that it is not made of soul steel then?
It might have been, formerly, but whatever soul was inhabited into this blade has been destroyed long ago.
Well, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of thought that soul steel couldn't really be destroyed, but just melted down, but...
That's Valyrian steel.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, Jester will look down at this. He will pick up one of the shards as if to examine it, and it will start to decay and become ashes within his fingers. And he's like, all great things must come to an end, I guess, including our swords.
Erwin's gonna look at Gesture, and she's gonna put her hand out and say, "Since we are working together, I should introduce myself. I am Arwen."
Of course. My name's Gesture. Want to smoke?
No, thank you. With my hand still out.
Oh, you're one of those kinds of people.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, I'll bite. And he will shake your hand. Nicole, roll 3d10 for me.
The shadow cackles.
Like, he's gonna be here a while. I need to just do it.
Yep.
I guess 1 success.
All right, let me roll my willpower. Okay. I also got 1 success, so you will not transfer any angst over to me.
Okay.
And there will be kind of like a static electricity feel between our hands, and he'll just kind of like whip his hand back and go like, whoa, okay there. Getting a little too friendly.
Arwen will just kind of like cock her head to the side, shrug, and then just start looking around.
Pulls out a cigarette. His gaze is on Arwen specifically, like trying to study her, and he just pulls out one of his cigarettes and starts smoking it.
We should all surround him and be like, handshake.
Jester, I know you said that you were interested in, said plasmatic the better, but I can't remember if the word was specifically artifacts. Yes. You said you were interested in artifacts. And
yes.
Can you tell if this was once an artifact?
He'll kind of knelt down again on his knees and like examine it one more time. This was definitely a relic of sorts. So, it was a great sword, and now it looks like it's just been battered and destroyed. So, it isn't made out of Stygian steel. That stuff's hard to break.
Ha.
Hey, I got a question. Are you saying it was a great sword, but now it's not such a great sword?
That's a good one. Oliver, you're funny. I think everyone should laugh at your jokes. He continues smoking a cigarette.
You know what? I'll. That's fine. That was in character. Why not?
I hope it was in character.
Well, I don't suppose anybody can think of any questions to ask here, because so far I'm coming up with nothing.
I can try sense intellect just to make sure we are the only things around here.
You know, that's not a bad idea.
That is a good idea.
Like, there are 2 people with you, and Oliver's like, "Hey."
Feel so violated. Right.
Perception and mnemosis.
Oh, you have it up?
Yes.
Okay.
Difficulty of 6.
Okay. Give it a roll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 3 successes.
Okay. So, as you were taking a moment to kind of close your eyes and examine the area and kind of like stretch out your powers to detect things, the only intellect you are able to pick up on is the 3 wraiths who are with you. So, Josie, Gesture, and Oliver. However, this is only because you got 3 successes. There does seem to be another entity, but it is not Wraith, that exists out here and is kind of watching you guys, but it is not a Wraith.
Am I able to tell, like, at least what direction it's coming from?
You kind of tell that it's coming to the north beyond Oliver.
Okay. Arwen will address the group and say, well, there's only us, Wraiths, but there is something up north.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it's watching us.
the moment that she says that out loud, you will hear the sound of what can only be described as stone and metal slowly kind of like twisting and grinding against itself. Everyone kind of like looks over in the direction to the north where the sound comes from, and there's nothing.
What's that statue made of?
Am I able to figure out what direction that the noise came from?
Yeah. You don't need to roll for it, but your survival kicks in, and it clearly came from the northeast.
Northeast. Okay, over here.
Yep, so that would be up
Alright.
here.
Oh, right there. Ish.
Mhm. Yep. Oliver takes a moment to examine the statue. It appears to be a horseman on top of his horse and steed. The horse is doing a dramatic gallivanting, like lifting of its hooves off the ground to make the statue look as burly as he can look. This would all well be good, but the statue is also missing its head. So there is no head to the statue. So it must have been either tampered with, or maybe it got blown away from the storm.
Or it's a Doulahan horse. This is a joke. Because we're not in Ireland. I'm pretty sure Doulahans came from Ireland.
Rob, do you have any awareness?
No.
Okay. Looks like a perfectly good statue to you. But it is definitely made out of marble stone, and it looks like it might have like rebar inside it to give it its, structure and poise.
I would have thought maybe the statue's moving, but it looks like a normal statue to me.
I'm using my stealth to very quietly go up towards where Oliver is, and also seeing if I can spot any movement from this general area.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna look right at Josie as she's stealthing and give away her position. No, just
you don't need to roll for it, because there is no movement. There's nothing.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I will take a look. What am I looking at here?
That is a bench.
A bench.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do I see the same thing Oliver sees here? A statue of the horse with no head?
Yep.
Okay. Do I need to roll for any awareness or anything?
You may, if you are examining the statue very, very carefully. You may roll your awareness, and that'll be with your perception as well.
Would you like assistance?
Well, the thing is, I'm not looking at the statue right now because I'm still concerned about this thing up here in the corner. And I'm just going to look around and say very quietly, you all heard that, right? Right up here? Right over there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm suspicious of this bench.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And Arwen, you said you sensed something that wasn't a person, or it wasn't a wraith, right?
And it's watching us.
Did you sense any sort of maliciousness or anything from it?
I don't know if I really get emotions through sense intellect. Myles, do I get emotions through that?
Nope.
Okay. Well, instead of looking at the horse, because, I don't know that there's something to look at, I'm going to instead go around outside and follow the path quietly and looking for anything strange or anything movement.
Okay.
Do I see anything?
No. It looks like a absolutely regular war graveyard. There is I think they call these mausoleums. There is a mausoleum over here. It looks like it has a lot of internal damage from the quote-unquote storm that may have happened over here. You will also notice that there is a broken object on the ground over here.
I will go over here and check it out.
Okay. As you look down on the ground, you will see what appears to be the parts and pieces of something that was once used for an explosion. And as you are examining it, it is like the parts and pieces of a very familiar looking explosive that might have been triggered or used, but it definitely looks like, you know, there was an intent of it going off over here. Like either some people were fighting and someone threw a grenade and it went off, but yeah, there is an explosion in the Shadowlands that was caused right here. You can't see it in the Skinlands, but that's where the explosion went off.
So does it remind me of the explosion when Bronson exploded the ship or something?
Very similar, yes.
Ha.
Yes, Rob?
Can I use repair to, like, determine if the head was removed from this statue recently?
Yes, you may. That'll be intelligence plus your repair.
3 successes.
Okay. So you will notice some very interesting things, actually. One, the head was it doesn't appear that there was a head to begin with. So there was no head removed. It just was created this way intentionally. The second thing that kind of weirds you out a little bit as you're kind of examining this and you look for, like, you know, the signature or like the initials of the sculptor, there is none. And then you kind of take a moment to look on the outside to see if there was like a plaque that like tells a story of who this person was, or, you know, what valiant thing they did, and there is none either. It just is a statue that exists out here and has no plaque or descriptor about it. It's just randomly out here. And it never had a head to begin with.
What an odd statue. The statue never had a head. The head wasn't removed. And nobody put their name on it who made it, and it's not clear what it could possibly be commemorating in the middle of this cemetery.
Well, you've got my attention, but I have a thing over here that I want to check out first, and then I'll come over check out your horse.
Okay. What do you want to do with the shards of this bomb that had gone off?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna poke one to see if it disintegrates like the sword did.
It does. Yep. Starts to fall apart immediately.
All right. Well, I will just look up to Jester and say, well, this kind of looks like the bomb that was set off on the ship, or on an enemy ship previously,
yeah, I remember.
But
I remember that.
Oh, I had forgotten you were there.
I was.
Yeah. It reminds me of that, but so interesting that it's just crumbling to pieces. But I can't think of anything to do with this right now, so I'm going to look at the horse.
Looks like a battle took place out here, if I were to sum it up.
Oh, well, honestly, yes. I have a question that I'm going to ask Arwen after I look at the horse.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to look at the horse and see if that adds to my question first.
Okay.
So I'm just going to start wandering back over this way. Is like, hey, Arwen, check out this headless horse.
Nicole, what are you doing as Arwen?
Honestly, just kind of looking around. Like, I'm listening in when they're speaking, but I'm just looking.
Okay.
And also listening in for any more noises that were similar to the first one.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to activate this power while you guys are hanging out.
Hooray!
Load my 10s.
That sounds great.
That's my least favorite.
All right. Everybody will get a voice in their back of their head, including gesture. And it is an aggressive, deep, dark growl that says, "Get out of here. Leave."
Do I get anything more with the message, or just the words and no emotion or added fear or anything like that?
Just anger, aggression, intimidation is the general kind of like emotion that you get out of it.
Cemetery's haunted. Oh wait, we're ghosts.
If he
Yeah.
is able to hear a response back, I would like to think I'm a torchbearer here
Okay.
to help. See how he responds to that.
If that is true, then prove yourself.
Hey, at least we got a response.
All right. You will
Is the
start to
rest-
hear. Oh, go ahead.
Is the rest of us hearing
I was gonna-
both sides of the conversation?
You will not hear Arwen speaking to
Okay.
the voice unless you're saying that out loud, Arwen, or was that you were doing
Let's
that?
do the
mentally?
voice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So everyone will hear that response. You don't know why it said that, but you're assuming that maybe Arwen spoke to it.
I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, Arwen
Mm.
will turn around and say, I don't know who he is, but I said I'm a torchbearer. Now we gotta prove it.
I will lean up against the horse statue and just kind of idly pet it. In part because I still can't figure out where the voice came from, and a little part of me is wondering if it came from the horse. But regardless, I will just turn to her and say, "Oh, you've got the memory stuff. Maybe give it one of your own, or share one of your own good memories."
Can I inhabit the horse?
Gremlin eyes the headless horse.
So, the moment that people start to give off some ideas, unfortunately, the statue itself will start to move.
Hey, it's a horse. Wait,
It's a flaming horse.
It's a nightmare.
It got bigger.
well, my life was zookeeper, so I'm trying to think. I have something.
Dude, we're all just
animals.
like, Josie's got this. And we just walk off.
So the nightmare will snort its flames in the direction of the characters. All of the stone and rock that was surrounding its body basically crumbles down onto the ground itself. It was basically a facade. This nightmare looks like it was hiding in the moment, and now it has been revealed. There is something about it that it seems to be very aggressive and angry, and it looks like it needs to be calmed down, otherwise it will attack the circle.
Well, I was already petting it, so
Okay.
I will approach the horse like like I would approach a mortal horse and hope that either it will respond like a mortal horse or my dodge will work.
What skill would you like to use for your animal Ken? Do you want to use your? I think it was science is where we placed that under, or did you put it under?
I don't know that there was anything in particular that we chose for the animals.
Okay,
but I'm thinking maybe empathy, if possible.
Yeah, I'll allow that. Empathy would be a great roll, actually.
Excellent.
Against this nightmare.
So, what plus empathy?
That's going to be your... It can either be your appearance or your manipulation.
Not charisma? Because my charisma is genuine.
If your charisma is... Yeah, I'll allow the charisma.
Because I genuinely want to pet the horse, and I genuinely want to be the horse's friend, because I was working with animals, and clearly they're superior.
I'll allow you to use your charisma. Yes.
Yay! 6d10 with exploding 10s. Roll 6d10. Well, still. Difficulty 6?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 successes for empathy.
Right. 4 beats my 2. You said 4 successes, right?
Yes, and I genuinely want to be this horse's friend.
Yeah. 4 successes beats my 2. So the horse will actually rear up and kind of like, show off its hooves as if trying to say, look, I'm big and scary. But will calm down the moment that Josie starts to speak and basically use your mannerisms to kind of bring the horse to a calming point. With your empathy, you are able to discover that there is something going on inside the nightmare's head that is spurring it. There is something in its head. If a horse could be schizophrenic, that might be what's going on with it right now, because it keeps shaking its head and its mane as if to try to get something out of its head, but it can't do it. And it looks like right now you've calmed it, but it is aggressive. It wants to, hurt someone or fight someone. But you've managed to calm it for the moment.
I do have 1 dot in medicine, so maybe I could take a look at try to approach the horse and see if I could investigate his head to see if it's physical or just mental.
It appears to be mental and possibly power related. So someone is using a power on this nightmare.
Oh, okay. I have Castigate. Does that work on nightmares?
Not exactly, no.
Well, damn.
And nightmares do not have shadows.
Well, I will continue to pet the horse and try to keep it as calm as possible, and I'll just turn and say, he's calm for now, or this nightmare is calm for now, but still aggressive. Be very careful. Does anybody know or have any skill in nightmare husbandry?
It's what exactly is wrong with the horse?
Well, it's not a physical ailment. It seems to be something in its head. Somebody might be trying to use a power on it or be inside of its head. And nightmares don't have shadows, so I think it must be a person or entity attempting to control the nightmare, and it's really bothering him.
So is it possessed? Is there maybe... No, it couldn't be can we possess people? Can something possess a... Well, see, these are all good questions that someone who doesn't have a cult can't answer.
I have a cult. You can ask me and I can think about it.
Okay, these are my theoretical questions. Can Would you told us you didn't read any other wraiths beside us.
I'm
Right?
assuming you're saying that to Arwen.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So is the intellect that we read the nightmares, and is whatever affecting it, does that mean it's definitely not a wraith, I wonder? I don't know. This is weird. I don't, unless it's being intimated, I don't think I
Arwen,
know.
If
Is
you
it
sense
possible that
intellect-
this is the test?
I'm sorry?
Is this because he said to prove it?
Yes.
Is this the test? Am I supposed to basically take away the harmful memory to make Nightmare happier?
That might be a useful thing to do in this moment, yes.
All right, let me look through this. Which one is that?
I am grabbing my book.
No, not that one.
Like, you're about to calm the nightmare when Gesture jams a knife through its neck.
Well, to be honest, Jester has been kind of like rearing. It's like, do I kill it? Do I kill it? Do I hit it? Do I throw my bat at it? What do I do?
Don't touch it.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
If I see Jester or hear Jester asking what to do, I'm just gonna be like, my friend. This nightmare is my friend now. You're not allowed to hurt it.
All right. So, Nicole, I'm looking at Tabula Rasa.
Oh, that one? Okay, so that was not the one I was looking at.
What were you looking at?
The second power? What is it? Shoot, I just scrolled past it. Mnemotex?
Oh, Mnemotechnics.
Yeah, because it says I can heal painful memories. So I didn't know if that's what he was trying to go for.
Yeah,
Tabula
no, that
Rasa,
actually.
I can do that one.
No, but I think I like your idea with the Mnemotechnics. That actually might work as well. I'm just looking at it. All right. Yeah, I'll allow that. That's
Right.
going to be your charisma plus Mnemosis. Difficulty is going to be a 6.
Okay, and I just used a willpower and 2 pathos. So that's my poor willpower. Shadow! Just to be on the safe side, do you want to help me out?
You know what? I would be so happy to help you. You know what? I think I could give you 5 even. Do you want 5?
What about 3?
I suppose.
Cool. That's 9d10. That is 1,
Jesus.
2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay. As you outstretch your hand towards the nightmare, and use your mnemotechnics, the horse begins to calm itself, and it shakes its head less and less. It's almost like you forced the voice that was in its head to be removed and erased from its head. The nightmare will kind of sputter a couple times, as if kind of like regaining its sanity, and then it will run off.
Oh no, I wanted to be our friend.
We need a pack horse.
My horse.
The voice will return in the back of everybody's head and say, "Oh, very good, very good.
Can I have
Just
my
what I
horse
would-
back now?
Just what I would have expected."
I want my friend back.
Animal can, more like animal can't. I'm
The
just
voice-
gonna mute myself now.
Yeah. The voice will then say, "You may enter. If you can. If you can."
If I can.
It's not troubling at all.
Enter
Totally
where? I guess this main.
Probably
Yeah,
this.
I'm
Clock
assuming
tower?
this.
Well, can we just go through the door if we wanted to?
Yeah.
Wait, is the door open, or do we need to use a corpus?
There is so much damage to the door that you could actually just phase through it without taking any damage.
Well,
Okay, I'll try first.
Okay.
In case it's like dangerous and I'm up for a second destruction harrowing.
Everyone will see Oliver Berg sift his corpus into the mausoleum. Rob, you will see what appears to be some graves. Very decorative. There is nothing in here that is moving or anything of the sort that kind of jumps out at you as being unusual. It's just a regular mausoleum grave.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take a look. Is there anything of interest? Because, well, mostly in previous games there had been opportunities for looting, and I'm seeing if there's anything that can be looted.
It does not appear that there is anything to loot, but you will find what appears to be an instrument that has been destroyed, like a guitar that's been smashed and is irreparable. Like, you couldn't even try to fix it if you wanted to. The strings are still intact, but it looks like this instrument is being slowly fading away from existence. It's there in the Shadowlands. It's not in the Skinlands, but it is definitely starting to dissipate with every passing second. But you will see an instrument.
So there's a Shadowlands guitar that was shattered and broken, but no evidence of it remains in the Skinlands?
Correct.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. So I'll kind of poke at it and well, that's something. And I'm like, Did you see that guitar, Oliver? Well, used to be a guitar. I'll just kind of poke it and assume that it crumbles when my toe pokes it.
It does. It starts to crumble and fade.
All right.
You've messed with the crime scene. No.
We're ghosts.
Well, I think it's safe. So if wait, this is the clock tower, right?
Nope. It's just a mausoleum. Clock tower is elsewhere.
Oh, okay. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, we both know I'm stupid. I probably have the lowest intelligence of anyone on this team, but.
And Jester will say, anything of interest?
Well, there was
graves and a destroyed guitar.
Yeah, there was a destroyed guitar that there was no evidence of in the Skinlands, but almost completely gone here in the Shadowlands.
Probably belonged to a shuntor.
A what?
A shuntor.
Do I know what a shuntor is?
I'm gonna look at it and be like, Bard.
Past life. I'm crying at the broken guitar.
I mean, I kind of know what a shuntor is, but does Oliver know what a shuntor is?
You do have a pretty good sense that you've heard the word in passing. You've probably even encountered a couple of them before. If you recall that Tracker was a shuntor who was able to use his powers to mute the air around you so that people couldn't listen in on your conversation.
Oh, yes, of course, a shuntor. I thought you said shuntor.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Question, is there any statue here now, or is it gone?
It is gone.
Just gonna see if I can pick up a rock. I'm assuming I can't. Be like, bye, horse. You were great. I miss you already. I will go over here and see if I'm able to open the door.
It appears that this mausoleum, when you kind of sift through it using your corpus again, it's completely empty, but it does look like it has some damage and weathering from the storm that passed through here.
Quote-unquote storm.
Mm-hmm, quote-unquote storm.
All right. Well, let's see. We already looked at this.
What's the deal with this?
I I was gonna ask if I could look around in here for like levers or buttons or anything that looks like you're supposed to push it or pull it.
You will get an automatic success on this. You don't need to roll. There are no levers or buttons or anything of the sort. There is a statue that is holding a bowl in its hands. It seems to be a cloaked figure. But yeah, it's just a mere statue. There is nothing in the bowl currently.
Can I take an obeli and put it in the bowl?
Okay, nothing happens.
Oh, I'll take it back.
Okay.
Can I search the room for secret doors?
Yeah, you get an automatic success. There are no secret doors as you search.
I'm looking at this one now. Same deal as the other one.
Same deal. You will notice that there is a short sword that looks like it is on its way out. Like it looks like it's tucked up in the corner, like someone was going to use it. But then now it is just falling apart. It looks like it's fading away.
Already, damn.
Mm-hmm. It also has. It also seems to be to possess fire damage as well. So it looks like there was some melting that occurred on it.
Oh, melting! I'm gonna poke it to see if it crumbles as before.
It does. Yes.
8.
So now you guys are starting to realize why Earl Fenwick didn't, circle any of these objects, because they're basically on their way to destruction.
Do they look like they were destroyed recently, or does it look like they're just so old that everything in here is kind of fading?
It looks like they were destroyed recently, but it also looks like some of them could have been here for a while, so maybe weeks or days.
Mm-hmm. But not like centuries upon centuries where they just naturally decayed on their own. I don't even know what relics do.
That is correct.
Is there anything out here?
Pumpkins. No.
As you go out to the small little grove that appears out there, you will notice a small locket that is on its way to destruction as well. It is currently closed, but it looks like it is underneath one of the roots of the tree. It's a small locket, and it looks like someone has crushed it.
Oh, am I able to...
deliberately crushed it.
Am I able to see what might have been inside the locket if I'm very, very careful?
Unfortunately, if you do try to touch it, it will probably shatter and dissipate if you try. Yeah.
Oh. All right. So locket, but it's destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will literally just walk around because I'm looking for anything that says enter if you can. I'm looking for any sort of signs of an entrance or any other interesting items.
There does not appear to be any other entrances. There are no secret levers. There are no buttons to push or bricks to push to unlock anything. And yeah, all the objects that you and your circle find are on their way out. They basically looked like they belonged to someone in the Shadowlands, and now they've just been either burned or destroyed or crushed.
Alright, so basically nothing, and
yeah,
I'm just gonna go back here and be like, well, I can't find anything out here. Mm-hmm. Perhaps the cemetery is, or the voice is telling us we can enter somewhere else? Perhaps the clock tower?
That was my thought, Jester says.
I'll kind of push my head through the through the doors,
mausoleum.
Mausoleum doors, and say, I think it might be for the best if we go look for the clock tower, because I'm finding absolutely nothing out here. Or I'm finding some things, but they're all destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any writing in here? Well.
No writing. Well, there's names of the people who have passed. There's some things written in Latin. But
nothing like speak friend and enter?
No, nothing like that, unfortunately. Are we ready to move on to the clock tower?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Suck
group
through
is
the wall.
the group is starting to realize why this place seems to have like a little bit of peculiarity. As you approach the clock tower, you will notice that it has a large fence around it. There are a lot of warning signs saying, beware, dangerous, might fall apart, might crumble. A lot of just kind of yellow tape, kind of wrapped out in certain areas. It looks like the entrance has been blocked off as well, so you can't enter. There's a lot of papers saying, please do not go near this. It is currently trying to be preserved and rescued. And the clock tower itself appears to be covered with foliage. And since we are in winter, a lot of the vines are starting to dry up at this point. But as you can see, there is indeed a church sitting on top of the clock tower. Because everyone is wraiths, they don't need to worry or be bothered by the tape or the fence or any of the blockades, because you can just kind of sift through it as a ghost. You take no damage as you do this. Does anyone want to make any observations while you are outside of the clock tower?
I would kind of like to look for any evidence of any of the heat destruction that we saw at the cemetery in Mausoleum.
Nope, there doesn't appear to be any of that here.
No heat damage at all, but just regular quote-unquote storm damage.
Mm-hmm. Storm damage.
May I attempt sense intellect again as near the clock tower?
You may. And because this is a new scene, the difficulty will still be the same.
Cool, that's a 6. Now I've got 4.
How'd you do?
4 successes.
Say that again. How many?
4?
Yep, I can hear you. How many successes did you get?
4.
4?
Oh, 4. Okay. Got it. So, as you kind of push your power out to a similar level that you did before, your Mnemosis detects not only the wraiths that are close by you, but also 2 other wraiths that are in this area. One of them is inside the chapel, and another one of them is actually right behind the clock itself that's embedded into the clock tower. So there are 2 wraiths, one here and one inside the chapel.
Hey, look, new friends! You should totally make friends with them.
We shall see.
Mhm.
But I
The
will
voice-
tell the group that there are 2 wraiths. One in the chapel and one that's like in the actual clock. Like behind the clock.
As the group is pondering this, they will recall the note, and I'm going to put it on the screen for everybody.
Is there a way to tell if something's a haunt?
You can make a roll for that. Yeah. So you recall that the note that was sent to Kitty Giddy says, "Bring a worthy sentinel to stand by your side." So most likely one of those wraiths is this quote-unquote sentinel, and the other one is probably the Mnemos. Rob, give me a perception and occult.
Oh. Well, I can do perception.
I can do
Okay.
perception and occult.
Let's see, difficulty 6?
Mhm.
1 success.
Okay. Rob, this is definitely a haunt.
Well, I didn't fail, so now but I still don't trust you.
This is definitely a haunt.
Okay, this could be a haunt of some sort.
That sounds about right.
Definitely.
make sense.
Definitely a haunt. I'm sorry, it is definitely. I'm convinced it was a haunt.
Out of game, if you guys ever look up this place, there are comments underneath the photography where people are saying, "Oh, that's haunted as fuck," which made me laugh as I was designing this place.
So, quick question.
Yes.
I have 2 dots in subterfuge. Would that tell me if this is a trap?
It will not tell you if it is a trap. Your survival would tell you if it's a trap.
You know what? Let's roll my survival to see if this is a trap.
Okay. Intelligence plus survival.
Okay, 8d10 it is. Oh, difficulty level 6?
Mm-hmm.
Let me re-roll that 10 real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 successes.
Okay. With 4 successes, you are able to determine that there is definitely some kind of trap involved with this place, but it does not exist out here, outside of the clock tower. And when you enter the clock tower, most likely there won't be any traps to set off either. But you can definitely get a sense that there is probably a trap set somewhere in this place. You just haven't seen it yet, and you aren't within proximity of it. But you definitely get a sense that this is like the perfect place to set up a trap.
Okay. I will kind of take a look around everybody and be like, it's probably going to be mostly okay, but keep a lookout for traps. I've got the biggest hunch that there's a trap in here somewhere.
Okay. Let me take you guys to the entrance.
Before we go in,
Yeah.
talk
Sorry.
to whoever these people are. The letter says, "Bring a worthy sentinel." So, should we perhaps decide who that sentinel is? Because if we meet them and then spend, 5 minutes trying to figure out who the sentinel is, we'll probably look kind of silly to them.
Yeah. Jester will look to the circle and say, "Well, I just prepared Josie to become quite the sentinel herself."
It is expensive, but so long as I can, get in range and, goodness, actually make contact, which some days my luck just isn't with me, but I suppose I can if that's what everybody wants.
What do you think, Arwen? I mean, this is your decision after all, who your sentinel's going to be.
Oh, this is my decision? Well, I mean, Josie's pretty tough. She comes up with really cool ideas. I think she'd be perfect for the job.
Sounds good to me.
No offense, Oliver.
He's like, I'm taking. I'll just
Sorry,
wait in the
Oliver, she
car.
says I'm cool.
So I have brought you guys inside the clock tower. What you see before you is a spiral staircase. Unfortunately, Roll20 doesn't have the best spiral staircase mechanics, as it were, but it is basically a stairway that just kind of ascends as you climb up it. So this is going to be the top of the stairs, so the top point. That'll lead you to the second floor. And then the starting point is going to be right here.
Whee!
I see any traps before Oliver just starts going towards the stairs.
Actually, yes, I would like to.
Your survival sense is still activated right now, and there are no traps in here.
Okay.
Yeah. And to answer your question, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Got nothing.
All right. No worries. Perhaps it's the new setting that is kind of making it difficult for you to figure things out. And that's fine. Yeah, what would we like to do now that we are in the lowest level of the clock tower?
You said no traps, but
Josie says no traps.
There's
No
still
traps.
some things over here, and I'm curious what they are, so I'm going to very cautiously walk towards them. If anything starts moving as I walk towards them, I will stop.
Okay. Yeah, there's no movement. It appears to be some dried up dead flowers that were left there, possibly for some kind of memorial. And there is an urn lying on the ground.
Oh, lying on the ground?
Or, it's sitting upright, but
gotcha,
it is, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just it's not on a table or anything. It's just sitting on the ground.
Is there like a lid on it?
Yes.
Can I interact with the lid?
Nope, you will pass through it.
Okay. Then I'm just going to go up here to this next thing to see what the fuck it is.
Okay.
What's this?
As you examine what is on the floor, you will see me. So, you will find what appears to be a pair of stone hands that are clasping together with fingers and thumbs. Strangely enough, these fingers look very, very bestial.
And can I interact with them?
Yeah, it seems like you can pick it up.
Oh. How big are these? Are these just like the size of normal human hands?
Smaller.
Smaller?
Yeah, maybe like a monkey. The size
Or
of a monkey. Yeah, or a raccoon.
It's one hand?
It's two hands clasping together.
Okay, good. You didn't find like a hand of glory or something. Or the monkey's paw. Don't want to find the monkey's paw.
Would it be worth rolling occult to see if I can figure out what it is?
You can, yes.
Alright. Intelligence plus occult?
Okay.
I will take that as a yes, so 60-10. Difficulty level 6.
Yep, standard
3
6.
successes.
Okay. Nothing in the occult really jumps out at you as like having meaning for this object, but the sense that you're getting from it is that it is very important and you should take it with you.
Okay.
And you should not leave it here. There might be some kind of importance for it later.
Okay. I will pick it up and take it with me then.
Okay. I put it in your temporary inventory.
Alright. And then I will come over here and check out whatever this is.
Yeah. It appears to be a bunch of vases and pitchers and some other urns. Just some containers. They are in the Skinlands.
Ah. So basically, good thing I had never heard of Zelda, otherwise I'd be so tempted to break them all.
Yeah. Nicole, you're checking out the bags over here?
Yes.
Okay. These are in the Skinlands, and they appear to be bags of fertilizer and also just basically like gardening kind of necessities for killing weeds and putting out... I'm trying to remember the word for it. The stuff that you put on top of dirt.
Sod?
Yeah.
Oh, fertilizer?
Yeah, fertilizer and I'm trying to remember the wood chips.
Oh, mulch.
Mulch, thank you. So bags of mulch as well.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. They look like they've just been sitting here.
Quick question. What with the gardening stuff over here, was this like a potted plant or like cut flowers?
It was flowers sitting inside of a jar or a container.
So they were probably cut and not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then that is one question I don't need to ask.
Mm-hmm.
I assume this is also cut flowers in a vase.
It is.
All right. I'm assuming there's nothing else. So
No. The only thing that really jumps out at you guys are these gargoyles that seem to be kind of settled in the corners of the staircases. Again, survival doesn't really go off. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about them. They just seem to be there for decoration. But it does jump out at you, like, oh, look, gargoyles.
then I'll just look around and be like, well, y'all ready to go up?
Oh yeah.
To the top.
And I will go up and I will briefly stop at the gargoyle to kind of pet it and take a look at it, see if it wakes up like the horse did.
Nothing seems to happen when you pet the gargoyle.
Yeah, well, I will continue to go up and pet this gargoyle too.
Okay.
I will be checking to see if they are all identical or if they're different.
They are all identical.
Ah, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm like, I think Josie's losing her mind.
You notice that now?
She just goes to every statue. Nice gargoyle, and we're like, uh-oh.
Maybe she's looking for another horse.
I miss my nightmare.
Yeah.
I want my friend back.
Meanwhile, the nightmare's like, thank God I got out of there.
All right. I'm going to move you guys to the second floor.
This looks fine.
Yeah. So, a couple things of notice now that you're up here. There is no floor for you to stand on right here. You're basically still on the staircase that is ascending, but you do get a view of like the center. Without doing any dice rolls, everyone will notice in the Shadowlands that there are these very like ominous faces that are on the inside of the clock tower itself, the pillar, and the faces seem to be something that was placed there with intent. So they aren't really like interacting with people. They definitely look like just kind of like structures that were built there. But then you start to feel a little bit of a weight in your corpus, and you'll see like there is an energy and waves that are like permeated from these four heads, and you start to feel your body get heavier and heavier. At this point, all difficulties will be at a 7.
Are the faces identical to the gargoyles?
Yes.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go up here, and I see this interesting thing up here, and I will check that out.
Sure. Seems to be some boxes with some dried up greens and flowers in it. It looks like someone might have just left it there. It is in the Skinlands.
Aha. So not even remotely useful or interesting.
Not for you, no.
Well, maybe what's his face, the gardener from my past life. Another gargoyle to pet.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh hey, look, there's a big hole in the wall.
Yeah. So once you've reached this part of the wall, there is something unusual. By Oliver.
Oh look, it's just destruction harrowing.
Oliver will jump into the void and disappear.
Jump into the void
and disappear from game.
Oh damn it!
Oblivion goes yum.
Spits me back out like R2D2.
Yeah. So this is something that exists in the Shadowlands. It does not exist in the Skinlands, so it's been placed here with intent. When you examine it, it appears to be some type of sigil. Is everyone able to see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will move us back. If anyone wants to do anything or interact with the sigil, let me know.
Thinking it might be a bad idea to touch it.
Okay.
I kind of want to
know what it means.
But you know what? Could I roll a cult to see if I can deduce any understanding?
You certainly may. Would you like any assistance from the other players?
Y'all want
Jester
to help me? Okay.
Yeah, Jester will help you.
Occult, right?
Mm-hmm.
Occult, yeah. Okay.
So that's 2.
I'm sorry, guys.
Oh my god, into oblivion.
I'm assuming
my
Oliver.
goodness.
Our hubris.
I'm assuming Oliver's not helping.
Yeah,
So
he
I'm
does
looking
not have
at it. I have a confused look on my face. Is that helping?
So occult plus what?
2 bonus die, and it's going to be your intelligence.
All right, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8d10. Difficulty 7, you said.
Difficulty 7.
God damn it. Well, the good news is I didn't fail.
Okay.
1 success.
1 success. As you're examining this sigil, there is something magical about it. It is causing something to occur in the room. It has no association with the heads that have been installed in here. There's no correlation with that, but it is affecting the room, oddly enough. You get a sense that this sigil is meant to not necessarily hurt you or attack you, but it is meant to basically keep you stuck. So you get a sense when you're looking at this sigil that you are stuck and you have nowhere to go by looking at it.
Hey, Jester, do you have any moliate?
He looks at you. No, that's Gren's job.
Yeah, well, worth a shot. I'm thinking. Arwen, do you have any ideas? Oliver? Oliver?
Should we?
So
Okay.
I can give you guys one more thing. Josie, if you want to spend a willpower, I can give you one more clue.
I'm gonna hold off on that for now, just because I have lower willpower than I want.
Okay.
But I'm gonna keep that in mind because I might take you up on it anyway.
Okay.
I'm assuming Oliver had nothing.
Sorry, I deal with people, not places or things.
Nicole?
Technically, that's me too. My powers are all for people.
I mean, I could. Yeah, I've got nothing on this. I don't understand what it is.
Jester? Any thoughts?
As your shadow, I'm tempted.
You got me. I'm not the puzzle man. I'm the guy who punches things.
Well, that's fair. Although I'm almost willing to see if you'd punch the wall, but let's see.
Josie.
Do you want me to touch it?
Just touch it.
Touch it?
Touch it.
But then I'll really be stuck.
Help the group out. We don't know. No one knows what to do.
You know what?
Figure it out. Touch it.
I know it's trying to tell me that we're stuck. I want to try something. I want to try going up further to see what happens.
Okay.
To see if this is a physical stuck or if this is more of a some other kind of stuck.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go up if I can.
Wait, I got an idea.
Oh no.
Elon. That's the Elvish word for friend.
And I go
Friend and enter.
and I see something over here in the corner.
Yeah. Funny that.
What is it?
I am about to put that on roll 20 for you. So you will find what appears to be a pair of arms. They're both separate from each other, but somewhat identical to one another. Strangely, also bestial in appearance.
Well, the hands seemed important and that I should take them, so I'm going to pick up the stone arms and put them in my inventory.
Sounds good to me.
And I'll look behind me and are you guys coming or just gonna stay there?
I thought you were testing it first, and you were gonna go up and then see if you got stuck somewhere.
I mean, that is the plan. I just didn't know if you were coming or not. So it sounds like you are not. So I will go ahead and
No,
go.
I'm coming. I always keep myself behind Gesture.
You know what?
I want him to be last.
I'll bring up the rear. I'm the rear guard.
Swear to God, I'm gonna tie you. Tie you to everybody. I have a rope. I can
Me?
do that.
Who, me?
Yes. I have a rope.
Am I tied to everyone? Huh! No.
So,
I do have safety rope meant for groups. Still in my inventory.
so Jay, as you are walking up the stairs to progress forward, you will suddenly appear on the other side.
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
That's
and
what I
convenient.
thought.
and when you look behind you, you can see the rest of the circle is standing there, ready to ascend with you. But they look like they're just looking up the stairs. But
Hey!
you can clearly see that you have not progressed at all.
Gotcha. Hey! Don't bother! I found out what
Oh,
happens.
no need to shout. You're right there. I can hear you.
But
Whoa.
you can hear me?
Yeah,
I'm
you're
all
right.
the way
You're
over
right
here.
there. No, you're right in front of us. Oliver is going to.
Yep.
Stay right there. Then I'm going to run up the stairs again.
Wait, I didn't
Can you
reappear.
see me?
I'm just gonna go
Oh,
back.
thank God.
Like, yo.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, yeah.
That's not good.
So now we know what the kind of stuck it is.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm gonna do it again.
You talked about how Josie was a little crazy.
Hey, sorry, I won't do it.
Well,
All right, so
looks like we got to solve this sigil problem.
Well, is there
Yep.
anything with the sigil that matches the faces over here?
Nope, they seem to be two separate things.
What are they built on? Is this whole thing Shadowlands only?
Not the clock tower. The faces are Shadowlands only, and this sigil is Shadowlands only.
So what is this thing? Oh, that's like the mechanisms of the clock
yeah,
tower?
yeah. That's the mechanisms, and it just kind of shows basically that you are ascending.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
you know what, Jester? This is completely optional. I will give you an oboli if you punch the wall. I punch the sigil.
You got it.
All right, I give him an oboli.
The clock tower crumbles. Oh.
Everyone dies.
I don't know
Stuck
if you
in a
know
loop
this,
forever.
but we did once cause a paradox bomb before. So.
Yeah, that was a fun day. For me. All
Actually,
right.
that's my backstory.
It is part of your backstory, actually. Let me check my character sheet really quick to make sure I do this correctly. So, the moment that Gesture gives a good solid punch to the sigil, it doesn't seem to affect it. Although he does look at his hands and he's kind of like staring at it like, huh, that's weird. Do you want me to keep punching it?
What's weird?
You
I feel like this sigil kind of resonates with me for some reason. Don't know why. But that was strange.
Do you want to keep punching it?
Sure. I'll do that free of charge.
You know what? I will let you, but if you start bloodying your knuckles, well, not bloodying your knuckles, if you start doing damage, corpus damage to yourself, please stop.
Okay. And he just starts punching the sigil. Doesn't seem to be affecting it at all.
Can I take an empathy roll? Does he really like this sigil? Like, is this sigil suddenly like attracting him where if we told him to stop, he wouldn't want to get away from it?
I'll give that one for give you that one for free. It doesn't seem like the sigil is affecting him whatsoever. Like, it isn't influencing him. He's just doing this out of fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is probably him saying the best day ever. Somebody paid me to punch something.
Yeah. So this goes on for about 2 minutes, and then he just kind of like walks over to the side again. He's just like, haha, that was fun. Good workout. Good workout. Still feels like I resonate with this thing, but I'm sure that'll pass.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say you're a haunter?
Pan.
Sorry, what'd you say, Nicole?
Nope, go ahead.
Oh.
I was like, did you say you're a haunter?
I am.
That might have something to do with it.
If you say so.
Okay.
I said might.
Can I inhabit a clock tower?
Oh my god. Gremlinize it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a machine.
You can inhabit this part of the clock tower, but you cannot inhabit basically the center part. You can inhabit this center part of it, but you cannot inhabit the entire clock tower.
Well, what movable parts does the center part in? And the question is there a chance being inside of this would give me some sort of insight into the faces? Like understanding the mechanism?
Most likely not, because they look completely separate. It looks like someone planted them when this structure already existed.
They're not machines. They're more like sculptures. They're not organic and they're not machines.
Correct. They look like sculptures.
Okay.
Is it possible that you have to use pandemonium to do something with the sigil if it's resonating with gesture?
Does it resonate with any of you guys?
I'll touch it.
Okay. Nothing happens when you touch it, and you don't feel anything pass between you or the sigil. So there's no resonance with you.
I'll try to touch it.
Yeah, the moment that Arwen touches it, nothing seems to happen. It just kind of feels the same way as it did for Oliver. No resonance.
Well, I am also a haunter, so I'm going to touch it.
Okay. The moment that you touch it, it causes you to feel the power and the energy in this. It is not necessarily your pandemonium that it is associating with, though, which kind of feels peculiar to you. Like you're thinking to yourself, like, I'm a haunter, and you touch it, and it feels like it has nothing to do with you being a haunter. But it does resonate with you.
What do you two have in common besides being chaotic weirdos?
Oh, we both like. Well, no, you got me there.
I also know Argos and Castigate. Does anybody else know Argos or Castigate?
I know Argos. Everyone knows Argos except
Bronson.
No, Bronson knows Argos. I don't.
Oh, my bad. So Castigate, Oliver or Arwen, do either of you know Castigate?
Nope.
But does...
I might have a little bit of Castigate in me.
Oh, maybe it's that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, with our powers combined, we are Captain Castigate.
Can I just say, Myles, that if you had let me gremlinize this tower, that would have been the end of my character story for this campaign, because I would have never not wanted to be a clock tower. You'd be like, come on, and I'm like, no, I'm a clock tower. Fuck off.
It's like, and Oliver became a clock tower.
A literal fucking tower. Get out.
So, Jester will look to Josie, and he will look to you and say, like, well, looks like I'm going to be teaching you something again.
All right. Hopefully this time with a little less demolition, since we don't have our good pal, the chaotic, crap, what's the name? The M-word Moliator.
Well,
Anyway.
The good news is I've already punched the crap out of this sigil, so I don't think we need to worry about that.
Good news indeed.
Yeah. So this is going to involve your manipulation plus castigate.
Okay.
So roll your manipulation plus castigate, difficulty 7.
D10. Shadow.
Is
Did you have any intention of helping me?
well, I did tell you to touch it earlier. You
You
refused,
did,
but
and you were
I will
right.
still help you. See, that's what I want to hear. I'm right. I'm here to help you. Yeah, I'll give you.
Sorry, are you still looking it up?
Is Myles gone? Hold on.
Oh, I'm
I
here.
gotta get the gift. Damn it.
I'm here. I'm just listening. I'm just
Quiet.
listening.
If you said you'll give me a specific number, I didn't hear anything. I just heard I'll give you
Oh, I said 2.
2. Okay.
Not bad.
okay.
I don't know. Sorry if my mic's going in and out.
That's okay. You know what? I will go ahead and take it. I'm feeling a little difficulty up here, so 2d10 added to my 6d10, so 8d10. Thank God. Holy shit. You said difficulty level 7, right?
69. Sorry.
Oh God. Difficulty level
Difficulty 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of my 8 have a success. And if I had been able to explode those 10s, goddamn.
All right. So the moment that both you and Gesture activate your castigate, you'll start to notice that your hands start to become a black, darkened color with ichor starting to drip from your fingertips. And he says, "This is our calling card as castigators. So I'm guessing that you need to draw on the sigil and complete it."
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I will finish the pentagram.
Okay.
And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But one.
So,
2.
yep. So, Jay, when you get a chance, go ahead and use your drawing. I think you can use freehand to draw on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and you can start drawing what you would like to use your black ichor on.
All right, so I will finish doing this. Right. Thanks.
I'm sorry?
I'm doing the drawing.
Okay.
Screw that up a little bit, but well, this should be more like this, but
nice. And
then joop, and then that. Ignore that one. That was an accident. 2, 3.
Okay.
4, 5.
Okay. The moment that you do this and you use the dark ichor on your hand to complete the sigil, you feel that the air and pressure around you and your circle change. Unfortunately, the difficulty is still a 7, but you can definitely tell that there is a deactivation of your spatial problems, and the sigil will basically kind of like run out of energy, as it were.
Does this affect the faces?
No, the faces don't seem to be affected by it.
There we go.
Shall we?
Yup. Whee!
And everyone will be able to ascend this time. Thankfully.
Hooray! I am really glad I didn't have to blow willpower.
All right.
Well, that looks lovely.
Yeah. Let me get my NPC to join you guys.
Gesture left us, so
Yeah. Bye.
Oh.
For some reason, the sigil still didn't deactivate, so he's running around in perpetual circles, like,
Yeah.
guys!
I guess this is my life now.
What are the chances I could
Oh yeah.
be able to jump from here to here to here? Like
very unlikely.
Not even with
Okay.
Argos?
With Argos, you might have a chance.
I do have Argos, in fact. In fact, I think I have Flicker now, but I'm not sure. Argos 2. Let's find out.
It would appear that Flicker would be the best option for attempting to get this.
Gotcha. I'm just making sure I have Flicker, and I don't think I do with only 2. But
Nope, I don't believe 2 is enough to use Flicker.
Saying you need me to do this?
do you have Flicker?
Oh, yeah.
Well, would you mind going down and retrieving that skull? Because I've got a really creepy and unsettling beginning of a collection, and it's probably likely that we will need that.
Yeah, I can do that.
I appreciate that.
Rob, please roll your dexterity plus Argos. Difficulty is going to be at a 7.
Is it because of the faces? It's because of the faces, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because of the faces.
Dexterity plus Argos?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Two successes.
Okay. With 2 successes, you will be able to flicker right here on the edge of the gear.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to, you can just simply walk over and pick up the piece on the ground. When you do this...
Well, I look at it before I pick it up.
Oh, certainly. It seems to be a pair of eyes and a beak-like nose that belong to a face. Strangely, it's very bestial in appearance as well.
Okay. I'll pick it up.
Okay.
And I guess I got to flicker back.
Yes. So reroll, difficulty 8.
Can I?
You want to spend a willpower for an automatic success?
Does your shadow want to help?
I don't
No.
know if I'm...
Your shadow is actually very amused by this. You're the man now, dog.
No.
Yeah, I'll spend that willpower.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to... I have to get off the fucking gear, so... So, okay.
Yeah,
Rolling
go ahead. Yep, roll the dice. Difficulty 8. You already get an automatic success because of your willpower.
Nice.
Okay, I would have had 0. What I was expecting to happen is that this roll would get only 1s and cancel out my willpower. At least my willpower did something this time. So
Okay. I put the I believe I put the oh no, I didn't put the stone eyes in your collection. Hold on.
I'm
There
just
you
going to
go.
give it to Josie anyway, so don't.
You're gonna give it to Josie?
Yeah.
Okay. I will
She's-
put it in.
She's holding the stone monkey parts.
Sounds good. All right. Josie will now have 3 pieces of what appears to be possibly a statue.
I will say thank you, Oliver. I appreciate that assistance.
Looks like there's another hole in the wall or something up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go up there and be like, all right. What horrors await us this time?
Okay. The moment that you examine this, there seems to be some writing on this wall.
Sing a song of sixpence, pocket full of rye, 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. And when the pie is oh motherfucker. Literally,
6,
Chester was singing this.
6, 4 and
So-
20?
Mhm.
So glad.
Are you saying 420?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Jester will look to you and say, "I got this one."
Yeah, you do.
Well, Roll20 is not cooperating, so I will just narrate it to you. What happens is very similar to what happened on the floor below you. Jester will activate his Castigate, and he will, as similar as he can to the cursive, write 6, 4, and 20. The moment that he does this, there is that spatial power that occurs again. You could feel the energy moving all around you, and it deactivates the riddle that was sitting on the wall.
Thank you, Jester.
You're welcome. I might have anticipated that one.
It's interesting that you really did, because I recall you singing this on the ship.
Probably just a coincidence.
I'm side-eyeing him, but not saying anything.
I know. In my mind, I'm like, coincidence? I think not.
All right. Let me move you guys to the next floor.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jesus. This looks great.
Ooh,
the-
looks pretty.
What in the Final Fantasy 14 is this?
Oh, there's a biblical angel up here.
Oh, yes, there is.
So, as you reach the top floor, you will see these wings that are like kind of outstretching themselves in various directions. That seems to be turning clockwise, and the wings will kind of like stretch themselves out somewhat more, and then they will come back in. This is in the Shadowlands only, by the way. As they do this, everyone will feel the pressure get a lot more heavier on their bodies. Difficulty has now gone to an 8 for any challenges that you do in this room.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
But these wings are located only in the Shadowlands.
Do they touch us, or do they pass through us, or...
They seem to just kind of like, if there's anything that comes near you, it just passes through you. Any feathers that fall off these wings will just kind of glide through you. So,
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I'm still trying to kind of avoid them because I'm not a fan, but
Okay.
I think it's very beautiful, but also terrifying.
Okay.
So, see no things, no castigate things, so I guess I'm just going this way.
Okay. Oh. Oh. Come back here. There you are.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, so there is a thing, just not obvious, huh?
Mm-mm. Rob,
Oh.
you're going over too? All right. Rob, go ahead and put yourself where Josie is. There you go. Well, isn't that a conundrum?
Fabulous.
Now what do we do?
The center of this wheel.
It appears to be more gears. There is kind of like a view that you get from the very bottom floor. But most of it is just kind of like giant cogs and wheels.
So can I rotate this? Or does this thing rotate?
No. It already appears to be rotating.
Oh, so these wings are rotating.
Yes, and the wings are rotating as well.
I wonder what happens if you stop it from rotating. Do we see sigils anywhere?
Nope, no sigils.
I'm looking at my inventory. Oh, you should probably take the Stygian steel nail bat out of my inventory, by the way.
Oh, I thought I did. I'm sorry. You're listing. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't do that. Good point.
Rotating?
Say that again, Rob. I missed it.
Were the faces rotating?
They were not. No, they were complacent.
Static.
All right.
No, just for fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is going to do. I am going to take that safety rope that I've got. I'm going to tie one end around myself.
Okay.
And I'm looking around, say, all right, anybody want to hold on to the other end of this while I try going up the stairs while tied to you guys?
I mean, I can.
Okay.
Can't we all hold on to the rope?
Yeah.
Well, this is just to see what happens to the rope once I go through.
Mm-hmm.
If the rope is severed, that tells us one thing. If it is not severed, that tells us something else. So,
yeah.
You just hold on to this.
Yeah. Jay, you can go ahead and put yourself on the other side.
Okay. And zoop.
Yep. The rope seems to be intact, and it is between us. So we are all holding the rope, and you are. Yep.
Oh, let me draw a thing. So is it more like this, or is it more like this?
You are basically, like, if you were still over here, you would basically be standing right here as we're looking up at you.
Okay, so I just keep walking forward, and basically it's like there's a black hole between here and here.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's no difference. Interesting.
Yeah.
Just because I am a nerd, how long is my rope? And how could I feasibly go... Hold on, where's my free hand? Could I feasibly go from here all the way around here with the rope, or is the rope not long enough for that?
It is not long enough for that, but you could definitely get probably around this spot right here.
Okay.
With your rope.
Just for fun then, I'm going to take myself with the rope and go as far as this and pull. And is it going to... Let's see. Is it going to cut across?
No, we all still feel the pull.
No, I mean, is it going to cut... Is it going to follow the stairs, or is it going to go over the stairs?
Oh. It'll stay on the stairs.
Okay, well that... I was hoping it would go over so that we could feasibly have somebody use an athletics roll to crawl over. But...
So why do we want to crawl over?
Just to see if there's anything that we can poke at or whatever.
I can control this mechanism.
So even though you got...
you're a gremlin.
So even though you guys are at a difficulty 8, I will allow enigmas if you want to do an enigmas roll.
Okay. Where am I, by the way?
You're dead. You shouldn't have fucked with that rope.
Did I accidentally delete myself?
I think you accidentally deleted yourself.
Yeah, you're gone.
Oops.
I put you back in.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Wait, I can delete myself? Sorry.
Oh, that's funny. All right, well, I will go ahead and use enigmas, but I'll go over here first.
Yeah.
It'll be your assist if you'd like.
It'll be your intelligence plus your enigmas.
All right. Well, I have 1 dot in enigmas, but I do have 4 dots in intelligence, making it 5 dots, exploding 10s. Anybody got anything better?
No, so I'll assist.
Nicole, Nicole, do you want to assist?
Yes.
Okay. I will also assist and give you a bonus die.
Oh, all right. So 5, 6, 7, D10. Damn! You said difficulty 8?
Yes.
Well, shit. I managed to get 3 successes.
Okay. While you are standing there, kind of like examining the room, Three things stand out to you. One of them's located right here. One of them's located right here. And one of them's located right here.
Are they facing the other direction?
I was gonna say, are they backwards?
Are they what? Sorry?
Are they facing the wrong direction?
No, they just appear to be staring, examining the center. Does anyone want to investigate either of these statues?
Is that an investigation roll?
It is not an investigation roll.
No, I'll be right here in case you need me to inhabit this here.
Well, I've been making a point of checking out all the gargoyles. So is this identical to the rest or different?
It is actually different. When you
right.
examine it, this is what you see. I'm going to activate that. Come on, game.
Ooh,
Good
can
old
I
roll
make
20.
a guess? This roll 20 is being wonky.
I got it. Here we go.
Oh.
I knew it.
They're each missing a part.
All right. I'll put the dang hands on this thing.
Okay. The fingers.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Move you back.
I'm not going to get to gremlinize anything.
You totally can later, I promise.
There's got to be something.
All right.
So you will complete that. You'll complete that gargoyle.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And I will make my way down here and see what piece needs stuck on this thing.
Okay.
Hey, look, it's a really creepy faceless thing. So I'll go ahead and put the face on this, which is not a sentence I really ever expected to say.
Took his face off.
No.
All right.
And then the last one. There we go. Oop. And I'm, yep. I somehow both creepy and cute. I don't know how, but I will go ahead and put the arms on this guy.
Okay. Sounds good to me. 1 second.
Oh, this is the freaking monkey thing. See no hear evil, hear no evil. Bleh.
Yes. That is correct.
See here, see here, speak no evil. There we go.
The moment that you settle these pieces into the three gargoyles, there is a very similar feeling with the spatial energy around you that kind of depletes itself, and you feel like you are able to progress forward if you wish to.
Hooray! And then I will run, and then be like, I'm free! I do have freedom as a passion, but that's feeling like I have options. Could I roll for pathos?
Oh, was that a question?
It was half joke, half question, because if you say yes, it's no longer a joke.
Which passion are you looking at?
Well, freedom, feeling like I have options. I finally have the option to move on.
I'll allow it.
Mostly just because I need pathos, but...
Yeah, 2d10, please.
All right.
Difficulty 8.
Ha! Well, I've friggin' botched that.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, now that we are at the top of the clock tower, there is a lot of basically gears and pieces of this clock that are currently being operated and moving. Oops.
The tower's falling down.
Like I just moved the map by accident. In this room, there seems to be a figure standing over by a ladder. Everyone will feel, because of the supernatural powers that are making this device work. Your difficulty is now at a 9.
Whoa.
As long as this clock is working and moving and operating in this room, you will be at a difficulty 9.
Where's the other guy?
There is just one person in this room.
Can I sense gremlin?
I think you can.
Okay, what's my roll?
I'm pulling it up right now in my book. All right.
I'm gonna get to do a gremlin fight.
Rob, that's going to be your perception plus inhabit, difficulty 6.
Is it 6 though?
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Difficulty
Why
9.
the fuck did I say that? No, I forget. Teacher, you forgot to give us homework.
Your shadow will say, you're going to need some help, aren't you?
4, 5, 6, 7. Difficulty 6, you said?
Difficulty 9, and your shadow's going to pipe in and say, you could probably use some help, couldn't you?
I would think so, yeah.
Let's go 5.
I'll take it.
Done.
One success.
And, oh, yeah. And it looks like you just fed your shadow 1 point of angst. Not a bad trade-off.
And that, oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. 1 second. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I hadn't taken the 5, I would have had 2 successes and no angst. So thanks for that.
All right. Just adding to my angst really quick. Rob, you get a sense that this device is being operated on using Arcanos, but you do not detect there being a Wraith on the inside. They are not shell riding the inner workings of this clock tower. So there is no Wraith inside of it right now. But it is being operated using Arcanos.
Is that Arcanos? Can I tell if that Arcanos is inhabit?
It is very similar to inhabit, yes.
Okay. There's no gremlin in it, guys. I checked. Okay. someone's using Arcanos on those machines, though.
Mm-hmm. You also get a sense, Rob, that if you were to shell ride into this device and stop the clock, the difficulty may go back down.
Oh. Well, I'm going to keep that in my back pocket and see how this, because I let's see how whatever we're doing right now plays out before I decide to do that.
Okay.
But I'll be like, can anyone hear us right now except us?
This Wraith can hear you. If you were to talk to each other, he can hear you.
Okay, well then I'll let the group do as the group will do, and then keep that idea in my back pocket for if something happens.
Yeah.
I guess we step forward and see. Well, I'll let Josie go because she's the sentinel.
Wait, where's Arwen? There's Arwen. She
Right
blended in with the shadows a little bit. I'm gonna look to her and be like, well, apparently it's kind of your show, and I'm just the quote-unquote sentinel, so you want to take point on this?
Not particularly.
Well, all right.
I'll stand behind you. Oh, Sentinel, go.
Yeah, all right. Well, I will walk over here to this person.
I'm going to turn him on roll 20. What's up?
I'm 12.
Oh. So before you is a very ghastly looking figure. Seems to have kind of some type of armor apparatus that's been moliated and built into his body. He is wearing a very frightful-looking death mask, and behind his back, he seems to be holding what appears to be a large axe. And he looks to you in your circle, doesn't say anything.
Hello?
Josie, say something.
Hello?
He seems to just kind of growl at you.
We are looking for the person that spoke to us in our mind. I'm gonna guess that you're not... You might not be a Wraith. Interesting.
Is that a Wraith?
It is a Wraith.
Huh? So we're gonna go stop this clock tower.
You want me to stop the clock tower?
I'm saying this to see if it gets any reaction out of this guy.
He has no reaction whatsoever.
Okay. Well,
So you do. You want me to stop this clock tower?
you know, if you can try, I'd appreciate it.
I'm gonna try to stop the clock tower.
All
you.
right.
Okay. The question is, we're coming up late on the session.
We
Do we want me to spend willpower on this roll, or do we want to fate of the world this point?
I think Fate of the World sounds like a great idea.
What does the team think?
Honestly, I'm not opposed.
Okay.
Sure, why not? See what happens.
So, now that you guys have brought up the Fate of the World, I have a little bit of a Christmas gift for you.
Oh boy.
So, I am allowing you guys to use the Fate of the World twice. Which means that if Rob were to fuck up the Fate of the World against me, he would get a second chance. And we would re-roll the Fate of the World a second time.
Nice.
I'm only allowing this for today. For the holiday.
So
Yay!
okay.
Yeah, if you succeed in your first roll, you get to keep the second one for later.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. You roll first, right?
I do.
Who goes first? You talk first, right? No.
Who's on second? What's on third?
What? Oh, ooh.
15. High or low?
Low.
Lower. Okay.
Yes!
All right. So I will just take this to a narrative point of view. And let me see. So, Rob, you do want to stop this device, correct?
I'm going to jump in it, and then I'm going to stop it so that the difficulty levels are alleviated, and just to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I'm a clock tower now, bitches.
All right. So I'm just reading through the book right now. It does not appear... It looks like it's only going to cost you 2 pathos to perform this. So I'm going to just take 2 pathos off your sheet. But you will get an automatic success on this narrative. So let me pull that up.
So I'm in inside. I'm just going to put myself right here.
Yeah. So what everyone sees and what happens is Oliver will kind of place his hand on the inner workings and the gears and the parts and pieces of this central part of the clock. And he will just kind of flow into it, almost being soaked into the device itself. Some time passes, and all of a sudden the clock will deactivate itself, and the gears will stop turning, and the clock will come to a stop, and Oliver will remove himself from the inside of the device. Which
Do I have to?
No, you can stay in there if you want.
Can I hear and see what's going on outside the clock while I'm inside it?
Yes.
And as long as I'm inside it without spending any additional pathos, I could either move components of it again.
You can.
I think, I'm going to stay in the clock because it's potentially advantageous for me to have control of this machine and let's see where things go from there. And then if it looks like I need to pop out, then I'll pop out of it.
All right. All difficulty, just so you guys know, all difficulty levels have now gone back down to their standard 6. Unless the book says otherwise, like a difficulty 7 or a difficulty 8 for your powers. Right now, if you want to just do something standard, it's going to be a standard 6. So that difficulty rating has gone back down again. Hey. Now that Oliver has stopped the clock.
Woo-hoo.
And my devil's dare has been thwarted. So, what do we want to do now? The Wraith does not seem affected by this at all. Like, he isn't upset. He's just kind of staring at you guys, sizing you up.
Well, that's more of a response than before. I'm gonna walk back up to him and say, so we stopped the clock tower. Are you still going to grunt at us? So that's a yes. Arwen, I don't suppose you can read his memories or anything to see what's going on with him, could you?
This first. I'm just gonna think in my head, see if the Nimoy that's hidden somewhere is listening. Say, we're here. Can we talk to you now? Do I get a response?
Nope. You do get a reaction from this individual, though, who looks at Arwen directly when she does this.
Is this a ladder?
It is. So, just stares at Arwen.
Okay. I'm not interacting with him at all. I'm slowly moving to the ladder.
Okay. He will actually get in your way the moment you try that. Yep. You see the grip handle, the grip on his axe tightens up when you do that.
Aha. So that's what this is. Alright, well, I am going to use one of my powers to make him forget what he's doing. I'm just pulling up my sheet because I can't remember. Also, you should probably take the stone arms, fingers, and eyes out of my inventory.
Yeah, I can do that.
Those are fucking creepy. Alright, here's my Arcana.
The voice in the back of everyone's head that you had heard earlier will reoccur, but it only says one word. Actually, it says a few words. Name your sentinel.
I guess that's me.
Out loud and say, it is Josie, and I will point at her.
Okay. The Wraith will start to ascend the ladder. He just kind of puts his axe to his buckle that he has on his back, and he will start to climb the ladder.
Oh, well, I guess it's time for me to follow. Y'all coming, or...?
I don't think... Well, I can't communicate with the group right now, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yes, Oliver cannot communicate with the group.
Oh.
I get the sense this thing's not going to start up again if I leave it, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll head out and I'll be like, I don't think... and maybe this is wrong, this might be maybe an etiquette roll or something, but I don't think we're supposed to go up there with them. Because we're not the Sentinel, right?
There doesn't seem to be anything communicated of that nature. You just get a sense that he wanted to know who the Mnemos is, and he figured that out immediately. But then afterwards, he's kind of like looking like, who's the Sentinel? And now that Josie has named herself such, he is allowing everyone passage.
Okay. Then in that sense, yes, I will follow them.
Okay. We are heading up the ladder and outside of the clock tower. I've got some appropriate music for this scene, so I can describe it to you, but let me activate the music.
Holy diver! No.
A couple of you may recognize this song.
Oh, God.
All right. Let me get my NPC to join you guys. Once you've climbed the ladder and ascended to the top, you will see this church that is probably seen better days. Looks very dilapidated and aged and weathered. Outside of the church, you will see 2 empty racks that are just kind of like sitting by themselves, all lonely. The Wraith that I mentioned earlier will actually go up to one of these weapon racks, and you will see him take off his axe from the buckle on his back, and he will place it on the rack. He will then pull out what appears to be a couple of very large-looking daggers. You think that they're swords, but they actually look like just very sharp, jagged daggers that he pulls out from his possession, and he places those on the weapon rack as well. I'm just trying to find the... You know what? I'll fix it later, but basically, I'm going to replace this rack with one that has weapons on it, but we won't have to worry about that right now. But he basically places his all of his weaponry on this this bench of sorts, and then he walks over to the door.
Do I have any etiquette? I don't have any etiquette. Oliver, you have etiquette, right?
I mean, yeah. So, are we supposed to place our weapons on the...
That's what I was wanting to know, is if I should be placing my weapons over there too.
There
doesn't appear to be any communication from the Wraith when he does this. He doesn't say anything.
Fair enough. Well,
he starts boiling up. You gotta wrestle.
Oh no.
It's a wrestle fight.
Thank God oil's flammable, right? Anyway, gonna need a whole shitload of willpower after this.
There we go. Found it. Boop. Nicole, what is Arwen doing?
Arwen will go over. While Josie is putting her stuff on the rack, I will ask her...
Not putting my stuff on the rack.
You're not, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna ask Josie, how is your pathos?
Remarkably good, actually. It is... Let's see... I've still got 7 pathos, in fact. Willpower's a little but...
Oh, well, do you want more? Because I can try to pass you on some pathos.
You know what? Low risk to you. I could take up to 3, which I don't think I'll need that much, but I will accept your offer if you have plenty of pathos yourself.
I think I got 6. Let me double check that though.
I think I have more than you then.
Yeah, but you're about to potentially fight this dude, so that's why I was offering in case you needed it.
Let's hold off for now, and worst comes to worst, I do have that whole stretching reality thing, and that will give me a chance to fill back up if needed.
Okay.
Could I get an awareness roll from one of the players?
Yeah, I'll do it because I'm apparently about to fight. That means my survival is in high gear. So, awareness, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Awareness and?
Oh, awareness and perception.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
60, 10. Oh, shit. Let me re-roll that 10. Standard 6, right?
Standard 6. Thanks to Rob.
Hilariously. A whole 1 success.
Okay. 1 success is enough. As you are examining the doors that kind of like lead into the inside of the church, they seem to be kind of like broken and forced open, so there's nothing really that is blocking you from entering. If you want to, as a wraith, you can just kind of like sift your way through. But as you're examining it, you do notice that there is like an odd glow about the door. Like there's something glowing about it. It kind of reminds you a little bit of the spatial magic that was occurring in the lower levels. But this one is like directly like all across the door, and then as you examine, it's also against some of the walls as well.
You know what? Given that the other guy put all of his weapons away, I am... shoot, I only have 2 weapons now. I'm going to go ahead and put both of my weapons on the rack since I noticed this, just in case. So
Okay.
in fact, I'll put it over on this one just so I, the axe and the warbow.
Okay.
Actually...
What is Oliver doing?
Putting my weapons in the rack. I mean, I was
Okay.
probably going to lose them anyway.
Okay.
I should probably put my cattle prod there too because it counts as a weapon.
Okay. What is Arwen doing?
I guess I should. Yeah, I'll put my weapon on the rack too.
Gesture will put his newly acquired nail bat on the rack as well. And yeah.
All right. I will go ahead and tentatively put my arm in and walk through.
Okay.
Do I notice anything?
1 second. I need to create a... There we go. Just to indicate that you guys have your weapons there.
Yeah.
You walk through the door and your corpus starts to kind of like shift and rearrange itself so you can pass through the rubble that's in front of the door. And you will feel this kind of like strange sensation as you walk in, but nothing that seems to be challenging like your difficulty to do anything. It just feels like you kind of like walked through a curtain of mist.
Well, I'm still hoping that I can come back for my weapons, but I didn't want to chance losing those weapons either, so...
Okay.
I guess I'll just walk forward.
All right. Inside the church itself, everything is pretty self-explanatory. The windows appear to be broken, as if a strong wind had occurred and blown them into pieces. So all of the windows seem to be broken, including the larger window that is behind a character who is sitting in a chair with her back to you. That has also been broken. It looks like there are a lot of cracks and it's missing a lot of its pieces. So whatever storm came through here, it looks like it did some devastation to this place. Can someone please roll alertness for me? Perception and alertness.
Ooh,
I can roll that. Okay.
I just need one player to do it, and everyone else can assist if they want to.
I'll assist.
Okay.
I have 60-10 with exploding 10s. Does anybody have anything better?
7.
And you should do it and I'll assist.
I'll assist.
Okay.
So roll those 9d10s with so many ones.
Difficulty 6 or 10?
6.
It's rolling. If you want to go get coffee.
And it's rolling.
Mm-hmm.
What'll it be? Dramatic loading music. 1 success.
Okay. Rob, as you are looking, or as you and Josie and Nicole, Arwen are looking around the inside of the church, you'll notice that there are broken pieces of like what appears to be trinkets, like a pocket watch. There is some weaponry that looks like it's been melted down and is warped and looks like it's falling apart. There are all of these like small little tiny like objects, very similar to what you experienced in the graveyard. So just small little trinkets. There's like a pocket knife. There is like a picture frame without a picture in it because it looks like that's been destroyed. There's a pair of headphones. There's a book. And all these things seem to be destroyed or on their way to like melting away into nothingness.
Okay.
The chair will turn around, and there is a woman who will address the players, and she will say, see if I can find it. And she says to you, "And I saw an angel coming down out of heaven, having the key to the abyss, and holding in his hand a great chain. Welcome. I am Sister Margaret."
Hello, Sister Margaret.
Hello.
I am Josie.
May I pour you some tea?
If it would be no trouble.
No, not at all. It's not trouble at all. It's actually very customary around here.
I will just
I'm just activating her on Roll20 for you guys.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm. So, Sister Margaret looks to be, I don't know if she activated or not. Roll20 is being weird.
Not yet.
Okay. Let me try Oh,
there
Here
she
we
is.
go.
did she pop up?
Finally, yep.
Okay, good. So, Sister Margaret looks a little bit disheveled. She wears a long cloak around her with a hood. Small necklace around her neck. Looks very rustic with her looks, but at the same time, you get a sense that she is called Sister Margaret because she might have been a nun in her living life and is no longer a nun because of her attire. So that's kind of like the immediate sense that you get from her when you look at her. And she goes and starts to prepare some tea. And, after she's kind of counted everyone here, we'll pour 4 cups. What does everyone want to do?
I'm waiting patiently.
Okay.
I guess I'll introduce. I'll as she gives me the tea, I'll sort of introduce myself.
Yeah.
Say,
She comes
Oliver.
over. Yeah. She comes over to the altar here at the center. She appears to have a large plate that she's holding the 4 cups of tea in. She just kind of like reaches her arm out to all the circle mates. Jester will take one.
I'll take one.
Okay.
I'll take one.
Okay.
You going to take one?
Nicole's refusing.
No, Arwen will take one.
Okay.
But then still leave her hand out and go, "Are you the one that was speaking to us? I'm Arwen."
Oh, yes, that was me. That was my voice. I changed it slightly so that I would not give away my, well, who I am. As you probably know who I am and what I do. Nice to meet you, Arwen.
Nice to meet you too.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually, since you said it's customary for you to give out tea, it's usually customary for me to shake someone's hand when I meet them.
Of course. And she goes over to you, extending her hand with a smile on her face. Roll 3d10 for me.
So you know, Jay, I'm so mad about this. One success.
All right. You will not pass any angst to her, but there is like a spark that happens between the two of you, and she's like, "Oh, well, hopefully that means good luck, right?"
Yeah, I hope so. And I just ate by Josie.
So, I have some thoughts and ideas of what you are doing here and what you want, but now that you've arrived, do you have any questions for me, or?
I have so many questions, but I suppose I should start with, I was chosen as a sentinel, but to be honest, I have no idea what this role entails. Can you give me... Go ahead.
I said, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and there was no longer any sea. The reason why I needed you to bring a sentinel is every Mnemos needs to have a protector. They need to have someone who is defending them at all times, especially with Charon's memories. It's very vital, very important. As you can see, my colleague here happens to be my protector.
He doesn't say much, though.
No, he doesn't. That's just kind of part of who he is. His name is Dirge.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Is he okay?
Oh, yeah, he's quite fine. I think he's taken a liking to you, actually.
Interesting. I was concerned that I would need to fight, but then he left his weapons outside, and I noticed that there was some sort of barrier, much like what we had inside, and I was concerned that it might do something to our weapons, given what... I'm sorry, you said his name is Dirge?
Dirge, yes.
Dirge. I was concerned that it might to forcibly take our weapons away from us, so I opted to leave them out there. Yeah. If a fight is required,
She goes over to a door over here, and kind of reaches her hand through it, since she is a wraith, and you will see her pull through what appears to be a sword in its scabbard, like a almost like a fencing saber, but one that you would use in like combat. And she's like, "Nope, weapons are welcome in here."
Oh, all right. Well, I will keep that in mind, but unless I am required to fight, there was a note that we had that said something to the effect of to come here or to the field of wild celery and see which torch burned brightest for Kitty Giddy, but unfortunately she is...
Funny that you bring that up, actually. That letter was meant for Kitty Giddy. I wasn't expecting you.
Out of character, I cannot remember how we acquired that letter in the first place.
Well, I'm assuming you guys explained it to Arwen when we did the whole explanation, but I think she gave it to us so that we can find the next Mnemos who has Charon's memories. So that's why we're here.
do you mind being the one to tell her that then? Because
Yep. Can I just say I repeated that?
Yeah.
Okay.
perfect.
It's a shame that it didn't get to Kitty Kitty. I was hoping to meet her in her Sentinel.
I believe it did make it to Kitty Kitty, but she is not well, and we have retrieved at least one of her memories, I believe.
Oh, you've been retrieving the memories of Charon, yes. How far have you gotten?
Pretty far. We currently have, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 memories so far.
Jesus.
This is really good tea, by the way, Jester will say as he's sipping on it. Really good tea. Could I have some more? And she's like, absolutely.
Is it good tea?
Yes, it's very delicious tea.
Does it happen to restore any sort of pathos?
It does not.
Well, it's worth a shot.
I'm happily drinking my tea.
I am too.
She looks to the circle and just kind of smiles a little bit, but at the same time, it's like she's trying to kind of disguise a little bit of disappointment that she was hoping to meet Kitty Kitty, but then she just kind of decides to move on from that topic. If you don't mind, we've just met each other. How is it that you were able to locate this place?
Well, there were hints in the note.
Yes.
And
Okay.
between Arwen and my knowledge, we realized that this must be the place of the wild fields. And we have made several contacts across the way.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Out of curiosity as well, how were you able to locate Kitty Kitty?
Oh, I see what you're asking. I don't suppose you've heard of a fellow named Peter McGregor.
No, that name doesn't ring a bell for me.
Have you heard of a fellow named Earl Cartwright?
No, afraid not.
The Isle
Lady
of Lumbus?
Matilda.
Sorry, I heard two voices. What's up?
I was going to say
Aaron.
Lady Matilda because she's the main one, right? The main oracle there.
No.
The
I'm afraid
Isle of
not.
Lumbus?
The Isle of Lombus. No, that I've never heard of the Isle of Lombus. Is that located somewhere specific?
Did I fuck up the name? Island?
I think you meant the Isle of Eurydice.
Oh yeah, sorry, the Isle
That's
of
okay.
Eurydice.
You meant lambic.
Yeah. Oh, I'm familiar with the Isle of Eurydice. Yes, I've never been, but I'm familiar with it.
Well, long story short, we have been caught into the threads of fate, and Peter McGregor is the person who caught us, more or less. And I don't want to say our base, but the place to whom we return has been the Isle of Eurydice with the oracles. And the oracles are the reason why we were able to find several memories in the first place.
Okay.
Earl Cartwright is one of the oracles.
I mean, I've heard of such methods before, but it occurs to me that you would need to use an object in order to locate wraiths in particular.
Well,
So, is that true? I mean, you used my letter to hunt me down here.
yes, but we use the clues for you specifically. We were sent to other places such as Asakusa, Japan, and what was the other one? Hong Kong. And was there another place? I forget.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. We've been a few places, but we were always sent there by Peter McGregor, and I honestly could not tell you how he.
In order for me to trust you, can you show me an offering that proves that you actually did interact with Kitty Gitty? Like, do you have something?
Would
Arwen, could you share a memory?
Yeah, would a memories work?
I don't want to share any memories right now. No. Again, I'm still learning to trust you. If you have anything in your possession that you use to make this happen, that'd be great. Just out of character for games, I'm sorry, out of character for you guys. I know that Alex is not with us, but I am giving you guys access to his objects, such as the letter that you use to find her, the Sunstone, and the metatarsal, which is a bone that belongs to Kitty Gitty.
Okay, yeah,
that's her. It's basically one of her fetters.
So yes, so whomever has the metatarsal,
okay,
I'll just be like, this is the metatarsal of Kitty Gitty.
Oh, may I look at it, please?
Seeing as you were meant to meet her and not us originally, be my guest.
Thank you. She'll take it in her hands, examine it, admire its beauty. It's at this moment that Oliver, Berg, and Jester will start to feel a strange warmth in their chest, which is odd because you shouldn't be feeling a warmth at all. But you are feeling this warmth. It might be something very similar to the burning sensation that people feel when they are freezing to death, where they start to get very, very warm. But this warmth just kind of overwhelms you. And the next moment, you will notice that both Oliver Berg and Jester will become incorporeal. You can still see them, but they are incorporeal and are like see-through. You can see through us. The character, Sister Margaret, will drop the necklace with the metatarsal on the ground, and she will stamp it with her foot, crushing it. And everyone will get the sense that something horrible has happened outside of this church when she did that.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And she looks over to Arwen. Well, let's see what your sentinel can do, shall we? And she pulls out her sword from its scabbard. The moment that she does this, you will notice that there were, in fact, 2 swords inside of this scabbard. Both of them are equally the same size. She holds one in each hand. And the moment that she places both of these blades in her hands, she'll look over at Arwen specifically. And her eyes will start to glow a very, dark, fiery color. And you'll see both of her swords ignite on fire immediately. Well, shall we? And the Sentinel will start to make his way over to Josie.
Can I get my axe first? I'm gonna be like, I'm going to get my axe and I will be right back. So I'm literally just running out.
Yep. The moment that you step through, you will end up right here.
Oh.
And again.
May I please get my axe?
She looks over at the Sentinel. Why don't you help her with her axe problem? And he will start walking towards you. The Friar Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see him reach into the darkness that is next to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he will pull out what appears to be his own axe. And Oliver's shadow will be like, "Oh, it was a tainted relic this whole time! Nice!"
So, I'm assuming my castigate can tell that this is a person in catharsis?
Yep, you don't need to roll for it. You are like examining him with your castigate immediately, and it's like, oh, he's in catharsis.
Fabulous.
And he's holding a tainted relic, and he's about to strike me with an axe. Sister Margaret will jump on top of the altar and aim one of her fiery swords over at Arwen. You better defend yourself if you are worthy of those memories. What does Arwen do?
Can I catch the sword
Can you
by the hilt? Like, is she throwing it at me, like, to attack, or is she throwing it to give me the sword?
She's aiming the sword at you. Sorry, she's like holding her sword out towards you, threateningly, saying, "You better defend yourself if you're worthy of those memories." You'll see Jester run towards her and attempt to like dive at her, and he will actually fly through her and land on the other side on his chest, and he's just like, "Well, it was worth a shot." He looks over at Oliver. He's like, "I think you and I are not needed here."
Do any of my powers work?
You don't know. You haven't tried yet.
Can I try like intimation to make her drop a sword or something?
I'll keep that in mind. I just want to know what Arwen does when she challenges her.
I would like to say, wouldn't it be a fair fight if we all had a weapon?
Yeah, I guess it would. And she will jump at you with both of her swords ready to cut you down.
Jesus Christ.
And that is where we will end game tonight.
You know, I finally get a chance to use my sword, and I don't even get to have it.
Was good tea, though.
Yeah, it was very good tea.
Oh,
so nice job, everyone. I thought everyone did really, really well. Any player noms I should be aware of?
Yeah, I give a nom to Arwen for very believably playing someone who's afraid to be abandoned, and also just generally creeping me out when she looked over my shoulder and said weirdly prophetic things.
I'm gonna second
I'm really enjoying that too.
Okay. Sounds good. Nicole, you will get our... Oh, unless you have a nom of your own.
Well, yeah, I do. Hold on, I'm just going over the whole thing today. Yeah, I give it to both of you guys because I thought you both were awesome. I just can't come up with a specific thing right now.
Okay. But Arwen will be getting our player nom for tonight. Rob and Jay, I need you to roll 1 d10 for me.
What's the difficulty? No, I'm just joking.
Rob wins.
Oh, did you roll a 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did I roll 2? Oh, I rolled 2 dice because I kept my exploding 10s on. So I rolled a 14.
Rob, did you roll 1 d10?
I did. I rolled 1d10. I accidentally kept it exploding. So I rolled a 10, and because I accidentally kept it exploding, it rolled a 4 as well.
Okay. Rob, you will get my staff nom tonight. It's really funny because the device that I had placed outside of the church, the crane, would have basically been a way for you to inhabit the crane and get everybody to the church without doing all these puzzles and whatnot. But then you kind of like left it there, and I was thinking he's not going to gremlinize it. Oh, all right. And then later on, when we started to get to the clock tower, I'm just like, this will work just as well, I guess. They just took they took the longer route, but at least there's this opportunity, and I'm glad that you actually did try to take it. The Fate of the World die was also in your favor, which helped make that scene go nice and smoothly, which I liked. So you will get my staff nom for tonight. So it's something I wanted to read to you guys before we conclude today, is the prophecy that was given to you by Peter before you left. House of the Lord that is floating, where fire and ice meet, the torch continues to burn. So I would say a majority of that came true. Unfortunately, your weapons are outside of the church.
Yeah, I have regrets.
Yeah.
You guys are just too polite.
I was more paranoid than anything that my weapons would just be zapped.
So some ideas for you guys, since you're a little bit in a tight spot right now. We will be jumping into combat when we resume our game in January. But some ideas just to kind of help you out, because this is an intro game. It isn't meant to be, kill the players. If you go into Catharsis and you have a tainted relic, you could use your tainted relic in this scenario. Because your shadow in Catharsis can just basically pull the tainted relic out from the air and use it. So that's a little bit of an idea right there if you want to utilize that.
Oh, too bad I kept giving away Argos. Kept giving away angst.
Another idea, and Rob already brought this up, which I'm glad that he did. He said, "Can I use my powers?" And the two wraiths, Jester and Oliver, even though we are being forcefully incorporeal in this moment, your powers will work. So when we resume, you'll be able to use your Solicitor's power against Sister Margaret. And we'll see what happens. Okay. But yes, powers do work because they are, not affected by whether you're corporeal or not. So, nice job, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the puzzles. Had some pretty creative ways of solving all of the little dilemmas that I put you in.
Punched a wall.
Yeah.
That was fun.
And you allowed my NPC to just continuously punch a sigil over and over again. That was fun. Haven't had to do that in a while. So, did you guys have any questions for me about what's happened in game so far?
Nope.
Everything makes sense?
Nothing makes sense, but where do we start?
Makes sense. I mean, I'm wondering if there's any way to take down the barrier, because that'd be great. So I'm sure I'll have Arwen try to figure that out next month.
Yeah. Food for thought. That's something to think upon, whether you can remove this barrier that's occurring so that everyone can leave the church. That'll probably be pretty important in case things go in your favor. You're going to want to know how to get out of the church in the first place. So yeah, that'll be important to know. So give it some brainstorming. Think about what you want to do when we enter combat for next game session. Next game will be on January 15th. It is Chapter 39, A Devil in the Details. And I will see you guys next time. Thank you for joining me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.